Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2252, 2252. Translator, 5496903. After discovering that the creature was pretending to be unconscious, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said to Bai Wei, "Anyway, this creature is scared to death. Let's not waste it. Bai Wei, let's eat it." Bive nodded hippily. As a ferocious beast, she did not have any psychological burden when hunting other ferocious beasts. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Please." Once he heard that he was going to be eaten, the brawny man could no longer pretend to be unconscious. He turned around and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. In fact, the brawny man had no choice but to pretend to be unconscious. He did not know whether it was because he did not look at the almanac or something else, but everything went wrong. He did not manage to rob anyone in one day. It was not easy to wait until someone passed by. In the end, that girl was even more powerful than him. He originally thought that the man was a gigolo and wanted to take the opportunity to regain some face for him. Who would have thought that the man was even more ruthless? And he even thought that he was a master of the Dragon Clan. He had offended an expert of the Dragon Clan. How great was that? Not only was he going to be finished, but he might even bring disaster to his own clan. In this era, how overbearing was the dragon race? Every year, all the races would offer up young boys and girls as blood food, and none of the races would dare to disobey. If you don't recruit him, he will eat you. Now, Giant Bear was picking a fight. Wasn't that a death wish? Therefore, when he thought of this, Giant Bear really did not know what to do. He could only pretend to be unconscious and pray in his heart that Jiang Fei would not bother with him. However, he did not expect that the dragon race's master had a good appetite. He actually took a liking to a bear race with thick skin like him. This time, the giant bear did not dare to pretend to be unconscious anymore. If he continued to pretend, his claws might turn into roasted bear paws. That was why he got up and knelt down to Jiang Fei to beg for mercy. Generally speaking, the ferocious beasts were quite strong-willed. Ferocious beasts that would rather die than submit often appeared. However, that depended on who they were with. If they were facing a human, the ferocious beasts would rather die than submit. That was because they felt that humans were inferior to them. It would be too embarrassing if they submitted to them. However, if they were facing the dragon race, the ferocious beasts were still quite obedient. That was because they felt that the dragon race was so powerful. Even if they submitted, it would not be embarrassing. Jiang Fei looked at this fellow and found it even more funny. "Master, please spare my life." The man continued to beg for mercy. Bai Wei asked innocently. She took Jiang Fei's words seriously and was ready to eat the giant bear for dinner. "Master, please spare my life. I have an 8,000-year-old mother and a young child waiting to be fed." The man cried until his nose was snot and tears were flowing down his face. Bai Wei could not bear to look at him anymore. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He had been wandering the world for so many years and had seen all sorts of begging words. This burly man was not new at all. The burly man nodded and knelt on the side, not daring to speak. Jiang Fei asked with interest. The burly man said, when he was in his bear form, he was indeed a giant black bear. "Ha!" Jiang Fei laughed. He thought to himself that this guy's parents were really uncultured. Jiang Fei asked again. Old Black's words were exactly the same as all the prisoners who had been caught. However, through mind reading, Jiang Fei could clearly understand that this guy had been in this path of calamity for almost 100 years. Jiang Fei asked again. Old Black said proudly. This was indeed the thing that he was most proud of in his life. Jiang Fei nodded. Through his mind-reading ability, he knew that Old Black was not lying this time. Bai Wei was quite smart. She understood his intention from Jiang Fei's question. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to Old Black, "How about it? Are you willing?" "Yes." Old Black was happy. He immediately nodded in agreement. However, he had a nod. If he did not say anything, the other party would be grilling bear paws. Jiang Fei nodded. "Thank you for your grace." Old Black scrambled to his feet. Jiang Fei asked after Old Black stood up. It doesn't seem to be anything interesting around here. The only lake with a better scenery is occupied by a mixed-blood draconid. Old Black was not a good person either. He had a grudge against the draconid in Redwater Lake. That was why he deliberately revealed the news to Jiang Fei. The dragon race hated mixed-blood draconids very much. They felt that they had tainted the dragon race's bloodline. Once they encountered them, there was a high chance that they would come looking for trouble. Therefore, Old Black deliberately said the words mixed-blood draconid. His purpose was to kill someone else. Jiang Fei had never canceled mind reading, so he knew all of Old Black's thoughts. Old Black saw that Jiang Fei's expression was not right, so he immediately knelt down. He was truly afraid. "Get up, just this once," Jiang Fei warned. Old Black kowtowed several times. He only stood up when his scalp was broken. Jiang Fei was angry because Old Black wanted to borrow his knife to kill someone. However, he was still quite interested in the Redwater Lake. After that, the three of them headed to the Redwater Lake under Old Black's lead. As the Redwater Lake was not far from here, Jiang Fei and the others arrived above the Redwater Lake in less than half an hour. The small lake was not very big. It only had a circumference of about 100 miles. However, due to the rich iron element in the nearby mountains, the lake water was crimson red, making it even more beautiful. Jiang Fei asked Old Black, "I heard that he is the descendant of a dragon and a pheasant. His name is the Oyster Dragon," said Old Black. Jiang Fei asked, "He is proficient in all kinds of fire-type spells. Moreover, he has the power of drought. Before he came here, the Redwater Lake was thousands of miles in circumference," said Old Black. "Interesting." Jiang Fei nodded and then descended. Bai Wei followed closely behind and also descended. Chapter 2253, 2253. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei and the rest landed on the shore of the lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was rippling slightly. The pink surface of the water looked really beautiful. Bai Wei ran to the lakeside and stretched out her hands. She felt the cool breeze blowing on the surface of the water and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Jiang Fei was only halfway through his words when he suddenly frowned. Then, Old Black felt his vision blur. Jiang Fei had disappeared. In the next moment, Jiang Fei appeared behind Bai Wei. Then he grabbed the girl's small waist and pulled her back. The two of them instantly moved tens of meters away from the shore. At that moment, the lake water where Bai Wei was standing just now suddenly stirred up big waves. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was going to pull Bai Wei into the lake. However, because Jiang Fei's reaction was fast enough, the waves hit nothing. Bai Wei was shocked. At the same time, she felt that she was being held tightly in Jiang Fei's arms. This made her little face slightly red. "Bastard!" A roar came from the Redwater Lake. I didn't come to settle the score with you." Jiang Fei was angered by this guy. A young man walked out from the water. This young man had delicate features, white teeth, and red lips. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a bad person. However, what he had just done and the way he spoke made it clear that he was not a good person. The young man's face darkened when he saw Old Black. "Don't look for me." Old Black shrugged and retreated to the back. He knew that he was no match for the Mirage Dragon. Moreover, the Mirage Dragon was the one who had provoked Jiang Fei this time. This was not considered as him using someone else to kill him. "Oof." The Mirage Dragon snorted and turned to look at Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei had restrained his aura again, making him look like an ordinary, true immortal. Although Jiang Fei had hidden his strength, the Mirage Dragon was not stupid. Could an ordinary, true immortal save someone from him? Didn't your mother teach you? When you ask someone's name, you have to first tell them your family name, Jiang Fei said calmly. The Mirage Dragon's flames flared up. As a mixed-blood draconid, they had one thing in common. They absolutely could not insult his mother because his dragon father did not even acknowledge him as a child. Moreover, he wanted to kill him. Therefore, his mother became the only person he could rely on in his childhood. Now, Jiang Fei was blaming the Mirage Dragon's mother for not educating him well. This made the Mirage Dragon furious. At this time, Bai Wei said in a low voice. Her voice was so soft that it was almost as soft as a mosquito's voice. Jiang Fei quickly let go of the girl. He really did not mean to take advantage of her just now. Instead, he was so focused on talking to the Mirage Dragon that he forgot that he was still hugging Bai Wei. When a Mirage Dragon saw that Jiang Fei and Bai Wei were talking and laughing, it did not take him seriously at all. Immediately, the rage in its heart grew even more intense. Good, good. The Mirage Dragon said 3 good words in a row. Its face was red with anger. This made Old Black, who was standing beside it, secretly happy. Now, he was hoping that the Mirage Dragon would take the initiative to attack. Perhaps no real dragon would tolerate it? When he thought about how his old enemy was about to die, Old Black was overjoyed. He even began to imagine that when Jiang Fei, the dragon, was tired of playing around and left, he might have a chance to take over the Redwater Lake. As expected, the furious Mirage Dragon finally could not suppress his anger. He had initially seen a beautiful girl sent to his doorstep. He was naturally willing to accept such a fine thing with a smile. In the end, he did not expect that just as he was about to drag this girl into the water, someone else beat him to it and ran away. Therefore, the Shun Long came out with a fire in his body. He wanted to teach the person who ruined his good deed a lesson. However, he did not expect that not only did that person not quickly admit his mistake, he even offered the girl to him. On the contrary, he even insulted his mother. This made the Shun Long even angrier. After that, he was ignored by others. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the Shun Dragon's anger finally erupted. Following the Shun Dragon's rage, a wave of heat swept out. Although this fellow lived in the water, he was doing it for cultivation. In fact, this fellow specialized in the fire attribute. Following the heat wave, the water surface behind the Shun Dragon was instantly boiled. The boiling water surface evaporated a large amount of water vapor, and the lake water retreated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Wei frowned. The strength of the Shun Dragon in front of her was similar to hers, and it was also of the fire element. However, the aura that he unleashed was not something that Bai Wei could achieve. After all, Bai Wei had just upgraded her strength, and she did not know how to use it since she had just obtained the dragon bloodline. On the other hand, the Shun Dragon was a natural-born, mixed-blood draconid. Of course, he was much better at using the dragon bloodline than Bai Wei. The most unlucky one was Old Black. His strength was the weakest. He could not withstand the heat wave of the Mirage Dragon at all. Therefore, he quickly moved far away. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's face was calm. This little bit of heat was nothing to him. The Mirage Dragon with less than 50 million combat power was not a threat to him at all. Therefore, he just looked at the other party calmly. It was as if he was watching a clown show. The Mirage Dragon roared. Then, it raised both of its hands, and 2 fire dragons charged at Jiang Fei. Seeing that the fire dragons were right in front of him, Jiang Fei did not make a move. He just opened his mouth and blew gently. What happened next shocked Old Black. The 2 fire dragons were blown out by Jiang Fei just like that. Old Black's eyes almost popped out. He was even more glad that he was still alive. It was not easy at all. If the dragon in front of him was not in a good mood, he would probably only be able to contribute 2 pairs of roasted bear paws. Bai Wei was also shocked. However, she was even happier in her heart. After all, the stronger the master that she followed, the more promising her future would be. At this moment, the Mirage Dragon opposite Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Although this move was not his ultimate skill, it was easily destroyed by someone. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? He, the Mirage Dragon, had never even heard of such a powerful person, let alone seen one. At this moment, the Mirage Dragon recalled the father that he had met when he was young, although that dragon was also very powerful to him. In his impression, even his heartless dragon father did not have such strength. Chapter 2254, 2254. Translator, 549690033. The Mirage Dragon stared at Jiang Fei with its mouth agape. For a moment, it did not know what to do. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The Mirage Dragon frowned and asked, He had long noticed the dragon's aura on Jiang Fei. However, he had previously determined that Jiang Fei was a mixed-blood draconid. He began to doubt his previous judgment. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and released his own aura. The Mirage Dragon was even more confused. The aura that Jiang Fei released was a pure dragon. However, he clearly felt that Jiang Fei was a mixed-race draconid just now. As Jiang Fei's bloodline purity had reached 99%, when he concealed his aura was very faint. Therefore, both the dragon race and the mixed-blood dragon race could determine his identity as a mixed-blood dragon race based on the connection between the bloodlines. However, when Jiang Fei fully activated his bloodline, 99% of the purity of his bloodline was enough to confuse the truth. Even the real dragon race could not deny his identity as a dragon race. At most, they would think that he was infected with some kind of disease or that he had been seriously injured. It doesn't matter who I am. Jiang Fei's tone was still neither slow nor slow. At that moment, the Mirage Dragon hoped that Jiang Fei would be furious because this kind of person who did not show his emotions was even more difficult to deal with. I'm done for today. The Mirage Dragon was also considered a bachelor. He knew that Jiang Fei's strength was far above his. Today, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to, let alone fight. Therefore, he might as well be a bachelor. He would let the other party decide what to do. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he said to the Mirage Dragon, "If it were up to me, it would be easy. You either accept the fight or accept the punishment." "What do you mean by accepting the fight?" the Mirage Dragon asked. "It's easy if you accept the fight." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. However, the Mirage Dragon had goosebumps all over his body. After all, the dragon race had done this many times. They could be considered children of a dragon race. However, they would still eat meat. The Mirage Dragon asked, "No one would want to die if they could live, right? It's easy to admit defeat," Jiang Fei said with a smile. When a Mirage Dragon heard Jiang Fei's request, his heart turned cold. After all, the dragon race was not only famous for being lewd, but also for being greedy for money. Although the dragon race's greed for money gave others a chance to buy their lives, the problem was that if one's wealth was not enough to move them, they would eventually die. To a certain extent, a mixed-race dragon like the Mirage Dragon had inherited some of the characteristics of the dragon race, including greed for money. Therefore, although the Mirage Dragon had collected some treasures, if you asked him to hand over all these treasures, it would be the same as taking his life. "What?" Jiang Fei's face darkened. The Mirage Dragon was so scared that it broke out in cold sweat. The Mirage Dragon quickly shook his head. Although he was greedy for money, he cared more about his own life. Jiang Fei said calmly, "Yes, yes." The Mirage Dragon nodded repeatedly. This time, he really gave in. Although his heart ached for the treasures, he was more afraid of angering Jiang Fei. At this moment, he had completely believed in Jiang Fei's identity as a dragon. After all, no one other than the dragon would be so brazen as to extort others. After that, the Mirage Dragon returned to Redwater Lake. Jiang Fei knew that he was going to get the treasure, so he did not stop him. Very soon, the Mirage Dragon returned to the lakeside. This time, he brought back a lot of things. This was because the Mirage Dragon knew that if he only brought 1 or 2 treasures, the dragon in front of him would definitely think that he was being perfunctory. When the time came, they might fall out. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the Mirage Dragon had almost emptied his treasure vault. However, he had secretly kept the most precious treasures. He really could not bear to give those things to Jiang Fei. The Mirage Dragon piled up the treasures that he had brought with him on the ground. Other than a large number of fire crystals, the rest were mostly fire attribute ferocious beast inner cores, or things like claws and horns. As the art of crafting in this era had yet to take shape, there were almost no finished magical artifacts. However, the materials on these inner cores and beasts were very high grade. They were at least at the true immortal level. When these things were in Jiang Fei's hands, they were all good materials for crafting. He could create a set of high-quality weapons and armor for every girl around him. Other than these good materials for crafting weapons, there were 2 other fruits that were also very attractive. Crimson crystal fruit fire pear. Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Fei had only seen the crimson crystal fruit and fire pear in the Marshall Valiant Hall's collection of ancient books. In his era, these two plants had long gone extinct. He did not expect to see the real thing today. The Mirage Dragon was shocked. He had obtained these two things from humans. Normal ferocious beasts, or even dragons, did not know the use of these things, and no one cared about them. However, humans paid great attention to these two things. It was said that humans could refine them into a medicine. After taking it, one's cultivation could be greatly increased for fire attribute cultivators. Don't worry about how I know these two fruits. Of course, Jiang Fei would not explain it to the Mirage Dragon. It was his time to rob. At that moment, Jiang Fei discovered another wonderful use of mind reading. When robbing, he was not afraid that the other party would hide the treasure, because the more he did not want to hand it over, the more he thought about it. The more Jiang Fei saw, the clearer it was. On the other hand, it was only those things that had been forgotten that could be hidden from Jiang Fei. In this way, Jiang Fei knew all the treasures that the Mirage Dragon had hidden. The Mirage Dragon had no choice. In order to save his life, he could only return to Redwater Lake. After a moment, the Mirage Dragon came ashore again. This time, he had two more treasures in his hands. The Mirage Dragon said sincerely. However, through mind reading, Jiang Fei knew that it was hiding another treasure. Then, the Mirage Dragon showed Jiang Fei the two treasures he had brought. One of them was a fire attribute inner core. However, its level was very high. When its master was alive, he was at least at the immortal level. In other words, the killer's combat power was at least 50 million. Naturally, the Mirage Dragon could not kill such a powerful, ferocious beast. It was unknown how the Mirage Dragon obtained this inner core. Although the ferocious beast's inner core was precious, what shocked Jiang Fei even more was another treasure, the God of Fire's Tooth. The God of Fire's Tooth was one of the 10 artifacts. It happened to be in Jiang Fei's hands. However, the God of Fire's Tooth in his hand was hundreds of thousands of years old. The Mirage Dragon's Tooth was the God of Fire's Tooth of this era. Chapter 2255. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei was very confused. He immediately looked into the spatial ring and found that his original Vulcan's tooth had disappeared. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At the same time, he looked carefully and found that it was not only the Vulcan's tooth, even the other 10-sided crystal had disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he kept the tooth of the fire god and the other treasures in his hand. The Mirage Dragon asked carefully, You're not honest. You clearly have the essence of the fire, but you're not willing to use it to buy your life. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. The Mirage Dragon was stunned. He did have the essence of the fire, but he was not willing to take it out because he thought that these things were enough to get rid of Jiang Fei. He did not expect that not only did they know that he had hidden the treasure, but they also gave him their names. The Mirage Dragon thought about it carefully. No one knew that he had obtained the essence of the fire. At that time, the few people who knew about it were all killed by him. This should have happened without anyone knowing. How did the dragon before him know? Actually, the Mirage Dragon did not know. The one who betrayed him was himself. The more he treasured the essence of the fire, the more he wanted it. However, he thought about it. How could Jiang Fei, who had activated mind reading, not know about it? Cut the crap, Jiang Fei said as he lowered his face. Although the essence of fire was not a 10-sided crystal, it was even more precious. However, it was a divine weapon that fire elementalists dreamed of cultivating. If a fire elementalist could bring the essence of fire with him when he cultivated, not only would he be able to absorb fire-type spiritual energy twice as fast, but the fire-type spiritual energy that he extracted would also be purer. It was also because of this that the Mirage Dragon's cultivation speed was so fast. When he was cultivating, it would cause a drought in the surroundings, causing the surface of the Redwater Lake to shrink continuously. Having enjoyed this kind of cultivation treatment, the Mirage Dragon was naturally unwilling to give up on the essence of Leaf Fire. He even took out one of the 10 crystal artifacts, the Tooth of the God of Fire. He was not willing to give up the essence of Leaf Fire, but now Jiang Fei had asked for it by name. The Mirage Dragon wanted to argue, but from Jiang Fei's expression, it seemed that he had already confirmed that the essence of Leaf Fire was in his hands. It might even be for that thing. To be honest, the Mirage Dragon really was not willing to give up the essence of Leaf Fire. But the problem was, what could it do? If the other party came because of this thing, would they let it go if he did not call out? In the end, the Mirage Dragon gritted its teeth. If it lost its life, what was the use of this treasure? Since the other party already knew, it was obvious that the treasure could not be kept. What? Jiang Fei asked. The Mirage Dragon nodded and then said to Jiang Fei, "Sir, I can offer the essence of Leaf Fire, but I have a request." Jiang Fei was slightly surprised. Actually, he already knew where the Mirage Dragon hid the essence of Leaf Fire through mind reading. However, he still asked with interest, "What request? Tell me." The Mirage Dragon said. Actually, this request was the common dream of every mixed blood dragon. However, if their dragon father was willing to accept them, most of the mixed-race dragon people would be very happy to return to their father's side. Jiang Fei shook his head. This was not something that would happen in a few 100,000 years. If he was in power, it would only be a matter of words to acknowledge the mixed-race dragon people. However, now that he was not recognized by the dragon race, it was still a matter of words. I know that this matter is not that simple. I only need a chance, the Mirage Dragon suddenly said excitedly. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. He could not bear to reject the Mirage Dragon so easily. So, he said to him, "How about this? You wait here for my news first. If the time is right, I will come and inform you." "All right." The dragon immediately nodded. Although the dragon race had many shortcomings, such as lust and greed, at least one thing was recognized by all the races. That was keeping their word. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said this, the dragon was relieved. No matter how hateful the dragon race was, as long as they agreed to something, they would definitely do it. Then, the Mirage Dragon turned around and jumped into the water again. A moment later, he returned with the essence of Leaf Fire. The Mirage Dragon held a small, exquisite brocade box in his hand. At that moment, his eyes were filled with reluctance. However, he still resolutely handed the brocade box to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took the brocade box and opened the lid. He saw a small flame burning inside the box. The flame was not hot, nor did it have a burning medium. It just burned out of thin air, and it would never go out. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction and put away the essence of fire. The Mirage Dragon said and returned to the Crimson Water Lake. Now that he did not have the essence of fire, although his cultivation speed would be much slower, the Crimson Water Lake would not be exhausted. Jiang Fei was satisfied with his loot. Of course, he did not want to stay here any longer. Bivet nodded. Seeing that her master had gotten so many good things, she was really happy. However, Old Black was not so happy. Jiang Fei did not kill the Mirage Dragon. He only extorted a sum of money from him. In that case, the Mirage Dragon would definitely put the blame on him. When Jiang Fei was around, the Mirage Dragon might not do anything to Old Black. However, Jiang Fei was just a passerby. If he left, wouldn't Old Black be the unlucky one? Sigh. It seems that I can't stay here anymore. Old Black made up his mind. In order to prevent the Mirage Dragon from taking revenge on him, he decided to leave Redwater Lake after he served Jiang Fei. Although Old Black was a guide, Jiang Fei still had to decide where to go. Jiang Fei asked, "I heard that there's a very powerful race of ferocious beasts in the mountains to the east. They should have a lot of treasures there." Therefore, Old Black had already determined that Jiang Fei was a dragon who came out to fight. Therefore, he began to lure Jiang Fei to the territory of the relatively wealthy, ferocious beasts. Chapter 2256, 2256. Translator 54.969.033. Jiang Fei could tell that Old Black had misunderstood him. However, he did not intend to correct him. Although he did not intend to turn this trip into a robbery trip, he wanted to take a walk. It would be helpful for him to find his way home. After that, Jiang Fei and the others set off again. They flew straight to the east. About 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the other two arrived at the outside of a small valley. Although they had not entered the valley yet, Jiang Fei could already feel several powerful auras from within the valley. Although these experts were not as strong as him, they were already at the level of a celestial lord. Jiang Fei asked, "The Qiongqi race lives here?" Old Black answered. Jiang Fei was stunned. This name was somewhat familiar to him. It seemed to be recorded in the ancient Earth's literature. "Yes," Old Black said as if he was a little afraid. "Let's go and have a look," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Old Black was a little hesitant at first. However, when he thought of Jiang Fei's identity as a dragon, he became calm. If it was only him, Old Black would definitely stay as far away as possible. The Qiongqi clan was not reasonable people. They were brutal and bloodthirsty. If you did not provoke them, they would provoke you. Therefore, no one was willing to approach their territory. This was also the reason why there were no high-level ferocious beasts living within a few thousand miles. After the three of them landed, Old Black did not dare to be the first to walk. However, Bai Wei was not afraid of Tiger. She took the lead and walked forward. Jiang Fei smiled. With him around, Bai Wei would not be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he did not stop them and follow behind Bai Wei. When Old Black saw Jiang Fei and Bai Wei walking in front, he looked around. He was afraid that a Qiongqi would jump out from behind him. Therefore, he quickly followed them. The three of them had not walked for long. Before they reached the entrance of the valley, a powerful aura swept past them. Jiang Fei smiled in his heart, but he did not say anything. Old Black was shocked. He knew that they had been discovered by the Qiongqi clan. However, because Jiang Fei was a dragon, he was not too afraid. "Brother, someone is trying to test us." Bai Wei pouted and said, "It was impolite to use one's spiritual power to scan others." "Don't worry." Jiang Fei smiled. He could already feel several experts surrounding them. After a moment, Jiang Fei felt 4 powerful auras hiding behind them. However, there was a large group of people coming from the front. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. These people were clearly not warning or chasing them away. They were clearly prepared to surround and annihilate them. This habit of killing everyone without a word was really overbearing. After another 10 seconds, dozens of figures appeared not far ahead. Old Black said. Jiang Fei stood there calmly. Bai Wei was slightly excited. He had never seen such a big scene before. From the beginning to the end, Bai Wei had never been afraid. After all, with such a dragon master by their side, who would dare to touch them? "Master, please be careful. These Qiongqi are all mentally ill." Old Black was a little worried. Although the dragon race ruled over tens of thousands of races and had absolute authority, there were always some foolish green races. They did not care about the dragon race's revenge. If they provoked them, they would kill them without fail. Otherwise, there would not be so many young dragons who went out to train and die halfway. "Don't worry." Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not come here to rob them, he did not mind earning some extra money if someone came to him. "Who are you people?" The leader of the Qiongqi group was a middle-aged man. From his appearance alone, he was not a good person. This person was more than 10 feet tall, with a strong body and a fierce face. "We accidentally passed by this place," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The man raised his eyebrows and then looked at Jiang Fei and the other two up and down. The strong man seemed to know Old Black. Old Black nodded. He had been in the underworld for so many years, so it was not strange that he was recognized by others. "Last time I went out to eat a bear paw, I didn't see you." The brawny man laughed loudly. Although Old Black knew that he couldn't beat her, he was still furious after being humiliated by her. "Little girl, I didn't see it." The brawny man ignored Old Black and turned to Bai Wei. Bai Wei said with her hands on her waist, "Hee, I have never eaten dragon meat in my life." The brawny man said as he licked the corner of his mouth. "All right." Old Black was relieved. If this Qiongqi only made a little noise and did not anger Jiang Fei, he would at most be like the Mirage Dragon. He would just be extorted for a little while. However, Now that this guy actually said that he wanted to eat dragon meat, how could a dragon like Jiang Fei endure it? Therefore, Old Black's original anger instantly subsided. He was now calmly watching the Qiongqi in front of him, seeking his own death. Bai Wei also knew that she could not defeat this guy. Therefore, she turned her head to look at Jiang Fei. That tender-skinned kid, which race are you from? The brawny man finally turned his gaze to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. All right, kid. The brawny man laughed. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Jiang Fei laughed. The brawny man suddenly roared and charged at Jiang Fei. Mighty Force punched Jiang Fei in the face. At the same time, the brawny man used his other hand to pull out a black tiger's heart. Jiang Fei attacked at lightning speed. Before the brawny man could see Jiang Fei's actions clearly, he felt his wrist sink. It was obvious that he had been grabbed. Immediately after, he felt half of his body go numb. He could not be controlled anymore. As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, the brawny man was thrown to the ground. Until now, he did not know how he had fallen. The brawny man was embarrassed in front of so many juniors. He immediately became angry out of humiliation. He transformed back into his original form. It was as big as an ox, looked like a tiger, and had spikes like hedgehogs all over its back. Moreover, it was a monster with wings. Chapter 2257. 2257. Translator 549699033. The monster let out a howl. However, it would have been better if it did not bark. This howl almost made Jiang Fei laugh to death because its bark was no different from a dog's. Perhaps it felt Jiang Fei's ridicule. The monster that was the brawny man became even more embarrassed and angry. It suddenly pounced over and smacked Jiang Fei's face with its tiger claws. Jiang Fei dodged slightly and dodged. After the Qiongqi missed, it lifted its hind legs and kicked Jiang Fei's chest. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. It seemed that this Qiongqi was nothing new. It was just like a tiger. One pounce, one lift, one cut. It was only these 3 moves. However, Jiang Fei did not plan to let the Qiongqi finish these 3 moves. When the Qiongqi's hind legs were lifted, he suddenly jumped up and rode on the Qiongqi's back. Woof! The Qiongqi was furious. He twisted his body crazily and jumped back and forth, trying to throw Jiang Fei off. The ferocious beast had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Being ridden on by someone was a great humiliation. Jiang Fei reached out his left hand and patted the Qiongqi's head. Immediately, the Qiongqi felt a huge force coming from the top of his head. His head buzzed, and he could see stars in front of his eyes. After all, the Qiongqi clan was famous for their immense strength. Now that he had just been slapped by someone, it was as if his head had been hammered. This person's strength was clearly far above his. Damn it, what are you all looking at? Attack together. The brawny man knew that he was not a match for Jiang Fei in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he ungracefully called his subordinates to attack Jiang Fei together. Those little guys should not come up. It will only increase the casualties. Jiang Fei smiled calmly. Then, he jumped down from the back of the brawny man's monster form and returned to Bai Wei's side. Exclamation point. Kid, so what if you found us? That's right. You're very strong. None of us are your match. The 4 people who had previously surrounded Jiang Fei and the others also appeared. Old Black reminded them. Jiang Fei asked. Old Black paused for a moment and then continued. These 5 people are not good people. I heard that they have destroyed more than a dozen species of ferocious beasts. So cruel. Jiang Fei frowned. Although ferocious beasts would hunt each other, he had never heard of them being wiped out because of that. Old Black whispered. The brawny man said to Jiang Fei angrily. All right, cut the crap. Jiang Fei said with a sneer. He did not want to commit any more murders, but since these guys were so cruel, he did not mind killing them for the people. There was a saying that killing evil was good. Today, Jiang Fei was going to free these Qiongqi. Kid, you are so arrogant. The brawny man called out and was the first to charge forward. The other 4 Qiongqi also transformed into their original forms and charged forward. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. A terrifying spiritual power radiated out. The 5 Qiong-Qi that charged forward instantly seemed to be frozen in place. Woof! Roar! The 5 Qiong-Qis roared and stopped in front of Jiang Fei. Although they were in beast form, one could still see the pain on their faces. After all, the 5 Qiong-Qis were all immortal tier masters with combat power of more than 50 million. If Jiang Fei were to fight them head-on, it would really take a lot of effort. Jiang Fei's greatest reliance had never been on strength. It was his mind power. Therefore, when the 5 Qiong-Qi pounced on him, Jiang Fei immediately used his mind power hammer and slammed all 5 of them into the ground. Jiang Fei attacked again. This time, his mind power turned into sharp needles and pierced into the consciousness of the Qiong-Qi. The 5 Qiong-Qi cried out in pain. Then they fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. Oh no! The ancestors have been defeated. Run! The ancestors have lost. The descendants of the 5 Qiong-Qi brothers instantly scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared without a trace. After all, the Qiong-Qi clan was used to being lawless. When the 5 Qiong-Qi brothers treated outsiders, they did not leave any room for others to live. Now that they were finished, would the beasts that had been persecuted take a detour around their descendants? Therefore, when the little Qiong-Qi brothers saw that their 5 ancestors had been defeated, they immediately packed their things and ran away. At the same time that the little Qiong-Qi brothers ran away, Old Black was shocked. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was very powerful and was a real dragon, the problem was that a real dragon would not be able to defeat the 5 Qiong-Qi brothers in a one-on-one fight. Could it be that Jiang Fei was an elder of the dragon race? Bai Wei did not have many thoughts. She had never left the small valley. Although the elders had told her about the dragon race, they usually described the cruelty and lewdness of the dragon race as if they were telling a story. However, they did not describe the strength of the dragon race in detail. Therefore, in Bai Wei's heart, the dragon race should be so powerful. It was natural for Jiang Fei to crush the Qiong-Qi 5 brothers. However, Old Black was not a little girl like Bai Wei who had not seen the world before. He was once lucky enough to meet a green-eyed white dragon who had just matured. Although that fellow was powerful, he was only slightly stronger than the Mirage Dragon. He might not even be able to win against one of the Qiong-Qi 5 brothers, let alone one against 5. Although the green-eyed white dragon clan dominated the entire 5 corners of the world, it did not mean that any ordinary dragon in their clan would be able to defeat the experts of the various clans. Their strength was even stronger than the average green-eyed white dragon. However, the number of individuals of these clans were usually very small. Moreover, they were not a match for the elders of the dragon clan. Therefore, when Jiang Fei made his move today, Old Black was certain that he was a high-level dragon that was above the elder level. After defeating the 5 Qiong-Qi brothers, Jiang Fei hesitated. He was considering whether he should kill the 5 of them or keep them. Those are top-grade materials for refining the blood alchemy pill. However, if he could recruit them, the benefits would be even greater. Old Black saw through Jiang Fei's thoughts. Jiang Fei did not hide it. Old Black said, "Oh," Jiang Fei asked, "because the Qiong-Qi clan is very untrustworthy. Even if they are loyal to you, they have no loyalty at all. Even if you sign a blood contract with them, it won't do. They have a talent that allows them to gradually absorb the power of the blood contract in their bodies." Old Black explained. Chapter 2258, 2258. Translator, 549690033. When Jiang Fei heard that, he immediately dismissed the idea of keeping the 5 Qiong-Qi brothers. Previously, Jiang Fei wanted to keep them because he had the dragon's blood contract as a guarantee. No matter how ferocious these guys were, as long as they were bound by the blood contract, they would have to obey obediently. Then, Jiang Fei would not dare to keep these ferocious people by his side. Otherwise, if these people betrayed him, although Jiang Fei was not afraid, Bai Wei would be in danger. Moreover, Jiang Fei had so many secrets. If he let some unreliable people stay by his side, it would still be a risk. Therefore, In the end, Jiang Fei decided to nip all the risks in the bud. Since he could not keep these 5 Qiong-Qi as his henchmen, it was also a good choice to keep their bodies to refine pills. After making his decision, Jiang Fei immediately made his move. His terrifying, suffocating spiritual power surged out and instantly wiped out the consciousness of the 5 Qiong-Qis. Only 5 bodies were left in front of him. Jiang Fei opened the inheritance space and put the 5 Qiong-Qi's physical bodies into it. He placed them together with the dragon corpse so that he could refine the blood alchemy pills when he was convenient in the future. When Jiang Fei finished off the 5 Qiong-Qi brothers, Old Black was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Fei had done it too easily. The 5 Qiong-Qi brothers who caused the disaster did not even put up much of a fight before they were killed. "Sir," Old Black asked with an expression of disbelief. Jiang Fei said calmly. Old Black did not know what to say to compliment Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled. He had been in a high position for a long time, so he was almost immune to these flattery. "Yes." Old Black nodded repeatedly. At this time, there was no longer any danger in the valley. The 5 Qiong-Qi brothers had been killed, and their descendants had long run away. Now, there was only an empty valley left in this place. After Jiang Fei and the other 2 entered the valley, they found that there was nothing interesting here. Although these Qiong-Qi brothers were a source of trouble, they were not a race that liked to enjoy themselves. They lived in some simple caves. They did not have any treasures to decorate their caves. When they came to the depths of the valley, Jiang Fei and the others found 5 huge caves. These caves were clearly much more spacious than the other caves. Old Black was not very sure. It was also his first time entering the valley that the Qiong-Qi had occupied. Jiang Fei took the lead and walked in. Although the little Qiong-Qi had taken some things with them when they escaped, they did not have the time to search because they were in a hurry, especially the residents of the 5 Qiong-Qi brothers. The little Qiong-Qi did not dare to enter. After walking into one of the larger caves, Jiang Fei felt a pungent stench. Bai Wei pinched her nose and looked at him with disdain. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a gust of strong wind blew away the pungent stench. Even Old Black could not help but admire them. These Qiong-Qi really did not like to be clean. They actually ate their prey in their own cave. Moreover, they did not clean up the remains and broken bones. The smell was too good to be true. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a true immortal-level beast inner core flew into his hand. As the Qiong-Qi clan did not know how to forge weapons, and with their personality, no one dared to trade with them. Therefore, no one wanted the inner cores after they hunted the beasts. They just threw them among the remains of the bones. As he walked deeper into the cave, Jiang Fei picked up more than a dozen inner cores from the beasts. Some of the inner cores had already lost their essence due to damage. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want them. Although Bai Wei hated the smell here, she was happy to help Jiang Fei. After so many days of learning, she was already able to identify many useful materials. Among them, the inner core was the easiest to identify. Jiang Fei smiled. The reason why he left Bai Wei behind was so that he could slack off. As the 3 of them continued to walk into the inner part of the cave, the stench became stronger and stronger. When they reached the end, Jiang Fei could not blow it out even if he wanted to because the smell was already very strong. The corpses of various ferocious beasts were piled up together. Many of them had already rotted away. "I am impressed." Jiang Fei really could not understand the living habits of the Qiong-Qi clan. Bive Bautith. Clearly, the smell in this place was very difficult for her to accept. Although Bai Wei had hunted ferocious beasts in the small valley before, she always ate outside the cave abode. After eating, she had to go to the pond to wash up. Only then did she return to the cave abode to rest. Moreover, the cave abode was often cleaned. It was not as messy as these Qiong-Qi. However, if Bai Wei was as messy as these Qiong-Qi, Jiang Fei would not be able to focus on refining pills in her cave abode. Jiang Fei smiled. In this era, the inner cores of true immortal-level ferocious beasts were not very valuable. Bai Wei really did not want to stay any longer. At this moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power discovered something interesting. Jiang Fei casually swept out a stream of astral energy. This astral energy swept away the rotten meat in front of him, revealing a broken horn inside. Jiang Fei smiled slightly, and then kept the treasure in his bag. This treasure was used to cure fire poison. If it was injured by an expert, the opponent's spiritual energy would remain in the body, then normal healing medicine could not cure it. The only way to cure it was to remove the remaining spiritual energy. However, with the antidote pill made from the flame rhino horn, if it was injured by a fire-type expert, then the fire poison in the body could be cured with the pill. After that, the injury could be healed very quickly. After obtaining the flaming rhino horn, Jiang Fei walked out of the cave in satisfaction. After that, Jiang Fei went to the other caves. However, other than the inner core of the ferocious beast, there were not many good harvests. After all, when the Qiangqi was hunting, they did not deliberately choose the type of ferocious beast. Most of the ferocious beasts did not have anything valuable other than fur. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not very interested in the fur of the ferocious beast. After a round of searching, Jiang Fei and the other two left the small valley. After all, the smell in the valley was not suitable for overnight stays. Chapter 2259, 2259. Translator, 5496-9033. Old Black's attitude had changed. Previously, he was not very willing to be Jiang Fei's guide. Now, he even wanted to follow Jiang Fei, especially after seeing how easily Jiang Fei killed the Qiangqi five brothers. Old Black was even more shocked by Jiang Fei's strength. Therefore, he felt that following Jiang Fei might actually be a good choice. I don't have any specific plans. Why don't he go back? This time, Jiang Fei did not want Old Black to be his guide. The places where Old Black had brought him were almost all his enemies. Although Jiang Fei had also received a lot of benefits, no one liked the feeling of being used by others. However, on account of the fact that he had gained a lot both times, Jiang Fei planned to let Old Black go and spare his life. After all, killing Old Black would only mean getting a good, ferocious beast corpse. The corpse of a ferocious beast of Old Black's level was not a rare thing. Old Black was a little dumbfounded. He did not expect Jiang Fei to chase him away. Jiang Fei's expression did not look too good. This had scared Old Black badly. "Master, I know my mistake." Old Black knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If Jiang Fei had only chased him away, it would have been fine. He would not have been able to save his own life. Jiang Fei waved his hand. "Thank you, Master." Old Black kowtowed a few times and ran away. Although Bai Wei was a girl, she was born as a ferocious beast. She had been educated since she was young that the strong preyed on the weak. Therefore, she was probably better than Jiang Fei when it came to killing. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not want to commit too many murders in this era. After all, no one knew who had an important influence on the future generations. It would have a huge influence on the future generations. It would cause a huge change in the future generations. When that happened, it might cause even greater trouble. Bive Nodin Anfipali. She was actually looking forward to the proposal that Jiang Fei had made previously. "All right, don't be unhappy." Jiang Fei smiled and rubbed Bai Wei's little head. He had turned her hair into a small bird's nest. Bai Wei broke free from Jiang Fei's demonic claws and smoothed her hair. Then she asked, "Brother, where are we going next? Let's just walk around." Jiang Fei had also thought it through. The chances of him blindly looking for a way to return was very small. It was so small that it was negligible. Therefore, he might as well open his mind and experience the 5 directions of the world in this era. That might be helpful for his breakthrough in his strength. Bive nodded. Then, Jiang Fei and Bai Wei rose into the air again and flew in a random direction. After flying for a short while, Bai Wei shouted that she was hungry. "Oh," Jiang Fei asked as he had a lot of dry rations with him. Bai Wei had not forgotten about the roasted bear paw until now. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although he had a lot of delicious food, the roasted bear paw was not one of them. Moreover, Bai Wei might not even be interested in the ordinary bear paw. What she wanted to eat was definitely the bear paw of a ferocious beast. But the bear has run away. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Bai Wei scratched her little head and thought for a moment. Then she said, I'll think of a way. Jiang Fei was stunned. However, at that moment, Bai Wei had already landed. Jiang Fei had no choice but to follow her. When he landed on the ground, Bai Wei had already reverted to her original form. A beautiful white tiger appeared in front of Jiang Fei. However, the fur on its body was curled up like dragon scales. There was a pair of wings on its back. This time, Jiang Fei knew what a tiger's roar was. Following Bai Wei's roar, the entire forest fell silent. Jiang Fei asked in confusion, Roar, 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 roar. Within a few seconds of Bai Wei's roar, a large number of roars could be heard from the forest. Bai Wei returned to her human form and rushed in a direction. Jiang Fei finally understood what Bai Wei was doing. This girl had just suppressed her power, so the pressure from her roar was only at the level of a beginner true immortal. In a forest filled with ferocious beasts, a strange and not particularly strong ferocious beast suddenly appeared. She was even roaring and provoking all the ferocious beasts in the forest. How could the local owner not curse? However, when these ferocious beasts responded, Bai Wei noticed that there were no bear-type ferocious beasts among them. This time, she finally found the location of the bear's paw. So, she ran quickly. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. He slowly followed behind Bai Wei because his spiritual power had already scanned the entire forest. The strongest ferocious beast here was only on par with Bai Wei. The bear-type ferocious beast was much weaker than Bai Wei. It was impossible for it to threaten her. When Jiang Fei arrived at the bear-type ferocious beast's nest, Bai Wei was already licking her blood-stained claws. Meanwhile, a strong brown bear was lying on the side. Brother, how do you make a roasted bear paw? Do you just put on a fire and burn it? Bai Wei returned to her human form and looked at Jiang Fei innocently. Although she was craving for roasted bear paw, she had been eating it raw for her entire life. She really did not know how to make a roasted bear paw. Sigh. Forget it. I'll grill it. Jiang Fei sighed. Although this brown bear was not very strong, it had the power of a true immortal. In his era, it was considered a powerful force. However, in the end, it was just food for others. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's era, even if someone killed a beast of this level, who would be willing to grill it and eat it? Even if they did not know how to refine the blood alchemy pill, they had to make the best use of it. Who would be willing to waste what was needed to refine pills and weapons? However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, true immortal-level ferocious beasts were everywhere. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not so stingy. He decided to join Bai Wei in the luxury. Very soon, the brown bear was stripped of its tendons and skin. Then, Jiang Fei removed its bones and placed it on the grill. At the same time, Jiang Fei had prepared all kinds of seasonings for it. With a snap of Jiang Fei's finger, a raging flame started burning. After a moment, the fragrance of the roasted meat spread out. Chapter 2260. Translator 549690033. It smells so good. Bai Wei was so unreserved that she almost drooled. Sigh, such a pretty girl. Jiang Fei sighed. The ferocious beasts of this era were really simple. As time passed, the bear paw and bear meat on the grill gradually turned brown. Golden grease flowed down and dripped onto the flame, causing sparks to explode. As the sparks disappeared, the aroma of the roasted meat became even stronger. At that moment, Jiang Fei began to put in all kinds of spices for the roasted meat. As the spices were added, the aroma of the roasted meat became even more alluring. Bai Wei, who was standing beside him, could not help but extend her little claws. Jiang Fei gently pushed away Bai Wei's little claws and said to her, "It's not cooked yet. You won't be able to eat anything good in such a hurry." Bai Wei nodded, but she could not help but swallow her saliva. After a while, the roast meat was completely done. Jiang Fei took out a bear paw and handed it to Bai Wei. At the same time, he told her, "Be careful, it's hot." Bai Wei nodded, and was about to take the roasted bear paw. However, at that moment, a white shadow flashed past. The roasted bear paw in Jiang Fei's hand had disappeared. Jiang Fei was shocked. With his strength, he did not even notice that someone was approaching. He could not even see who the other party was. Just how strong was this guy? Jiang Fei did not care about throwing a bear paw. However, if this person had evil intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Fei said in a loud voice. After waiting for a moment, Jiang Fei did not receive any response. Bai Wei was confused. She did not even see the white shadow. "Friend?" Jiang Fei asked again. There was still no answer. This time, before Jiang Fei could finish his words, the white shadow appeared again. However, Jiang Fei still did not see the person's face clearly. He could only vaguely recognize that the person was a human figure. The white shadow flashed past. The bear meat on the barbecue grill was swept clean. Then, the white shadow disappeared again. Bai Wei was on the verge of tears. She had waited so hard for so long. In the end, before she could even have a bite, all of the barbecue meat was gone. "It's okay." Jiang Fei patted Bai Wei's head. The barbecue bear meat was not a big deal. However, the white shadow was the real problem. Without the barbecue bear meat, Jiang Fei could take the test at any time. The bear's meat weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Bai Wei and Jiang Fei would never be able to finish it. However, the white shadow was too terrifying. Jiang Fei could not feel at ease until he appeared. Bai Wei nodded. Then, she cut off a lot of bear meat. At the same time, she did not forget to cut a bear paw for herself and handed it to Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to grill it. He placed the meat on the grill and waited quietly. Bai Wei asked. Before Jiang Fei could say anything, someone on the tree next to him chimed in. Jiang Fei suddenly looked up and saw an old man with a white beard sitting on the branch above him. The old man was holding a big bone club in his hand and eating the meat on it. This roasted bear leg was obviously the one that he had just snatched from the barbecue rack. Jiang Fei thought to himself. He could not see through the old man's strength at all. However, his intuition told him that this old man was even more powerful than the hidden dragon boss, Yu Ting. After all, even Yu Ting could not do it right above Jiang Fei's head. He could not even notice it. Jiang Fei raised his head and asked. Although the old man's strength was extremely terrifying, Jiang Fei had seen it before. On the surface, he still looked calm and collected. I did not hide myself," the old man said shamelessly as he chewed on the barbecue. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and did not argue with the old man. "Young man, you haven't answered my question yet," the old man asked as he ate. Jiang Fei did not answer the old man's question. Instead, he asked the old man, "Oh, interesting." It was the first time the old man had seen someone dare to talk to him like that. Therefore, his curiosity was piqued. Jiang Fei asked, "Of course it's to eat," the old man answered matter-of-factly. Jiang Fei asked again. The old man was stunned. Yes, the meat that they had spent a long time roasting had all been snatched away by him alone. They did not even get to eat a single strand of hair. Interesting little fellow. Although the old man's tone was interrogative, there was a smile on his face. "Anyway, you have no intention of killing me?" Jiang Fei asked back. "Ha ha ha." The old man jumped down from the tree branch and jumped in front of Jiang Fei. Until the old man and Jiang Fei were almost face to face, Jiang Fei finally felt a faint trace of dragon's might from the old man. Good Lord! Jiang Fei was shocked. Although he had confirmed the old man's identity, he could not help but be amazed at the decline of the world of the Five Directions. In Jiang Fei's era, he was the strongest person other than a hidden boss like Yu Ting. The elders of the dragon race were far from being his match. However, today, the strength of the dragon race in front of him had completely shocked Jiang Fei. It also made him understand why the dragon race was able to rule over all the races. Even if there were true immortal-level ferocious beasts everywhere in this era, they would not be able to resist the rule of the dragon race. "Little fellow, whose descendant are you? Why are you together with a mixed-blood draconid?" the old man asked curiously. "You have so many questions. I can't answer them all at once." Jiang Fei said to the old man, as he lit up the barbecue. Seeing that Jiang Fei was starting to barbecue again, the old man did not plan to leave. He sat down beside Jiang Fei. Let me talk about her first. She is not someone's descendant. Originally, she was just an ordinary white tiger. I gave her some medicine, and that's how she became like this. The old man rolled his eyes. Jiang Fei nodded. The old man sighed. Things like dragon saliva fruit were just a disgrace. It was not like the dragon's soul grass or the blood alchemy pill that was refined from the dragon's corpse. Therefore, it was not too taboo for the dragon race. The old man asked again. Chapter 2261, 2261. Translator, 5496903. Jiang Fei smiled and said to the old man, "What do you think?" The old man looked at Jiang Fei up and down with interest. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was busy roasting the bear meat. It seemed that he was not only concerned about the super expert beside him. "How is it?" Jiang Fei asked with a smile. The old man frowned. The dragon aura around Jiang Fei was very strong. This was definitely not a purity that a mixed blood draconid could achieve. This should have been caused by the injury. Therefore, the old man was almost certain that Jiang Fei was a pure-blood draconid. However, he knew all the members of the dragon race, but he had never seen Jiang Fei before. With Jiang Fei's strength, even in the dragon race, he was definitely not a nobody. The old man was certain that if Jiang Fei was really a dragon, it was impossible for him not to have seen him before. However, the pure dragon blood on his body could not be faked. Therefore, this made the old man very surprised. The meat is ready." Jiang Fei handed over a piece of roasted bear meat and said. The old man took the roasted bear meat and started eating it. It seemed that he was not afraid of Jiang Fei poisoning him at all. Bai Wei, who was standing at the side, could not wait any longer. Although she had seen the old man, with her strength, she could not see through the old man's background at all. Moreover, Jiang Fei was chatting and laughing with the old man. The old man did not have any hostility, so Bai Wei ignored him. "Come." Jiang Fei handed a roasted bear paw to Bai Wei. The little girl had been clamoring for it for a long time. Bai Wei took the roasted bear paw and started eating it. The temperature was nothing to a fire-type beast like her. "Haha, it's delicious." The old man had already finished another piece of roasted meat. Then, he reached out his hand again. Moreover, he seemed to have forgotten about Jiang Fei's identity. He just ate the meat one bite at a time. He did not ask Jiang Fei anymore. The old man did not ask anymore. Jiang Fei did not take the initiative to say anything. He just continued to roast the meat. Then, he chatted idly with the old man. Bai Wei, who was at the side, did not understand. However, the old man and Jiang Fei understood in their hearts. Neither of them had forgotten about this. They were just trying to be patient. As the top expert of the dragon race, the old man suddenly saw Jiang Fei, a stranger with pure dragon blood. How could he not find out about Jiang Fei's identity? Jiang Fei knew that the old man would not let the matter rest. Right now, the two of them were just trying to be patient and see who could not hold on first. Bai Wei was already full after eating a few pieces of bear meat. Jiang Fei's appetite was even smaller. After eating a piece of roasted bear meat, he was full. However, the old man's stomach was like a bottomless pit. Jiang Fei roasted the bear, and he ate it. After half a day, the giant bear that weighed more than 1,000 pounds was almost eaten. However, the old man still did not seem to have any intention of stopping. "Senior, this bear meat is almost gone." Jiang Fei asked. "Sure. Girl, go get some more prey back." The old man did not stand on ceremony and actually nodded in agreement. Jiang Fei was still young after all. In terms of patience, he could not compete with the old man. "Ha ha." The old man laughed very happily. Jiang Fei laughed as well. "All right, tell me, Jiang Fei," the old man asked. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Previously, when he was at Year Star, the frog had used mind reading to see through Jiang Fei's background. Then, before he died, he had exposed the news. Although most people did not believe it, and neither did the dragon race, the old man was clearly not among them. When he had just met Jiang Fei, He had already thought of the news that had spread before. He was certain that what the frog said was true. Sigh. The old man sighed. Zhang Fei's words clearly acknowledged the frog's last words. Therefore, the old man also confirmed that Zhang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord after a few 100,000 years. However, when he saw Zhang Fei's strength, he could not help but sigh in his heart. The dragon race was now at its peak. Although the dragon race with Zhang Fei's strength was also an elder, there were so many of them that they could not even be counted on two hands. Zhang Fei asked. The old man rolled his eyes. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Zhang Fei shrugged and said. His words were not a lie. It was all because of Zhang Fei's orders. Otherwise, with the strength of humans, they would still be massacred by the dragon race. The old man waved his hand. If what Zhang Fei said was true, then tens of thousands of years later, all the races would really wither away. There's nothing we can do about that. The resources of the 5 directions are limited. Now, you can practice as you please. However, as time passes, the spiritual energy will be absorbed and the natural treasures will be collected. Zhang Fei shrugged and said. The old man nodded. Zhang Fei suddenly changed the topic. The old man asked back. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his words. Zhang Fei asked the question in his heart. His identity was too awkward. The dragon race could accept him, but because of his status, it was hard to say. The old man frowned. Speaking of which, Zhang Fei was also their junior. It was just that he was separated by a little too many generations. He had traveled through time and space to come here. The dragon race should be welcoming him warmly. However, his status as the Sage Lord was too awkward. How could a dragon race have 2 Sage Lords at the same time? Zhang Fei asked. The old man frowned and said. Zhang Fei asked again. I mean, it's not obvious, the old man said. Zhang Fei asked curiously. The old man's words made Zhang Fei relax. If it was just awkward, it meant that the current dragon race Sage Lord was not a person who liked to be suspicious. He probably would not send people to kill Zhang Fei. Chapter 2262, 2262. Translator, 5496903-3, Zhang Fei asked with a smile. You asked what my name is. The old man said calmly. Zhang Fei was stunned. Then, he frowned and said to the old man, Senior, you have eaten and drunk. I have always treated you with respect. Now, I ask for your name. It's fine if you don't tell me, but why do you want me to get lost? The old man laughed out loud after hearing Zhang Fei's words. Senior, just tell me your name. Zhang Fei asked, unwilling to give up. After all, it was not often that such a strong person was encountered. It would be a pity. The old man said with a strange expression. Senior, I have always been polite to you. Zhang Fei said unhappily. The old man laughed again after he said that. It was as if it was very interesting to tease Zhang Fei like that. Zhang Fei was stunned. At the same time, he could not help but complain in his heart. Such a ridiculous name. I must have been beaten up a lot when I was young. The old man seemed to be very amused by Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei laughed awkwardly. Then he said to Gun, Senior Gun, you already know about my situation. Then, do you have a way to help me return to my era? Gun frowned. Then he said to Zhang Fei, I really can't help you with this. However, my brother might be able to help you. Zhang Fei was stunned. Yes, his name is Wei Hao, Gun said. Zhang Fei suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar. However, he thought about it again. Wasn't this the current dragon race's Sage Lord? Yes. Gun nodded. Zhang Fei asked, I mean, if you have nothing to do, don't go. But if you have something to do, I think he can help you. Gun said. Really? Zhang Fei's eyes lit up. If he could return to his era, he would have left right away. Gun shook his head. Zhang Fei asked, I don't have any requests. However, my brother is currently not in the dragon race. I don't know where he went either, Gun said with a smile. Zhang Fei asked, I'm not sure. It might take at least a year or 8 years, Gun said as he shook his head. Zhang Fei was a little dumbfounded. However, if Gun could not even find Wei Hao, he would be even more helpless. How about this? I'll give you one of my dragon scales. If Wei Hao returns to the dragon race, I'll contact you, Gun said after thinking for a moment. Zhang Fei took the dragon scale respectfully and bowed to Gun. There's no need to be so polite, Gun said with a smile. Although the dragon race had thousands of bad habits, they at least kept their promises and were unwilling to accept favors from others. The dragon race had a very strange temper. If they took a fancy to your item, he could take it away from you. However, if you gave it to him, he would definitely exchange it with something of equal value or even higher. That was how it was today. Although Gun could completely crush Zhang Fei with his strength, not to mention Bai Wei, since he did not choose to snatch it openly, he would definitely not eat Zhang Fei's roasted meat for free. He had to do something to repay this favor. On the other side, Zhang Fei was about to say something polite, but Gun had already left silently. Even Zhang Fei did not realize when Gun left. Zhang Fei swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, Gun had already left. What was the point of saying those polite words? At that moment, Bai Wei also noticed that the white-bearded old man had disappeared. Zhang Fei smiled and shook his head. Although Gun had left without saying goodbye, Zhang Fei's mood was much more relaxed now. Although he had also been sightseeing, the pressure in his heart was great. After all, he had no clue about the matter of returning at that time. But now, Gun had shown him a clear path. As long as he could contact Wei Hao, Zhang Fei could return to his era. Therefore, Zhang Fei was now relaxed. He could open his mind and go sightseeing. Bai Wei also noticed the difference in Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei laughed. I haven't seen the sea yet, Bai Wei said as she tilted her little head. Zhang Fei nodded. The fire element was dense on the planet, while the water element was dim. There were many volcanoes here. There were not many lakes that were large. As for the place that could be called the sea, there was only one place called the Mirage Sea. The Mirage Sea was the place with the highest concentration of water element on Mars. However, it was also the most desolate place because almost all of Mars was a fire element cultivator. Even hundreds of thousands of years ago, this place was also a paradise for fire element ferocious beasts. There were very few water element humans and ferocious beasts. Therefore, the Mirage Sea was a desolate place. Zhang Fei sensed the direction. Although it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, the approximate location of the Mirage Sea would not change. Zhang Fei said to Bai Wei. Bai Wei followed behind Zhang Fei. The two of them flew into the air and flew in the direction of the Mirage Sea. 2 days later, Zhang Fei and Bai Wei arrived at the shore of the Mirage Sea. Wow! Bai Wei was very happy to see the sea for the first time. She ran around on the beach barefooted. She was as happy as a little girl. Zhang Fei looked at the Mirage Sea in front of him and sighed. In the later generations, due to the gradual decline of the fire element on Mars, the Mirage Sea was also much larger. At that moment, not far in front of Bai Wei, a wave suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. Then, a figure appeared on the surface of the sea. Who are you people? That person did not come close. He shouted loudly. We're just passing by this place. My sister has never seen the sea before. Zhang Fei was also very polite. My master is currently hosting a banquet for distinguished guests. The two of you should quickly leave. That person did not directly chase Zhang Fei and Bai Wei away. Instead, he suggested that they come back tomorrow. Chapter 2263, 2263. Translator, 5496903 Bai Wei, let's go. Zhang Fei was in a good mood at the moment, so he did not want to cause any trouble. Bai Wei nodded. She was just curious about what the sea was like. Now that she had seen it, she was actually not that curious anymore. Just as Zhang Fei and Bai Wei were about to leave, a few more figures appeared on the surface of the sea. Zhang Fei looked back and saw a few people standing on the surface of the sea behind him. The leader was a young man. Behind him was an old man with a red beard. He seemed to be a bodyguard or something. Behind him was a group of minions. The young man took a few steps forward and came before Zhang Fei and Bai Wei. Who are you? Bai Wei asked. Hee, I am Yi Fong from the Blazing Flame Divine Ape Clan. The young man said. Bai Wei saw that Zhang Fei had no intention of talking, so she asked. Nothing much. I think you want to play around here." The young man laughed. Bai Wei turned to look at Jiang Fei. "There's no need. We were just about to leave," Jiang Fei said calmly. "How dare you? Did our young master speak to you?" Before Mi Fong could say anything, his lackeys started shouting. "Shut up. What have I taught you? Be polite to others." Mi Fong turned around and berated. "Yes." The few underlings agreed and apologized to Jiang Fei one after another. "I'm sorry. This brother, it's my fault for being incompetent." Mi Fong cupped his hands toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He thought that this kid really had some tricks up his sleeve. He berated his underlings and left a good impression on Bai Wei. At the same time, he hinted at his underlings to warn Jiang Fei. There was really no delay between the two. Although Jiang Fei had seen through Mi Fong's tricks, he did not have a bad impression of this guy. After all, he was only here to strike up a conversation. He did not do anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not have any thoughts about Bai Wei. He was a man and a woman. If the man had feelings for his concubine, why would he be a bad person? Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei was noncommittal. She wanted to stay here and continue playing for a while. However, she was afraid that Jiang Fei would not agree. Although she called Jiang Fei brother, the relationship between the two was still that of master and servant. Moreover, the other party was an upper-level dragon. "It's up to you." Jiang Fei smiled. Bai Wei asked tentatively. After all, it was her first time at the beach. She was not willing to leave just like that. Jiang Fei nodded. "That's great." Mi Fong's face showed a hint of joy. "Young Master Mi, aren't you from the Crimson Flame Peak?" Bai Wei asked curiously. It just so happens that I'm here as a guest. The Water Eater race is related to us by marriage." Mi Fong laughed. Bai Wei nodded. Mi Fong brought Jiang Fei and Bai Wei along as they walked on the surface of the water towards the sea. There were many small islands near the shore. Jiang Fei and the others were just about to go over when they were stopped by someone. This time, Mi Fong was leading the way. The members of the Water Eater race did not stop them. Mi Fong asked as he stood beside Bai Wei. As for Jiang Fei, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, Jiang Fei's current strength was only that of a beginner true immortal. "My name is Bai Wei. Is there anything fun at the beach?" Bai Wei was very curious about the beach. The island in front is called Squirrel Island. There are a lot of little squirrels on it. "They are very cute," said Mi Fong as he moved closer to Bai Wei. Meanwhile, his underlings had unknowingly come to Jiang Fei's side. They chatted casually with Jiang Fei and gradually separated Jiang Fei and Bai Wei. After all, their master could not let a third wheel follow him when he was courting girls. Bai Wei was curious. She did not notice that the distance between Mi Fong and her was very close. "Let's go." As Mi Fong said that, he took Bai Wei's little hand. "TSK, TSK." Jiang Fei thought to himself. It was indeed not something a person with his personality could learn. Moreover, although Jiang Fei did not take the initiative to pick up anyone, he had enough peach blossoms around him now. It was too late for him to hide now, let alone learn such a method. Bai Wei's finger had just touched Mi Fong's big hand when she jumped away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so rude. I just wanted to take you to see the squirrels. I was in a hurry." Mo Fong, who failed to hold hands with Bai Wei, was not in a hurry either. He apologized while keeping a distance from Bai Wei. As an experienced player, Mo Fong knew very well that this girl was still wary of him at the moment. It was still a little early to hold hands with her, but he was not in a hurry. Later, through the game, he would let the girl lower her guard. Then, they would proceed to the next step of physical contact. Soon, the group arrived at Squirrel Island. There were many fruit trees here, and there were juicy fruits hanging on the branches everywhere. Although they were not spirit fruits, they were still sweet and delicious, which attracted many squirrels to settle down here. "Look," Mi Fong took the opportunity to let Bai Wei point at the squirrel, and the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Bai Wei only looked at the squirrel, so she did not show any dissatisfaction. A smile appeared on Mi Fong's face. It was obvious that the girl in front of him wasn't that wary of him anymore. "Let's go." Mi Fong put his arm around Bai Wei's shoulder. However, When his hand touched the girl's shoulder, he immediately pulled it back. It looked like he was giving Bai Wei directions, but in fact, he was also testing the girl's bottom line. The girl would gradually relax her vigilance against him and familiarize herself with his physical contact. Bai Wei nodded. As expected, it was only a lightning-fast contact. Bai Wei did not have any unusual reactions. "Brother, what's the point of this stupid squirrel?" Mi Fang's few underlings moved closer to Jiang Fei. They held on to Jiang Fei's shoulder as if they were very familiar with him. However, their goal was indeed to get Jiang Fei out of Bai Wei's sight. Otherwise, how would their master attack him? Chapter 2264. 2264. Translator 549690333. Let's go. Jiang Fei followed the few lackeys to the side. His spiritual power was enough to cover the entire planet. Therefore, he was not worried that Bai Wei would be in danger. As Jiang Fei left with the few lackeys, Mi Fang nodded in satisfaction. Without a third wheel, it would be easy for him to make a move. "Brother, you are not of the same race as that girl, are you?" Mi Fang's lackey asked as he drank with Jiang Fei. "We are god brother and sister," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Another lackey said. Jiang Fei said to these people. However, there was still a trace of his spiritual power on Bai Wei's side. If that kid was looking for trouble, Jiang Fei would not let Bai Wei suffer. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. However, at that moment, Bai Wei's voice suddenly came from afar. "What are you doing?" Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. The spiritual power that he had been hiding in Bai Wei's body was instantly activated. At that moment, Mi Fang was hugging Bai Wei. The girl wanted to break free, but because she was no match for Mi Fang in terms of strength, she could not break free for the time being. Jiang Fei stood up from the table. The red-bearded old man said calmly. Jiang Fei snorted. The old man's combat power was around 50 million. He had just reached the level of an immortal lord. He felt that he could suppress Jiang Fei. However, he did not realize what kind of god was standing in front of him. "Kid, sit down obediently." A few lackeys stood up and surrounded Jiang Fei. Bai Wei's voice came from afar. Jiang Fei's face darkened. The red-bearded old man released his own pressure. The terrifying aura enveloped Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei roared. As he roared, an overwhelming dragon's pressure instantly swept across the entire island. The red-bearded old man felt as if someone had smashed his head with a hammer. He felt as if his vision had gone black. This was not because Jiang Fei had launched a spiritual attack on him, but because he was simply scared. Dragon, dragon, dragon. The red-bearded old man was so scared that he could not speak. Jiang Fei's draconic aura was so pure that it was definitely the pressure of a superior dragon race. Moreover, his dragon's might was so powerful that even the red-bearded old man felt suffocated. Jiang Fei exerted force with both of his feet, and his entire body soared into the sky. He rushed straight toward Mi Fang's position. Meanwhile, the Inferno 8 minions that surrounded him were so scared that they were paralyzed on the ground. They could not even move. The dragon race's pressure had a general suppressive effect on the other ferocious beast races. "It's over. It's over," the red-bearded old man muttered to himself. At the same time, Jiang Fei had already arrived in the forest. His body fell from the sky like a cannonball that landed in front of Mi Fang. At that moment, Mi Fang was already scared silly by the terrifying dragon's pressure. He even forgot to let go of Bai Wei's hands. Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei had come over and revealed an aggrieved expression. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he saw Mi Fang as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. His entire body was suddenly sent flying without any warning. Then, he fell to the ground and spat out large mouthfuls of bright red blood. Bai Wei was shocked. She did not even see Jiang Fei make a move when the powerful Mi Fang was sent flying. Moreover, he was seriously injured and fell to the ground. He could not even get up. Jiang Fei came to Bai Wei's side. "I'm fine." Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei had come, so she had someone to rely on. Therefore, she immediately began to complain. Jiang Fei nodded. However, at this moment, The red-bearded old man and the other members of the blazing ape clan rushed over. "What?" Zhang Fei asked coldly. "We dare not. We dare not." The red-bearded old man brought the minions and knelt in front of Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei asked, "We are the young master's henchmen. If anything happens to the young master, we will be punished with death if we go back. We might even implicate our families." The red-bearded old man said. Zhang Fei nodded. He understood these henchmen. If Mi Fong died and was executed by the dragon race, his father would not be able to avenge him. If that was the case, all of his anger would be directed at these people. If these people died as well, in order to show that his father sympathized with his subordinates, he might not punish the families of these people. Their families would not have a good ending either. Although Zhang Fei had some sympathy for these people, he did not intend to let them off so easily. Bai Wei pointed at Mi Fong and said. Zhang Fei asked. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment. She originally wanted Zhang Fei to kill Mi Fong. After all, Bai Wei was born as a ferocious beast. Her attributes of mercy were not related to her. However, she was afraid that she would leave a bad impression on Zhang Fei, so she hesitated. "Miss, please have mercy on us." The red-bearded old man seemed to have seen hope, so he cried and pleaded with Bai Wei. "Yes." The other lackeys also echoed. Bai Wei said after thinking for a moment. This way, not only would she punish Mi Fong, but she could also help Zhang Fei gain some benefits. Zhang Fei nodded and then looked at the red-bearded old man. "Thank you for your grace." The red-bearded old man kowtowed like a chicken running through broken rice. He knew the rules of the dragon race. Although he had to spend a large sum of money, at least Mi Fong's life was saved. Although the few of them would still be punished, they did not deserve to die. Zhang Fei asked. The red-bearded old man hesitated. Although they had a few valuable items on them, they might not be able to enter the eyes of the dragon race. Therefore, he could only say to Zhang Fei, "Sir, we are of low status. There is nothing on us that you would be interested in. How about this? You give us a few days. I will send someone to the Crimson Flame Peak and ask the clan leader to bring the treasure to redeem us." Chapter 2265, 2265. Translator, 549690333. Zhang Fei nodded. Seeing that Zhang Fei had agreed to his suggestion, the red-bearded old man did not dare to return to the Crimson Flame Peak. He only sent one of his lackeys back to report the news. He would stay here and be a hostage with his young master. After one of the lackeys went back to report the news, Zhang Fei and Bai Wei did not deliberately look at these people. However, until Mi Fong woke up, the red-bearded old man and the others did not dare to run away. After all, Zhang Fei was a superior dragon. They could run away from the monk, but not the temple. Even if they were lucky enough to escape from Zhang Fei, what would happen to the Blazing Flame Divine Ape Clan in the Crimson Flame Peak? Would they migrate with their entire clan? Bive nen yank fei lightly. Zhang Fei was stunned by Bai Wei's words. "I said that this deal is good. In the future, why don't we do it this way? Brother, you hide your strength. I will go attract those silly boys." Bai Wei was born as a ferocious beast. Her personality was simple to the best of her words. To put another way, she was extremely egotistical. She did not have any concept of good or evil, nor did she have any concept of right or wrong. She simply felt that this way, she could reap a large amount of benefits. Zhang Fei rejected her flatly. Bai Wei was born as a ferocious beast. She did not have any concept of right or wrong. However, he was different. Bai Wei's idea was like a standard fairy leap in the words of Zhang Fei's hometown. Therefore, Zhang Fei could not accept the deal that Bai Wei was talking about. Bai Wei pouted and nodded. In her opinion, this was a good idea. There was no risk and money would come quickly. However, since Zhang Fei did not agree, she could only give up. On the other hand, Zhang Fei and Bai Wei stayed on the small island. After all, a round trip to the Crimson Flame Peak was not something that could be done in a short period of time. This round trip would take at least 2 days. It would not be possible without 3 to 4 days. Once Zhang Fei and Bai Wei stayed on the island, there was someone who was not calm. That person was the owner of this sea area, the water-swallowing beast clan. Originally, the water-swallowing beast clan was not very strong. Otherwise, they would not have used a marriage alliance to form a relationship with the Blazing Flame Divine Ape clan of the Crimson Flame Peak. The young master of the Blazing Flame Divine Ape clan was actually kidnapped on their territory. If it was an ordinary person who did it, then the water-swallowing beast clan would spare no effort to rescue the young master of the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan. Moreover, the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan would definitely not spare them. But the problem was that the one who kidnapped the young master of the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan was a superior dragon clan. Not to mention the weak water-swallowing beast clan, even the powerful Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan could only pinch their noses and admit defeat. No clan dared to challenge the dragon clan. Sigh. The clan leader of the water-swallowing beast clan rubbed his head as he paced back and forth lure in the mansion. Clan leader, please calm down. An elder of the water-swallowing beast clan advised. There is no way. This is really sitting at home behind closed doors. Trouble comes from the heavens. The clan leader of the water-swallowing beast clan, Wu Zheji, complained as he sat down on a chair. He was almost worried to death. A young girl said. She was Wu Zheji's youngest daughter, Wu Rui. This time, Mi Fong came to the territory of the water-swallowing beast clan to go on a blind date with her. In order to deepen the relationship between the water-swallowing beast clan and the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan, they wanted to betroth the chief's daughter to Mi Fong as a concubine, so that the two families could be closer. However, they didn't expect that the Fire Ape's eldest young master was too flirtatious. On the way to the blind date, he even tried to seduce other people. In the end, he even met with a gun. Vous êtes en effraunt. Was it fun to meet with the dragon tribe? If this dragon tribe's wild fighting turned hostile, he would become a crow's egg soup tonight. After all, it was common for the dragon tribe to order dishes in various tribes. But father, have you thought about it? The superior dragon clan has come to our territory. It's fine if you don't know his identity, but now he has revealed his dragon power. If you don't go, what if he makes a fuss? Hui analysed calmly. Wu Ziji hesitated. Although he was afraid of death, compared to the life and death of the entire water-swallowing beast clan, his life and death were nothing. Father, don't worry, Wu Rui said. Wu Ziji looked at his beautiful daughter and suddenly thought of something. Good. Wu Ziji suddenly said with a smile. Everyone knew that the dragon clan was lustful. His daughter was so beautiful. If the dragon clan took a fancy to her, then why would he have a ghost marriage with the Blazing Fire Divine Ape? In Wu Ziji's heart, Wu Rui's happiness was never a matter of consideration. Since he could use Wu Rui to marry Mi Fong, he could change his target midway and offer his daughter to the dragon race. As long as he could bring enough benefits to the water-swallowing beast race, then the deal would not be a loss. Therefore, when he thought of this, Wu Ziji's heart brightened. In an instant, he was not afraid to face the dragon race. My dear daughter, go and put on your makeup, Wu Ziji urged. Wu Hui nodded. She had actually accepted it. In any case, she did not have the right to pursue happiness. She was going to be sent out to be someone else's plaything, so why not attach herself to a stronger person? If she could be valued by the dragon race, it would be better than committing herself to a dissolute young master of the Blazing Fire Ape God, although the dragon race might be more flirtatious. A moment later, Wu Rui, who had dressed herself up meticulously, appeared in front of Wu Ziji. At this moment, Wu Ziji felt that his precious daughter was like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. If he wasn't her biological father, he might even be tempted. Wu Ziji thought to himself. Wu Rui said. Wu Ziji nodded. Then, he took his daughter and left his mansion at the bottom of the sea. They went straight to the surface of the sea. The waves parted and Wu Ziji brought Wu Rui and her daughter to the surface of the sea near Squirrel Island. They did not bring any attendants with them. The father and daughter went to Squirrel Island. As soon as Wu Ziji and his daughter came out of the water, Jiang Fei noticed them. However, he did not care. After all, the two of them were not very strong. Wu Ziji was stuck at the threshold of the Celestial Lord. He could not cross it. Wu Rui's combat strength was only slightly more than 30 million. She was not even as strong as Bai Wei. Therefore, the arrival of the two did not attract Jiang Fei's attention at all. Chapter 2266, 2266. Translator, 5496903-3. Wu Ziji shouted as soon as they reached the edge of Squirrel Island. Jiang Fei's voice came from the island. Wu Ziji quickly said. Then, he brought Wu Rui to the small island. After they arrived on the island, Wu Ziji and Wu Rui did not dare to fly. The two of them walked along the forest path and arrived in front of Jiang Fei step by step. Wu Ziji was really something. He actually lifted his clothes and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Wu Rui also fluttered down. At the same time, her eyebrows and eyes revealed a myriad of emotions. Vive snaivtit coldly. She did not know why, but she instinctively felt that the woman in front of her was very annoying. Jiang Fei waved his hand slightly. The father and daughter of Wu Zhe stood up and thanked him. Jiang Fei asked, I heard that the god has arrived. I have come to pay my respects. Wu Zhe said, I'm just walking around. You don't have to mind. Jiang Fei laughed. Although he did not know the purpose of the two's visit, he could guess 70 to 80% of it. After all, this was the territory of the water-eater beasts. It was impossible for them not to show up. Exalted Goddess, I heard that you encountered some unhappiness here. Although it has nothing to do with the water-eater beast clan, it is still our territory. Therefore, I still have the fruits of my negligence. Please forgive me, said Wu Zhe as he retreated. He apologized first to prevent Jiang Fei from finding fault with him. Moreover, in between the lines, he also made sure that his responsibility was relatively clean. Jiang Fei laughed. He really could not be bothered to argue with Wu Zhe. Bai Wei's words really scared Wu Ziyi. He originally wanted to distance himself from the relationship. However, he did not expect that everyone would know about the marriage between the two races. Vive snaivtit coldly. The reason why she said that was to show off her power to Wu Rui. Exalted Goddess, you may not know this, but although our water-swallowing beast clan is considered to be in-laws with the Blazing Fire Ape clan, it was actually the Blazing Fire Ape clan's clan leader who forcefully stole my aunt. Then, they used the order of in-laws to bully our water-swallowing beast clan. Wu Rui ignored Bai Wei. Instead, she directly complained to Jiang Fei. Her beautiful appearance really made people feel pity for men. HMPH. Wu Rui was secretly pleased. How could a little girl like Bai Wei, who had never seen the world, be a match for her? Moreover, after seeing Bai Wei, Wu Rui had a rough understanding of Jiang Fei's personality. Bai Wei was clearly a mixed-race draconid. It was difficult to say if she had a relationship with Jiang Fei. However, no matter what, Jiang Fei allowed a mixed-race draconid to stay by his side. Moreover, he allowed her to call him brother. This meant that he was different from the average dragon. He valued friendship more. If Wu Rui could be taken in by this dragon, her status would be much better than the other ferocious beast girls who were doted on by the dragon race. Jiang Fei had unknowingly activated his mind-reading ability. Therefore, he was very clear about the intentions of the father and daughter of the water-eater beast. All right, I don't blame you guys for this. Jiang Fei hated a mess with the peach blossoms. Therefore, he gave the order to drive them away. Wu Ziji was stunned. He had not even said anything serious when he was chased out. Exalted Goddess, please wait. Wu Rui knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Moreover, she was kneeling very close to Jiang Fei. She was almost touching Jiang Fei's knees. Jiang Fei could even smell the fragrance of the girl. Jiang Fei frowned. This distance made him very uncomfortable. If he kicked Wu Rui away at this moment, it would seem a little unmanly. However, if he stepped back, wouldn't that mean that Jiang Fei was a coward? Exalted Goddess, this time, the young master of the blazing fire divine ape came to the territory of the water-swallowing beast. In fact, just like his father, he treated us poor girls as playthings first. I am the sacrificial lamb. Wu Rui pounced forward. Her entire body lay on Jiang Fei's knee. Then, she burst into tears. In fact, Wu Ruwei had put in so much effort to perform. There was nothing she could do. Just now, in order to deal with Bai Wei's difficulties, she had said too much. If Jiang Fei fancied her, then with the support of the dragon race, everything would not be a problem. However, Jiang Fei had directly said that he wanted to send her off. If he had not taken a liking to her at all, the water-swallowing beast race would be in deep trouble. Just now, Wu Ruwei had slandered the fire ape race in front of the dragon race. Could they be spared? As long as Jiang Fei did not interfere in this matter, the water-swallowing beast race would not be able to survive on the Chaos Planet. On the other side, Jiang Fei had seen through Wu Ruwei's trick, so he did not intend to interfere. However, Bai Wei, who was standing beside him, opened her mouth and asked. After all, this girl was still young. She did not realize that she was giving Wu Ruwei a message. I am willing to follow the god. Wu Ruwei saw that Jiang Fei did not intend to continue, so she quickly interrupted Bai Wei's words. It was still better than just sitting there and not being able to continue. What Wu Ruwei did not expect was that before Jiang Fei could say anything, Bai Wei had already rejected him. The reason why Bai Wei had rejected him was very simple. She was doing this job right now. Although she called Jiang Fei brother verbally, she was Jiang Fei's follower and was responsible for taking care of Jiang Fei's daily life. Now, Wu Ruwei was clearly trying to steal her job. Wu Ruwei had just answered Bai Wei's question because she had no choice. Now that Bai Wei had rejected her, she chose to ignore her. I'm used to being free. I don't need any followers, Jiang Fei said calmly. Exalted goddess. Wu Ruwei had really put in a lot of effort. The meaning of her words was quite obvious. Bai Wei was stunned. She had grown up in a small valley. How would she know about this? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Then, he said to Wu Ruwei and her daughter, I don't need anyone to serve me. This place is relatively small. It's crowded. You guys can leave first. Wu Ziji's face was ashen. At this moment, he felt as if he had lost his life. Initially, he thought that after he gave his daughter to the dragon race, the water-swallowing beast race would be able to prosper. They had also completely offended the blazing fire divine ape clan. Chapter 2267. 2267. Translator 5496903. On the other side, Wu Ruwei was very calm. She stood up and was about to leave. However, when she stood up, she deliberately stepped on her dress. With a ripping sound, Wu Ruwei's long dress was torn. Then, it slid down from her body. The girl's perfect body was displayed in front of Jiang Fei without holding anything back. Wu Ruwei's seemingly unintentional step had created a difficult problem for Jiang Fei. If he stared at her, it would be exactly what Wu Ruwei wanted. She could also take the opportunity to seduce Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei turned his back, it would seem like he was a gentleman. However, on the other hand, it was also a form of retreat. This would be seen as a weakness and would be targeted by beautiful women in the future. Wu Ruwei pretended to be in a panic. In order to let go of her foot that was stepping on the edge of her skirt, she took a step back. However, the pair of voluptuous breasts on her chest were jumping around like frightened rabbits. If it was a foolish boy who was not mentally strong enough, he would have spat out a nosebleed. Jiang Fei's expression did not change. He waved his hand, and Wu Ruwei's skirt that had fallen to the ground was blown up by a gust of wind and wrapped around her body. Wu Ziji rushed to his daughter's side. He had his back to Jiang Fei. It looked like he was comforting his daughter, but in fact his eyes were constantly communicating with Wu Ruwei. Jiang Fei sneered. He was using mind reading. He knew exactly what the father and daughter were thinking. I'm Fine. Wu Ruwei pretended to be pitiful. Then she sobbed and said, It's just that my daughter's innocent body was seen by a man. I don't have the face to live anymore. As she said that, Wu Ruwei actually started sobbing. Wu Ziji pretended to be troubled. He looked at Jiang Fei and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. That's fine. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He did not want to continue this topic. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the two could play. When Wu Ziji saw that Jiang Fei did not care about them at all, he finally gritted his teeth. At this time, He had to give it his all. Then, once the blazing ape god's revenge came, they would be finished. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and then asked calmly, "You mean that I have to take responsibility for this?" Although Jiang Fei's tone was not harsh, it scared Wu Ziji so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. The dragon race was famous for being brutal and temperamental. The water-swallowing beast race would not be able to wait for the fire god ape's revenge. The dragon race in front of them would have to exterminate them. Wu Ziji knelt in front of Jiang Fei with a plop. Then he cried out with snot and tears in his eyes, "I don't dare. I don't dare. However, my daughter is as pure as her life. Now, she has accidentally exposed her body in front of you. If you don't care about her, she will definitely commit suicide when she goes back. As a father, I don't dare to ask for anything from you, exalted goddess. I only hope that you could take my daughter in. Even if it's just being a maidservant, you can still save her life." After Jiang Fei heard Wu Ziji's words, he almost burst into laughter. This guy was really lying through his teeth. If his daughter really valued her chastity that much, would she really put on a show on her skirt? God! Wu Ziji cried tears of old tears. However, Jiang Fei, who knew that they were acting, was not moved. Act. Anyway, it's boring waiting for the blazing ape god. Jiang Fei did not mind. Since the father and daughter were willing to act, he was happy to be the audience. However, Jiang Fei was willing to watch the show. Bai Wei, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. "Hey, both of you, that's enough." Bai Wei frowned and scolded. Actually, Jiang Fei was watching with great interest. He was not annoyed at all. Wu Ziji stopped crying. He turned around and looked at his daughter. Although he was trying to fight for her, he was also afraid that he would really anger Jiang Fei. Therefore, he was a little hesitant at the moment. On the other side, Wu Rui was pretending to be ashamed and angry. However, Bai Wei suddenly came out to stir up trouble. This made her unable to remain indifferent. At the same time, Wu Rui also noticed that Jiang Fei seemed to be unmoved by the crying of the father and daughter. Therefore, she made up her mind. She decided to increase her capital. Wu Rui took out a dagger from somewhere. She turned the tip of the dagger and pointed it at her own throat. Then, she whimpered and said to Wu Ziji, "Father, your daughter is unfilial. I will be an ox and a horse in the next life to repay you for raising me." After Wu Rui said that, she suddenly stabbed the tip of the dagger at her own throat. This time, Wu Rui did not hold back at all. This was not because she really wanted to die, but because she knew that if she pretended to commit suicide, Jiang Fei would definitely see through her. When that happened, not only would it be ineffective, but it would also infuriate the dragon race. Moreover, in her opinion, with Jiang Fei's strength, even if she did not hold back, he would still be able to stop her easily. Therefore, Wu Rui did not hesitate to stab her own throat. A red light flashed. Wu Rui's blade pierced straight into her throat. Jiang Fei did not stop her at all. In an instant, Wu Ziji was dumbfounded. Wu Rui was also dumbfounded. She did not want to die at all. However, who would have thought that the dragon race in front of her did not play by the rules? Didn't they say that the dragon race is the most lascivious? In an instant, Wu Rui felt that her worldview was about to be overturned. At the same time, she felt that her life force was being drained crazily. Her body was gradually losing strength. Wu Ziji hugged Wu Rui, who was about to fall. Although he could use his daughter's happiness as a bargaining chip, he still felt a little sorry for his own daughter who had died in front of him. Bai Wei was also a little dumbfounded. She did not expect this woman to really commit suicide. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had appeared behind Wu Ziji at some point in time. Then, he reached out and pushed Wu Ziji, taking Wu Rui over. Wu Ziji was a little confused. Previously, Wu Rui had tried to seduce this dragon, but she was not moved at all. How did he turn around after his daughter died? Could it be that he had a necrophilia? Jiang Fei reached out and pulled out the dagger that was stuck in Wu Rui's throat. Blood splattered out, but it was blocked by Jiang Fei's spiritual power. It did not touch his body at all. Then, Jiang Fei reached out and wiped. Wu Rui's wound was sealed by the spiritual power. Blood no longer gushed out, but her vitality continued to weaken. At most, Wu Rui would suffer a little longer. In the end, she would still die. Chapter 2268, 2268. Translator 549690033. After sealing up Wu Rui's wound and preventing her from losing any more blood, Jiang Fei took out a small porcelain bottle from his body. The porcelain bottle was opened. Jiang Fei took out a pill from within. He then pinched Wu Rui's cheeks and threw the pill in her mouth while she was opening her mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth. It instantly turned into a warm current and entered Wu Rui's body. Immediately, Wu Rui felt that her gradually cold body had regained some of its senses. Jiang Fei poured out another pill and crushed it into powder with his palm. "Get some clean water," Jiang Fei said to Wu Ziji. Oh, although Wu Ziji did not know what Jiang Fei was trying to do, he could tell that Jiang Fei was trying to save his daughter. Moreover, even if he was not, he would not dare to disobey the dragon race's orders. In the blink of an eye, Wu Ziji had condensed a ball of pure water. He was a ferocious beast that was proficient in the water element. It was very easy for him to condense the essence of the water element. Moreover, the water that was condensed from the essence of the water element was also the purest. Jiang Fei extended his hand and pointed. The ball of water in Wu Ziji's palm landed on his palm and mixed with the medicinal powder to form a muddy shape. After mixing the medicinal mud, Jiang Fei applied it on Wu Rui's wound. Instantly, Wu Rui's wound began to heal. After a moment, it was as good as new. There was not even a trace of it left. Not only that, after this period of time, the medicinal pills that Wu Rui had taken had begun to take effect. The medicinal herbs in this era were extremely old, and the medicinal effects were even more prominent. Therefore, even the simplest healing medicinal pills had better effects than the precious medicinal pills of the later generations. Moreover, Wu Rui's injuries were caused by herself, and there was no external influence. Therefore, under the catalysis of the medicinal effects, her injuries healed very quickly, and her powerful vitality was also stimulated. "She's alive." Seeing his daughter's face gradually turn rosy, Wu Ziji was extremely happy in his heart. At this moment, he had long forgotten his previous goal, and his heart was filled with the joy of his daughter coming back from the dead. There was a saying that only when one lost something would one cherish it. Wu Ziji was like that at that moment. After experiencing his daughter's near death, he finally understood the importance of family. "All right, she's fine now." Jiang Fei returned Wu Rui to Wu Ziji. Although Wu Rui's body was still very weak, she was already fine. She only needed to rest for a period of time. Then, she would be able to recover. Wu Ziji kowtowed a few times to Jiang Fei. At this moment, he only wanted his daughter to be safe and sound. Everything else could be discussed later. Wu Rui called out to Wu Ziji. Wu Ziji shook his head. He thought that his daughter would still insist. "I would like to thank the dragon god," Wu Rui said to Wu Ziji. "Okay." Wu Ziji carried Wu Rui back. "Thank you, God, for saving my life." Wu Rui's voice was not loud, but it was much more sincere than before. After experiencing death, she suddenly understood many things. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Wu Rui suddenly raised her head and said. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Because of his mind-reading ability, he knew that Wu Rui did not intend to continue sacrificing herself this time. "Girl, let's not talk about it." Wu Ziji did not know how to read minds, so he thought that his daughter was still unwilling. Wu Rui shook her head at her father. Then she said to Jiang Fei, "Guru, it's all my fault today. I was too calculative. Thank you for not haggling with me and saving my life." Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that Wu Rui had figured it out. "However, after seeing your miraculous methods, I have a presumptuous request. I would like to learn medical skills from you." Wu Rui finally voiced her thoughts. Asked Jiang Fei, "Only when you are at the brink of death will you understand the value of life," said Wu Rui sincerely. "Learning medical skills is not something that can be done in a day," said Jiang Fei. Wu Rui does not wish to be by the side of the exalted goddess. I only hope that you can teach me some superficial knowledge, so that I can save as many of my clansmen's lives as possible. That way, before I become the victim of the marriage alliance, I can also do something for the water-swallowing beast clan. I am not destined to be someone else's plaything, said Wu Rui. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment. Due to his mind-reading ability, he knew that this was what Wu Rui was thinking. It seemed that dying could really change a person's thoughts and personality. Before this, although Wu Rui was not willing to be someone else's plaything, she had already lost her life deep down in her heart. She only wanted to use her beauty to get herself a stronger player. However, it was different now. After experiencing near death, Wu Rui began to consider her social value. This was not a small improvement. Brother, why don't we bring her along? Bai Wei was the first to be moved. Zhang Fei laughed, but Bai Wei was shocked. Although she called Zhang Fei brother, Bai Wei was still his master and servant. However, because Zhang Fei was an easygoing person, the concept of master and servant slowly faded in Bai Wei's heart. In addition, she had just been moved by Wu Rui's true feelings. That was why she had asked for mercy. However, Zhang Fei's smile reminded her of her identity. After all, she was not Zhang Fei's sister. It was a little presumptuous of her to say such words. It's okay. Zhang Fei's mind-reading ability was not switched off. Naturally, he knew what Bai Wei was thinking. When he saw that the girl was so scared that her little face was pale, Zhang Fei felt a little heartache in his heart. Bai Wei, who had initially thought that she would be reprimanded, felt relieved. Then, brother, Bai Wei looked at Wu Rui and asked, "If you really want to learn, you can stay by my side," Zhang Fei said with a smile. If it was still the same Wu Rui from before, he really did not plan to keep her. However, since she had changed, Zhang Fei did not mind taking in another disciple. Since he was going to teach Bai Wei, it did not matter if there were more people listening in. Moreover, Zhang Fei did not really want the water-swallowing beast clan to be wiped out by the fire god Ape's Revenge. There was a saying that it was better to save a life than to build a 7-tiered pagoda, let alone a race. Now that he had this opportunity, he did not mind helping the water-swallowing beast clan to resolve this crisis. Thank you, God. Wu Rui was too weak to bow. However, Wu Ziji kowtowed like a chicken running over rice. Although his plan to sacrifice his daughter had failed, becoming a disciple of the Dragon Clan was more useful than sacrificing himself. After all, there were many people in the Dragon Clan who refused to acknowledge others. However, it was rare to see people who did not care about their disciples. Chapter 2269, 2269. Translator 5496903. Zhang Fei had left Wu Rui behind. Wu Ziji thanked Zhang Fei profusely. With this relationship, not only would the Water Eaters not have to worry about the Fire Ape's revenge, but their status would also increase significantly. After all, once they had a relationship with the dragon race, the other races would give them some face. Exalted Goddess, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first, Wu Ziji said to Zhang Fei. Okay. Zhang Fei nodded. Although he had accepted Wu Rui, there was no use for Wu Ziji to stay. Therefore, if he was willing to leave, Zhang Fei naturally would not ask him to stay. Bai Wei, take care of her for a while. Her body will be very weak for the next 2 days, Zhang Fei said to Bai Wei after Wu Ziji left. Bai Wei nodded. Although she did not like Wu Rui at first, she sympathized with her now. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. The members of the Blazing Fire Ape Clan had finally arrived at Squirrel Island. A voice came from a red cloud outside Squirrel Island. Zhang Fei's voice came from inside Squirrel Island. Montak Tsitsong replied. Then, he brought the 2 young men down from the red cloud and walked into Squirrel Island. Said Mu Zizhong as he bowed to Zhang Fei. The 2 young men behind him also bowed to Zhang Fei. Said Zhang Fei as he nodded. Master, I already know what happened, said Mu Zizhong. Zhang Fei nodded. Bai Wei then went to bring Mu Fong and the red-bearded old man over. When Mi Fong saw his father, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that his life was most likely saved. However, at the same time, he also realized that he had caused a huge disaster. His father would probably skin him alive when he returned home this time. When Mi Zizhong saw that his son was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although his son was a little lecherous, he was talented and intelligent. His strength had also improved very quickly. He had always been grooming Mi Fong as his heir. Therefore, even if he had to spend a lot of money this time, he still had to save his son. What exactly happened? Although Mo Zizhong had previously claimed that he already knew everything, it was only a lackey's message after all. He was afraid that something would go wrong. Clan leader, it's all my fault for being negligent. The red-bearded old man first admitted his mistake and then told Jiang Fei everything that happened. Montak Tsi Tsong nodded. His son did not go too far. After all, this was an era where the strong preyed on the weak. His son was the young master of the blazing ape god. It was her honor to have taken a fancy to a girl. However, Mo Fong's fate was not good. He had bumped into the iron plate of the dragon clan. Exalted goddess, this time it's all my son's fault. Mo Zizhong said straightforwardly. Jiang Fei still nodded lightly. He had been waiting for Mo Zizhong to say this. Exalted goddess, this is a special product of our Crimson Flame Peak. It is called the Crimson Flame Crystal Fruit. It is extremely rare. It only blooms once every few hundred years. Mo Zizhong waved his hand. A young man behind him carried a brocade box and walked forward. The brocade box was covered with red silk. There were 2 fiery red fruits inside. Jiang Fei asked. He had never heard of these fruits before because there were no red flame crystal fruits recorded in the records hundreds of thousands of years later. It was unknown if they had died out halfway through, or did they change their names. These 2 fruits can greatly increase the cultivation of fire elementalists or ferocious beasts. I originally planned to leave them to this useless son of mine, said Mo Zizhong. Jiang Fei nodded. To be honest, from the moment the brocade box was opened, he could feel the terrifying spiritual energy contained within the 2 fruits. Other than that, I also have a treasure that I obtained by chance. Mo Zizhong waved his hand, and another young man behind him walked forward. The young man was also holding a brocade box in his hand. There was an irregular crystal inside. Jiang Fei asked, said Mo Zizhong. Jiang Fei asked again. Mo Zizhong's words immediately attracted Jiang Fei's attention. What? Jiang Fei stood up. If there was one thing that attracted him the most right now, it was a treasure that could change time and space. This was because it was related to his way home. I don't know exactly how it works. However, this thing can indeed see the past or the future. However, the effect is not very good. Perhaps it is because I am weak. Therefore, after I inject my spiritual power, I can only see the past a moment ago or the future in an instant, said Mo Zizhong. He did not dare to hide anything, tell Jiang Fei the truth. If this thing could really see the future, he would not be willing to give it to Jiang Fei. However, it could only see the future 1 or 2 seconds later. That would be useless. Moreover, this thing was not like Sylvie's ability. Although Sylvie could only see the future 1 or 2 seconds later, she did not need to expend much energy. She could use this to gain the upper hand in battle. However, this chip was different. It required a large amount of mental energy. If she used it to fight, it would be a loss. Therefore, in the end, this thing was just a toy. It had no practical use at all. That was why Mi Zizhong had given it to him. However, for Jiang Fei, he needed anything that could affect time and space. The problem was that no one knew if Wei Hao really had the ability to do so. Therefore, when he saw such an item that could affect time and space, Jiang Fei still hoped to obtain it. Moreover, he wanted to study it to decipher some of the mysteries of time and space. Jiang Fei nodded and said, Sir, these 2 treasures are the guardian treasures of our Crimson Flame Peak. Asked Mo Zizhong. Jiang Fei frowned. He had wanted to use mind reading to see if Mo Zizhong was lying. Unfortunately, this person was very powerful. Not only was his combat power close to 60 million, but his mind power was also very powerful. Jiang Fei's mind reading was unable to see through him. Finally, Jiang Fei nodded. He did not want to offend such a powerful blazing ape. Bai Wei and Wu Rui would not be able to escape the repercussions. Chapter 2270. Translator 5496903. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not want to completely fall out with Mo Zizhong. It was the same for Mo Zizhong. First of all, Mo Zizhong knew that he was no match for Jiang Fei. Although he was confident that he could escape if the two fought, he would not be able to escape. Even the Crimson Flame peak might be wiped out by the enraged dragon race. Therefore, the two of them quickly came to an agreement. Jiang Fei took the two treasures while Mo Zizhong left Squirrel Island with Mo Fong and the Inferno Ape Race's henchmen. Just as Mo Zizhong brought the Inferno Ape Race to the beach of Squirrel Island and was about to leave, they coincidentally met Wu Rui, who had just returned. Wu Rui had gone home to retrieve something. Now, she had just returned. Montauk Fang shouted. He and Wu Rui were preparing to get engaged. The current Wu Rui was no longer the same as before. Now, she didn't need a compromise to curry favor with Mo Fong, so she naturally didn't show any emotion towards this dissolute young master. Mo Zizhong asked with a slight frown. Although he still didn't know that he had been accused by Wu Rui, he instinctively felt that Wu Rui's attitude towards his son wasn't quite right. Clan leader Mo, I have become a disciple of my master. Wu Rui's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Become a disciple? Who did you become a disciple of? Mo Zizhong had a bad feeling in his heart. I did not dare to mention my master's name. Although Wu Rui did not say explicitly, Mo Zizhong already knew that she had become Jiang Fei's disciple. On the other side, Mo Fong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mo Zizhong. Miss Wu, congratulations on becoming a disciple of the Dragon Clan. Since that's the case, please help me pass on the message to your father. The engagement between you and my son has been annulled. Furthermore, it is considered a breach of contract. Mo Zizhong's attitude suddenly changed. Mo Zizhong's attitude was no longer as condescending as before. I will. Wu Rui nodded slightly. Mo Zizhong smiled and led his men to fly away from Squirrel Island. In midair, Mo Fong said unhappily. So what? Mo Zizhong said helplessly. At the same time, Bai Wei complained to Jiang Fei unwillingly. In her opinion, the blazing flame ape had only taken out 2 crappy fruits. Another crappy stone had been exchanged for Mi Fong. Hee, you don't understand. This fruit is not ordinary, said Jiang Fei. Really? Wu Rui, who had just walked over, asked. At that moment, she was extremely obsessed with alchemy. Therefore, when she heard that Jiang Fei was going to refine pills, she immediately came over. Yes. However, this matter cannot be rushed, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Wu Rui asked, You should get well first, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Wu Hui nodded. She had recovered quite well in the past 2 days. Although her body was still a little weak, it was not a big deal. She would be fully recovered in 2 days. All right, brother, what is the use of that small stone? Bai Wei had not forgotten about the crystal. Of course, it's impossible to predict the future. Jiang Fei laughed. That's right. If that's really the case, he would rather have his master kill Mi Fong and have a few more children. Wu Rui nodded as well. Bai Wei asked in confusion. That's right. Wu Rui asked in confusion. Hee. Although this thing cannot really predict the future, it contains endless mysteries. Jiang Fei laughed. Naturally, his wish was to return to the era he was in. Bai Wei and Wu Rui nodded, both of them seeming to understand something. In the next few days, Wu Rui stayed on Squirrel Island to recuperate while Bai Wei was playing around. Only Jiang Fei found a quiet place and began to study the crystal chip. Jiang Fei placed the irregular crystal chip in his hand and began to carefully inject his spiritual power into it. He was also prepared to cut off his spiritual power at any time to prevent Mi Zizhong from setting him up. As Jiang Fei injected his mind power into the chip, a purple light was projected. The next moment, the illusion that Mi Zizhong mentioned appeared in the purple light. This illusion was not stable. Sometimes, it was Zhang Fei's every move a few seconds ago, and sometimes it was Zhang Fei's image after 1 or 2 seconds. Moreover, the content of the projection was the past or the future. This was not something that Zhang Fei could control himself. It was a completely random state. The battlefield was changing rapidly. That would be terrible. Other than injecting his mental strength, Zhang Fei had also injected different types of spiritual energy into the chip. However, other than the reaction of the chip under the catalysis of mental strength, no other types of spiritual energy could cause the chip to react. Zhang Fei frowned. For 2 days, Zhang Fei had been studying the crystal. However, he had not gained anything. In the end, Zhang Fei decided to give up. He planned to wait until he found Wei Hao before studying the secret of the crystal with him. 5 days later, Wu Rui's injuries were completely healed. Zhang Fei also felt that they had stayed here long enough. Therefore, he decided to set off. Wu Rui wanted to leave the western shore of the Fantasy Sea with Zhang Fei. Before that, she naturally had to say goodbye to her father, Wu Ziji. Although Wu Ziji was a little reluctant to part with her, he knew that his daughter was going to gain experience points. Moreover, she was following a high-ranking dragon teacher. This was a good opportunity that no one else could get. Therefore, he naturally would not stop her. After Wu Rui said goodbye to her father, Zhang Fei and the other 2 left Squirrel Island. Wu Rui asked. Zhang Fei asked. Although he was refining a fire-type elixir, as the fire-type ingredients were too violent, he needed a single water-type ingredient to complete the refinement. Chapter 2271. 2271. Translator 549699033. Wu Rui thought for a moment and then said to Zhang Fei, "As far as I know, the place with the strongest spiritual energy in the Mirage Sea is the Spirit Sea area." Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows. Yes, the Spirit Sea area is the center of the Mirage Sea. There are many trenches and the water-type spiritual energy is strong there, Wu Rui said. Bai Wei said excitedly. She had not been out much, so she was very curious about new things. Wu Rui was a little hesitant. Zhang Fei asked, "This Spirit Sea region has a group of deep-sea sharks." Wu Rui said with a frown. "Deep-sea sharks?" Bai Wei asked. Wu Rui sighed and then continued. "These deep-sea sharks aren't intelligent creatures. They are just a group of crazy predators." Bai Wei was also stunned. If the deep-sea sharks were the ferocious beasts in the sea, then no matter how powerful this species was, they had to give some face to the dragon clan. Without intelligence, they did not care whether the dragon race was a dragon race or not. As long as they entered their territory, they would be their prey. Zhang Fei asked, "Strong?" When Wu Rui spoke, there was even a hint of fear on her face. This was because the deep-sea shark was not limited to living in the Spirit Sea area. They would occasionally go to the outer sea area to fight. Because of this, many people from the water-swallowing beast race would lose their lives every year. Therefore, the water eaters and many Mirage sea creatures had an unwritten rule. They would never go out when the deep-sea sharks were out hunting. "How strong is he?" Bai Wei asked. "Although Master is very strong, he is only one person. Meanwhile, the deep-sea sharks are all in groups." Wu Rui said with a frown. Bai Wei was shocked. Zhang Fei nodded. After so many years of experience, Zhang Fei knew very well what kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. That person was a hothead. All of these were not within their consideration. These people would do anything if they did not agree with each other. They did not care about their gains and losses at all. That was why they were the most difficult to deal with. What was even more difficult to deal with than these hotheads were the powerful beasts. Not only did they not care about the consequences, they would not rest until they were dead. Because they could not communicate with each other, once they were provoked, they would not rest until they were dead. Therefore, even top-tier experts would have a headache when they encountered them. Bai Wei asked, "Let's go and take a look. But you guys wait for me outside the Spirit Sea. I'll go in alone," Zhang Fei said after thinking for a moment. "Brother, let's go together," Bai Wei said, a little worried. "No need. It's more convenient for me to go alone," Zhang Fei said. If he brought the 2 girls with him, he would be distracted instead. Sister Bai Wei, let's wait outside for Master, said Wu Rui. Although she called Jiang Fei Master and Bai Wei brother, they still addressed each other as brother and sister. This might be hard to imagine in the human world. However, the ferocious beasts were not that particular. They all had their own families. Seniority was not valued among the murderers. It was mainly based on individual strength. Bai Wei wanted to go together because she was worried about Jiang Fei. However, after Wu Rui said that, she knew that she was a burden, so she did not insist. After Jiang Fei and the other two had discussed it, Wu Rui led the way. Then, the group rushed to the Spirit Awakener Sea. After half a day, Wu Rui pointed at the sea below and said to Jiang Fei, Master, this is the Spirit Awakener Sea. Jiang Fei asked, We're fine. Those deep-sea sharks are not very intelligent. They won't leave the surface of the water because that would make them feel uneasy. So, as long as we stay high up in the air, there's no danger, Wu Rui replied. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and jumped down. The surface of the water stirred up a wave, and Jiang Fei dived into the water. As expected, the water-type spiritual energy here is very dense. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Based on the density of the water-type spiritual energy here, the chances of him finding the seasoning was very high. Jiang Fei dived all the way to the bottom of the sea. As he gradually dived deeper, the water pressure began to increase. Although this did not affect Jiang Fei much, the number of fish and sea creatures around him was greatly reduced. Moreover, the deep-sea creatures that gradually appeared in Jiang Fei's field of vision began to develop into strange shapes. Is this because the bottom of the sea is too dark? Anyway, I'm not afraid of being seen by others. Jiang Fei complained to himself. After half an hour, Jiang Fei finally reached the bottom of the sea, although the surroundings were so dark that he could not see his own fingers. For an expert like him, his perception of his surroundings mainly relied on his spiritual power. Vision was just a support, therefore the effect was not very big. Jiang Fei locked onto a direction. Then he used his water-type spiritual power to shake his back. His entire body was like a torpedo as he charged forward. Jiang Fei moved forward very quickly. Before long, he had arrived at the edge of a trench. The dense spiritual energy was coming up from the bottom of the trench. Jiang Fei was very brave. Therefore, he jumped into the trench. As soon as he entered the trench, Jiang Fei found several powerful auras. Jiang Fei used his mind power to lock onto the powerful auras. However, he did not show any hostility toward them. As Jiang Fei continued to dive, a faint fluctuation of space-time suddenly appeared in his mind power perception. What is that? Jiang Fei's attention was immediately drawn to it. Right now, the thing related to the power of space and time was undoubtedly the most attractive thing to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei swam towards the faint power of space and time. As he continued to get closer, the power of space and time became more and more obvious. Although it was still very weak, Jiang Fei had already locked onto it. Jiang Fei came to the entrance of an underwater cave. He used his mind power to probe inside. After confirming that there were no powerhouses lurking inside, he slowly entered the cave. The cave was not deep. Jiang Fei did not walk far before he found the source of the power of time and space. It was another time and space chip. Chapter 2272, 2272. Translator 549690033. After taking a few steps to the side of the dimensional chip, Jiang Fei put it away. Although he had not figured out the secret of this thing, it was always good to collect more. Just as Jiang Fei put away the dimensional chip, he felt a few powerful auras coming from outside the cave. It was clearly the few guys that he had just discovered. Jiang Fei was puzzled. To be honest, he did not want to provoke these deep-sea sharks because it was meaningless to tangle with these guys. However, Jiang Fei's luck was not particularly good. The few powerful auras came to the entrance of the cave and did not leave. They kept wandering around. It was obvious that they had discovered Jiang Fei's existence. How annoying, Jiang Fei sighed. Then he stopped in the cave and did not rush out. At that moment, a water dragon rushed in. An earth shield instantly appeared in front of Jiang Fei. The water dragon crashed into the earth shield and disintegrated. However, the earth shield that Jiang Fei erected was also full of cracks. Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. Based on the power of this attack, he could determine that the combat power of these deep-sea sharks was definitely not less than 60 million. Although they lacked intelligence, they might not be able to fully display their combat power. However, there were too many of them. From a spiritual sense, Jiang Fei could clearly see that there were 9 deep-sea sharks outside the cave. These guys were good at hunting in a team. Once they were entangled by them, even Jiang Fei would not be able to escape easily. As for destroying these sharks, it was even more impossible. Although Jiang Fei was confident that he could defeat any one of the deep-sea sharks by himself, there were still 9 of them. Moreover, the deep-sea sharks would not fight him alone. These beasts that did not have high intelligence did not have any sense of pride. In their eyes, Jiang Fei was a prey that was rich in energy. That was why they would not give him a chance to fight alone. They immediately went into group hunting mode. One after another, water dragons were blasted into the cave. Although they were all dissolved by Jiang Fei, if this continued, even if Jiang Fei could withstand it, the cave would collapse. When that time came, Jiang Fei would still have to face the attacks of these guys head-on. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. However, the next second, an idea flashed through his mind. These deep-sea sharks are not very intelligent. They can't communicate because they can't speak human language. However, I have a mind-reading ability. Perhaps I can know what they are thinking. Jiang Fei made up his mind. Then he activated the mind-reading ability. However, once the mind-reading ability was activated, Jiang Fei regretted it, because what came back to his mind was only some chaotic and bloodthirsty emotions. As for the organized information, it was pitifully few. Moreover, the content was all about how to drive him out of the cave. Then, he began to communicate with the sharks. Jiang Fei frowned because these deep-sea sharks only had bloodthirsty impulses in their hearts. Old friend, Jiang Fei was helpless. He could only summon his Chungying sword. It was impossible to reason with such a group of ferocious beasts that only knew about bloodthirsty. The only thing he could do was to fight his way out. Before he left the cave, Jiang Fei first used his psychic power to strike a deep-sea shark. However, the effect was not obvious. It did not seem to be hurt at all. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The brain capacity of these deep-sea sharks was very small. However, the advantage of not having a brain was that it was very difficult for spiritual power to deal strong damage to them. This was like a normal person who would become a fool, or even a vegetable after being attacked by spiritual power. It seemed like there was nothing to lose. What if he were to hit a rock? Then it would be useless. Therefore, although Jiang Fei's spiritual attack on the deep-sea sharks could not be defended against, Jiang Fei did not achieve any practical results. At the same time, Jiang Fei gave up on trying to scare these guys away. With their intelligence, it was difficult for them to have such emotions as fear or fear. Jiang Fei suddenly rushed out of the cave. He swung the Chungying sword in his hand and directly stabbed the stunned deep-sea shark. The Chungying sword went straight into the deep-sea shark's head. The sword spirit let out a happy sword cry and began to crazily devour the deep-sea shark's flesh and blood essence. When Jiang Fei's Chungying sword was being refined, it was more like an evil sword than a holy sword. Not only did it devour the enemy's primordial spirit, but it also devoured the enemy's flesh and blood essence. Although the deep-sea shark was not very intelligent, its flesh and blood were indeed rich in energy. Therefore, after it was stabbed into the deep-sea shark's body, the Chungying sword began to absorb it crazily. The deep-sea shark could not make a sound. Therefore, under the intense pain, it could only wriggle around on the bottom of the sea. Even so, it did not retreat. It even looked for an opportunity to bite Jiang Fei. At the same time, the other deep-sea shark also noticed Jiang Fei. They did not care about their companion who was attacked. Instead, they used their usual hunting skills on Jiang Fei. They wanted to kill and eat the high-energy food in front of them. Zhang Fei drew his Chungying sword and dodged the attack of one of the deep-sea sharks. Although the Chungying sword was a little reluctant, how could Zhang Fei be so stupid as to exchange his life for that of a deep-sea shark? After dodging the attack of the deep-sea shark, 2 more sharks rushed in front of Zhang Fei. No, I can't fight them. Zhang Fei made a prompt decision. He took advantage of the opportunity. When one of the sharks pounced on him, he suddenly jumped up and stomped on the tip of its nose. He continued to speed up. When the sharks saw that Zhang Fei was about to do something, they immediately chased after him. Zhang Fei swung his sword back. The sharp sword aura hit one of the sharks and immediately caused its skin to split open. However, when this kind of ferocious beast was developing, it had used its intelligence to grow its skin and flesh. Therefore, the deep-sea sharks did not suffer any fatal injuries. Instead, they became even crazier under the stimulation of the pain. Moreover, when the other deep-sea sharks smelled the smell of blood, they became even more manic. They chased after Zhang Fei relentlessly. It seemed like they would not stop until Zhang Fei was killed. Chapter 2273. Translator 5496903. Zhang Fei slashed out a sword energy to slightly stop the sharks that were chasing him. Then, he accelerated and swam up to the surface of the sea. As long as he left the surface of the sea and flew high into the air, the deep-sea sharks would not chase him anymore. The deep-sea sharks did not make any sound. However, they had a unique way of communicating with each other. At this time, they had clearly discovered Zhang Fei's intention. They knew that he wanted to escape. Therefore, they left the 2 deep-sea sharks to continue chasing Zhang Fei. The other deep-sea sharks wanted to flank Zhang Fei from both sides, trying to intercept his escape route. Although these deep-sea sharks did not have much intelligence, after millions of years of evolution, they had developed an instinct to hunt. There was no need to think at all. These deep-sea sharks were able to use the most efficient hunting method, the most terrifying hunting method. Zhang Fei sighed. Once upon a time, in his era, he was almost invincible. However, now, he was being chased by a group of beasts that did not have much intelligence. 2 teams of deep-sea sharks quickly surpassed Zhang Fei and formed a circle above his head. Although Zhang Fei's swimming speed was very fast through the water element, he was still far from being comparable to these deep-sea sharks. After all, they were elves that lived at the bottom of the sea. Zhang Fei frowned. Then, he gritted his teeth and projected his own inheritance space. After the inheritance space's projection enveloped the deep-sea sharks, Zhang Fei let out a muffled groan. These guys were too powerful. Therefore, the burden that they had placed on Zhang Fei was also beyond his imagination. However, under the projection of the inheritance space, the deep-sea sharks were frozen in slow motion. Although the projection was not as powerful as the real inheritance space, the burden was relatively smaller. Therefore, Zhang Fei did not put all of the deep-sea sharks into the inheritance space. That was because even though he could trap these beasts, he would at least have to pay a heavy price. Zhang Fei moved to the side of a deep-sea shark. At the same time, the shadow-bearing sword flashed and pierced into the deep-sea shark's brain. After the shadow-bearing sword pierced into the deep-sea shark's body, it began to crazily absorb its flesh and blood essence again. The shark was in so much pain that it wanted to wiggle its body, but it was trapped by the projection of the inheritance space. Therefore, it could only twitch in pain. The other deep-sea sharks wanted to save their companions. However, their current speed was as fast as a snail. They could not stop Zhang Fei from doing anything. Zhang Fei held the Chungying sword with both hands. Then he used his strength to slice off the head of the deep-sea shark. Swish! Following the same pattern, Zhang Fei beheaded 5 deep-sea sharks in a row. However, at this moment, Zhang Fei could not hold on any longer. Although the projection did not consume as much energy as the inheritance space, that was only relatively speaking. The consumption was still very terrifying. Just as the restriction was released, The deep-sea sharks did not attack Jiang Fei. Instead, they pushed him away from a distance. Although these guys were not very intelligent, they could only watch as their comrades were decapitated in front of them. The deterrence effect was very obvious. Therefore, these beasts that were not very intelligent were also afraid. Jiang Fei took a step forward. In fact, he was only strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Although he had just killed 5 deep-sea sharks as if he was chopping vegetables, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Moreover, spiritual power was not effective against these guys. Therefore, Jiang Fei was already at the end of his rope. If these deep-sea sharks attacked him, Jiang Fei did not know if he had the ability to escape. When the deep-sea sharks saw Jiang Fei approaching again, they retreated one after another. Their intelligence was not high. At this time, they were already frightened by Jiang Fei's overwhelming terror. They instinctively felt that Jiang Fei was a natural enemy. They did not dare to go forward at all. It worked. Jiang Fei saw that he had scared the beasts. He immediately went forward again. This time, the psychological defense of the deep-sea sharks completely collapsed. They turned around and ran. With their super-fast swimming speed, they disappeared in front of Jiang Fei in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei was slightly relieved. If these guys had not run away earlier, he would have had to think of a way to escape. With this kind of divine weapon with absolute defense, he was not afraid that these deep-sea sharks would eat him. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a blue light flashed. The bodies of the deep-sea sharks were all put away by him. Although these guys were not very intelligent, the energy contained in their flesh and blood was more than that of an ordinary ferocious beast. These were all good treasures for refining the blood alchemy pill. They cannot be wasted. After putting away the dead bodies of the sharks, Jiang Fei hesitated. Originally, Jiang Fei had come down to search for water-type ingredients to refine pills. However, as soon as he obtained a space-time crystal, he attracted the attention of the deep-sea sharks. However, Jiang Fei's condition was also very bad. He was not willing to return to the surface of the water, but he was also afraid that he would be in danger at the bottom of the sea and would not be able to deal with it. Forget it. Anyway, refining pills is not something that can be done in a short period of time. This time, I've already obtained the space-time crystal and the shark's body. In the end, Jiang Fei chose to give up. After all, there were too many unknown dangers underwater. He really did not want to take such unnecessary risks when he was unable to protect himself. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei returned to the surface of the water. Jiang Fei flipped the water and rushed into the clouds. He quickly met up with Bai Wei and Wu Rui. Bai Wei asked. Jiang Fei shrugged. Master, you're not in a good condition. Wu Rui was more attentive. She noticed that Jiang Fei's aura was a little unstable. I'm Fine. I'm at a deep-sea shark. Jiang Fei smiled and said. Wu Rui was shocked. Before this, she did not know how strong Jiang Fei was. However, now, she had some idea of how strong Jiang Fei was. This was not something that an ordinary expert could do. I did not expect to encounter 9 of them. I almost died here. However, this trip was not for nothing. Jiang Fei laughed. What? Wu Rui began to doubt her own ears. They, the water-swallowing beasts, had a deep understanding of the power of the deep-sea sharks. In the end, they did not expect their teacher to kill 5 of them in the shark swarm, and even escape unscathed. Chapter 2274, 2274. Translator, 549690333. Jiang Fei nodded. Wu Rui was completely dumbfounded. She could not even imagine how powerful this teacher was. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Jiang Fei was really tired. Although he had taken a few pills to recover his spiritual energy, for someone with his strength, he wanted to recover his spiritual energy by taking pills. That was simply a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the most important thing now was to find a place to isolate himself and train. Otherwise, when his spiritual energy recovered naturally, he would have to wait for a long time. Wu Rui and Bai Wei nodded repeatedly. At this time, they could also see that Jiang Fei's condition was not very good. It was probably because he had consumed a lot of energy during the battle just now. After that, Jiang Fei and the other two flew forward for a period of time. They found a small island on the sea and landed on it. Bivet sight. Not only did this small island not have the aura of a ferocious beast, but there were also very few living creatures. After they landed on the island, the only animals they saw were a few rabbits. Bai Wei, who had eaten roasted bear meat once, had finally revealed her gluttony. Therefore, when she saw an animal, she would basically consider whether it was delicious or not. Bai Wei and Wu Rui were both born as ferocious beasts. They usually hunted, so they would never have the thought of eating a rabbit when it was so cute. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. The roasted rabbit meat was much more delicious than the bear meat. Really? Before Bai Wei could finish her sentence, she had already rushed out. Master, I'll help you clean up a place. Wu Rui accompanied Jiang Fei to the middle of the island. As there were not many mountains on the island, it was impossible to dig out a cave. Therefore, Wu Rui had no choice but to clear out a piece of flat land. Then, she cut off some tree trunks and trimmed them into the shape of a round stool to let Jiang Fei rest. Jiang Fei laughed. Although he had the illusion vine seed on him, since this little disciple of his was so filial, he naturally would not object. Not long after Jiang Fei sat down, Bai Wei came back with more than a dozen wild rabbits. Although these wild rabbits were somewhat powerful, they were at most at the light-up stage. In front of Bai Wei, they were like lying on the ground and taking them out. Therefore, Bai Wei immediately took out a bunch of them. Bai Wei asked. As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, Bai Wei began to make her move. A sharp little claw popped out from between her fingers. Then, she quickly skinned and gutted the wild rabbits. Good boy. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. Brother, I've already skewered the rabbits. Bivet agreed. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Then, he added the fire and began to roast the rabbit meat. Bai Wei and Wu Rui were watching carefully from the side. However, their goals were completely different. Bai Wei was simply waiting for something to eat. As she watched, she almost drooled. However, Wu Rui was different. She had memorized Jiang Fei's every move. Occasionally, she would ask Jiang Fei some questions. Her goal was to learn how to roast this kind of food. As the water eater was a race in the water, Wu Rui had most likely eaten her prey raw before. However, the aroma of the roasted meat told her that eating this way was much better than eating it raw. Moreover, there was another reason why the two girls had completely different reactions. Bai Wei had grown up in the valley since she was young. She had not seen much of the world. To put it nicely, she was too simple-minded. To put it bluntly, she was a little simple-minded. She would not consider too many problems. However, Wu Rui was different. Although her personality had changed greatly after experiencing life and death, her thinking pattern would not change much. In order to show her value, she had to stay by her master's side all day long and have her master serve her. What kind of disciple was this? Therefore, Wu Rui planned to learn how to grill meat. In the future, when such a thing happened again, she would be able to do it for her. Very soon, the rabbit meat had a golden color. The fragrance became even stronger. As Jiang Fei sprinkled the spices, the golden oil dripped onto the flame, causing sparks to fly. Oui, Sigid. Bivet nodded repeatedly. Jiang Fei smiled. Bivet nodded repeatedly. Soon, the first roasted rabbit was completed. Jiang Fei gave it to Bai Wei and Wu Rui. Bai Wei took the roasted rabbit meat and ate it happily. Wu Rui took the roasted rabbit meat and tore off a small piece. Then, she gave the rest to Jiang Fei. Master, you must be exhausted. Please eat first. Wu Rui said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. Wu Rui nodded very seriously. Okay, then you can try it, Jiang Fei said with a smile. He only wanted to try it because he thought it was fun. Very soon, Wu Rui followed Jiang Fei's instructions strictly and began to roast the rabbit. Soon, a rabbit was roasted to a golden color. After the rabbit was done roasting, Wu Rui tore a small piece of meat from the rabbit that she had roasted herself and tasted it. Then, she tried the piece that Jiang Fei had roasted. The taste of the two pieces was almost the same. It was hard to tell which one was better. After all, Jiang Fei was not a professional chef. He had only collected some seasoning for the roasted meat. The roasted meat was delicious because of the ingredients. It really had nothing to do with his skills. Therefore, the meat that Wu Rui roasted was also very good. Wu Rui handed the rabbit that she had roasted to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei praised after taking a bite. Hee. In that case, master, I will do the cooking for you in the future, Wu Rui said with a smile. Jiang Fei was stunned. Previously, he only thought that Wu Rui wanted to try the roast meat because she thought it was fun. Wu Rui said. Hee, it's good that you have such a heart, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Bai Wei was enjoying the food. However, she could not eat anymore. She was innocent, but she was not stupid. Wu Rui knew how to please Jiang Fei later on. However, she kept pestering Jiang Fei to roast meat for her. How is this the job of a follower? It's just a small matter. It's okay. Jiang Fei laughed. He took these things lightly. Moreover, he knew that Bai Wei was not lazy. She did not even think about it. This girl grew up alone in the valley. Her thoughts were a little simple. She was not as capable as Wu Rui. Chapter 2275. 2275. Translator. 549690033. After a delicious meal of roasted rabbit meat, Jiang Fei began to meditate and rest. At this time, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Although he had taken a few pills to restore his spiritual energy, it was only a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, the water-type spiritual energy here was rich. As long as Jiang Fei adjusted the attribute of the origin power, he could easily absorb the spiritual energy into his body and convert it into spiritual energy. Moreover, this kind of training, after exhausting his spiritual energy, was much more effective than his usual training. Therefore, although the fierce battle with the deep-sea shark had put Jiang Fei in danger, it was also an opportunity for him. Wu Rui, what do you think we should do now? Jiang Fei went into closed-door training. Bai Wei was a little bored. She asked Wu Rui as she pulled the flowers and plants around her. Master needs to be in closed-door cultivation at this time. We cannot allow outsiders to disturb him. Wu Rui shook her head. She did not want Bai Wei to be so simple-minded. As Bai Wei grew up alone in the valley, she still had the temperament of an immature little girl. However, Wu Rui was different. Although the water-eater tribe was not very strong, the survival of a small tribe required wisdom. Ever since she was young, she had been exposed to the deceit of others. Wu Rui knew very well the cruelty of this world. Now that she had finally become a disciple of the dragon tribe, this was a chance for her. It was also a chance for the water-eater tribe. She would never allow anything to happen to Jiang Fei. Even if she had to sacrifice her life in exchange, she would protect Jiang Fei. As long as this dragon master was around, he would be able to ensure the safety of the water-eater tribe for hundreds of years. Bai Wei could not think too much about it. However, since Wu Rui did not want to play, there was no point for her to play by herself. Hence, she decided to stay on the island. As Jiang Fei's spiritual power had been exhausted, he had been in closed-door cultivation for almost a month. Wu Rui carefully guarded Jiang Fei's side and did not dare to leave even half a step. Bai Wei had nothing to do but to catch wild rabbits or go fishing by the sea. His days were pretty good. After so many days of closed-door cultivation, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had recovered by 70 to 80%. He had originally planned to dive into the deep sea to search for the supplementary ingredient after he had fully recovered his strength. However, he did not expect that an accident would disrupt his plan. On this day, Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation. Wu Rui was also dutifully guarding him. However, just after noon, Wu Rui suddenly raised her head and looked towards the west. There were two terrifying auras that made her feel suffocated. Wu Rui had even noticed the presence of the two masters. Naturally, Bai Wei, who was slightly stronger than her, was no exception. Bai Wei was originally catching fish by the beach. Once she felt the two terrifying auras, she immediately threw the fish in her hand away and ran over. Bai Wei asked, Although she was stronger, she was really panicking when faced with such a situation. I don't know. Wu Rui shook her head. The two powerful auras approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. It was impossible for them to dodge. Moreover, Jiang Fei was still in seclusion. They must not be disturbed. Bive nodded. She did not know what to do at the moment. Therefore, when Wu Rui opened her mouth, she was treated as her backbone. After a moment, the two powerful auras arrived in front of them. The powerful pressure that erupted from the sky made the two girls want to crawl on the ground. If Jiang Fei was not in seclusion at the moment, he would be able to see the strength of these two people. Their combat strength was around 60 million. Their weaknesses were limited compared to Jiang Fei. At this moment, their auras were fully unleashed naturally. Bai Wei and Wu Rui would not be able to withstand it. These two did not look like friends. Instead, they looked like opponents. As they fought, they flew toward the island where Jiang Fei was. The aftermath of the battle caused the entire sea to boil. These two guys attacked with their full strength. Streams of terrifying energy spread out, scaring Bai Wei and Wu Rui. Wu Rui was very anxious. Bai Wei was also very scared, but her fear came more from instinct. In the end, Wu Rui gritted her teeth, steeled her heart, and jumped up, flying towards the two experts. Bai Wei called out, but Wu Rui had already rushed out. Because they were facing each other, Wu Rui had already gotten close to the two experts in less than a minute. If she got any closer, she was afraid that she would be injured by the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Rui mustered up her strength and used her spiritual power to send her voice out. The two of them also discovered Wu Rui's existence in the battle capital. However, her strength was not enough to pose a threat to the two of them, so the two of them ignored Wu Rui. You two, my master is a superior dragon. He is resting on a small island in front of us. Wu Rui shouted loudly again. As soon as Wu Rui said this, the two people in the battle retreated and jumped out of the battle. The reputation of a dragon race was not to be trifled with. Therefore, Bai Wei's words were effective. One of the middle-aged men asked, I am Wu Rui from the water-swallowing beast clan on the west coast of the Fantasy Sea. I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the dragon race. Now my master's resting. Wu Rui's words were neither servile nor overbearing. Moreover, she was polite and well-mannered. The elderly man nodded secretly. You said that we have to move because you want us to move? The middle-aged man did not seem to fall for this trick because he did not feel the powerful dragon's might nearby. At this time, Jiang Fei was in closed-door cultivation. In order to not cause trouble, he hid his aura. Therefore, it was normal for this guy to not notice him. Wu Rui was anxious. If Jiang Fei was in good condition, she would not believe that the person in front of her would dare to speak to a superior dragon in such a manner. However, Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation. If that person forcefully barged in, she would not be able to stop him. Young lady, don't be anxious. Leave this fellow to me. The old man rolled his eyes. Although Wu Rui wasn't very strong, she wasn't weak either. Moreover, from her words and actions, it could be seen that she wasn't an impulsive idiot. Taking the initiative to meet two middle-level immortal lords, she must have something to rely on. Therefore, the old man made a prompt decision and decided to help Wu Rui. Maybe he could even sell her to the Dragon Clan. Why not? Chapter 2276, 2276. Translator, 549690033. Old man, you're quite good at flattery. However, you can't even protect yourself today. The middle-aged man cursed angrily. Then, he waved his hands and rushed over. Miss, you should go back first. The old man turned around and sent Wu Rui more than 10 miles away with a gentle force. Then, he fought with the middle-aged man. This time, the old man didn't run away. He fought with the middle-aged man head-on. Little girl, don't lie to me, the old man said in his heart as he fought. The old man and the middle-aged man were equal in strength. The two of them fought each other. However, the old man knew clearly in his heart that he was too old and weak. When his strength was exhausted, it would be the time for the other party to kill him. Therefore, the old man had placed all his bets on Wu Rui. If there was really a dragon clan resting nearby, then he only needed to hold on for a period of time. Once the dragon clan had rested, they would definitely lend a hand. Although the reputation of the dragon clan among the 10,000 clans was not very good, they were overbearing, lustful, and greedy. Some of the outstanding qualities of the dragon clan were also recognized by the 10,000 clans. Also, they absolutely did not owe anyone a favor. Now that the old man had blocked the middle-aged man, the dragon clan below could rest in peace. Then, when he was done resting, he would return the favor. The middle-aged man would definitely retreat. After all, not everyone was like the Chonchi clan, who were not stingy. The middle-aged man had his clan. Even if he did not think for himself, he had to think for the clan. Offending the dragon clan was definitely not a good thing for their clan. The old man and the middle-aged man fought for 2 days. During this time, there was no sign of the dragon clan's aura. This made the old man somewhat anxious. At this moment, his spirit energy and physical strength were severely exhausted. The battle had also gone from being evenly matched at the beginning to now being dominated by the middle-aged man. "Old man, are you regretting now?" The middle-aged man said proudly. "Umph." Although the old man was regretful in his heart, he couldn't admit it. After all, he chose the path himself, so he had to finish it even if he had to kneel down. "Ha, Dragon Clan." The middle-aged man was also delirious with pride. He usually didn't dare to say such words. If it were to reach the ears of the Dragon Clan, it would bring disaster to his own clan. But today, the middle-aged man was too proud. After 2 days of fierce battle, he didn't find any traces of the Dragon Clan. He was already sure that there was no Dragon Clan around, so he dared to say such nonsense. "Oh." At this moment, a soft voice said faintly from behind the middle-aged man. "Aye." The middle-aged man felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his entire body went numb. Just when the middle-aged man was almost scared out of his wits, the old man who was fighting with him was overjoyed. "I really did not make the wrong bet. Ha ha." The old man was ecstatic because he had already seen Zhang Fei standing behind the middle-aged man. "You." The middle-aged man turned around with difficulty. He could already feel the dragon's aura around Zhang Fei's body. Although the aura was not strong, it was extremely pure. Clearly, the opponent was a superior dragon who had suppressed his strength. For a moment, the middle-aged man did not know what to say. At that moment, he wanted to slap himself. If there was any medicine for regret in this world, he would definitely buy a basket and eat it all in one go. Originally, fighting with the old man was at most a crime of disturbing the rest of the Dragon Clan. But now he was so full of himself that he insisted on saying that he would kill the Dragon Clan as well. That was really courting death. Of course, the old man was happy in his heart. Previously, he had only thought of enduring until the Dragon Clan appeared. When that time came, he would rely on the Dragon Clan to get rid of this middle-aged man. Happiness came so suddenly. Not only was the dragon race extremely powerful, but the middle-aged man was also seeking his own death. The middle-aged man had no choice but to lower his head and admit his mistake. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man's strength was not bad. He thought that even if he could not defeat Zhang Fei, he could still escape. However, the problem was that he could run away from the monk, but he could not run away from the temple. If he ran away, he would implicate the entire clan. If Zhang Fei was just a weak little dragon, the middle-aged man might still be able to put up a desperate fight. He hoped that he could kill Zhang Fei and the old man, so that he would not leave any loose ends. However, now that he could not even defeat Zhang Fei, there was no need to talk about killing him. Therefore, in order not to implicate the clan, he did not even have the heart to resist or run away. Zhang Fei's tone was still calm. However, the more he acted like this, the greater the pressure on the middle-aged man. "Exalted God, I admit my mistake. I only hope that you will not implicate my clan." The middle-aged man finally made up his mind. Zhang Fei looked at the old man. If it was not for the fact that the old man was holding out against him, he would not have been able to cultivate in peace until he had fully recovered. The old man was very tactful. Although Jiang Fei had asked him, he did not dare to say anything. "All right, that's it then. I won't ask about the cause of the grudge between the two of you." After Jiang Fei said that, he signaled the middle-aged man to attack. The middle-aged man nodded. He looked at Jiang Fei with a slightly grateful look. Although he had to cripple his own cultivation for 500 years, Jiang Fei's words had undoubtedly saved his life. Without Jiang Fei's words, even if Jiang Fei did not kill him, after the middle-aged man crippled his own cultivation for 500 years, the old man would not have spared him. However, if the middle-aged man crippled his own cultivation for 500 years, the old man would definitely have the ability to kill him. However, because of Jiang Fei's words, the old man could no longer chase after the middle-aged man. Otherwise, he would not give face to the dragon race. Therefore, the middle-aged man had a chance to escape. With a muffled groan, the middle-aged man reversed his chi and blood, crippling his 500 years of cultivation. After his cultivation was crippled, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. He bowed to Jiang Fei and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to heal himself first. Otherwise, he might lose even more of his cultivation. Due to Jiang Fei's words, the old man did not chase after him. Chapter 2277. 2277. Translator 549690033. Hee, this is also your own choice, Jiang Fei said calmly. If the old man had not blocked his enemies for him and stayed here for 2 days, Jiang Fei would not have helped him. No matter what, it is all thanks to you, God. I was lucky enough to survive. The old man said. Jiang Fei asked, "My name is Gu Zhong." The old man introduced himself. Mysterious Wind Mountain? Jiang Fei asked curiously. "It's not far from here. It's about 200 miles to the west," Gu Zhong said. Jiang Fei asked. "His name is Wei Bin. He is the clan leader of the floating cave flamingos," Gu Zhong said. Jiang Fei asked. "There was no grudge between the two of us," Gu Zhong said after a moment of hesitation. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, "What great treasure?" This time, Gu Zhong did not hesitate and said it directly. This sacred flame token was another fire attribute 10-sided clear artifact besides the tooth of the fire god. In the ancient times, when the path of artifact refining had yet to take shape, the value of this 10-sided clear artifact was higher, so it was fought over by various races. Initially, when Gu Zhong mentioned it, he was still a little hesitant, because if the dragon clan knew about this treasure, it would basically be gone. However, after much deliberation, Gu Zhong still decided to say it. This was because Wei Bin already knew about the sacred flame token. Although he had crippled his own cultivation for 500 years, he was no longer Gu Zhong's match. However, the Fire Crane clan was much stronger than the Red-Tailed Fox clan. If they suffered a loss this time, they would definitely make a comeback. Moreover, even if the Red-Tailed Fox clan managed to stop the Fire Crane's attack, Wei Bin would definitely spread the news of the Sacred Flame token among the Red-Tailed Fox clan. At that time, all the fire-attributed ferocious beasts in the 5 directions would come and snatch it. The problem that the red-tailed foxes would face was not just losing the treasure. There was a risk of extinction. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Gu Zhong decided to give the treasure to the dragon race in exchange for the protection of the dragon race. In this way, not to mention the small flamingos, even the stronger dire beasts would not dare to underestimate the red-tailed foxes. They would not dare to underestimate the red-tailed foxes anymore. Jiang Fei nodded when he heard the news. The Sacred Flame Order was originally in his hands. Unfortunately, after hundreds of thousands of years, the 10 directional artifacts in his hands had all disappeared. God, on behalf of the red-tailed fox race, I am willing to offer the Sacred Flame Order to God. I only hope that you can protect the red-tailed fox race from other fierce beasts, Gu Zhong said while the iron was hot. All the beasts knew that once the dragon clan heard about a certain treasure, they would definitely snatch it. Therefore, in order to avoid any mishaps, they had to take the initiative to offer the treasure before they took action. If that was the case, the dragon clan would either exchange the treasure with an equivalent value or provide some protection to the clan. In short, They would not accept the benefits for free. Therefore, when Gu Zhong told Jiang Fei about the Sacred Flame Order, he took the initiative to offer the treasure to Jiang Fei so that Gu Zhong would not snatch it from him. If that was the case, the red-tailed fox race would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. He really wanted the Sacred Flame Order. If it was an ordinary treasure, he might give it up if he felt that it would be troublesome. However, the Sacred Flame Order was a 10-directional clear artifact. These treasures were the only ones. In the end, Jiang Fei still could not resist the temptation of the Sacred Flame token. Then, please follow me to the Dark Wind Mountain. Gu Zhong took the opportunity to invite Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Gu Zhong, I still have 2 little friends down there. When I call them over, we will set off. I will follow your orders, Gu Zhong said humbly. It's all right now. Jiang Fei sent out a stream of spiritual power and informed Bai Wei and Wu Rui. Soon, the 2 girls flew up. Master, brother. The 2 girls came to Jiang Fei's side. Let's go to the Dark Wind Mountain and have some fun, Jiang Fei said with a smile. The 2 girls nodded. As long as they followed Jiang Fei, it did not matter where they went. Jiang Fei said to Gu Zhong, All right. Gu Zhong Fei led the way for Jiang Fei and the other 2. Jiang Fei nodded slightly and followed closely behind. Bai Wei and Wu Rui followed closely behind. A distance of more than 200 miles was nothing to experts like them. After flying for a moment, Jiang Fei and the other 2 arrived at the Dark Wind Mountain. That is the territory of our red-tailed fox clan. Gu Zhong pointed at a small valley and said. Jiang Fei nodded. Gu Zhong took the lead and flew down. Jiang Fei and the others followed behind and landed. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Ancestor, you're back. Greetings, Ancestor. When Gu Zhong returned, the little foxes came forward and bowed. As Jiang Fei had hidden his aura, he did not attract their attention. Instead, the little foxes looked at Bai Wei and Wu Rui a few more times. After all, these 2 girls were not that old, but their strength was very shocking. Gu Zhong waved his hand and signaled the little foxes to leave. He did not introduce Jiang Fei or ask the little foxes to bow, because Jiang Fei's status was too high. The little foxes did not even have the right to come forward and greet him. Who is that person? Why is the ancestor so polite? I don't know. He must be some big shot, right? He must be. Although Jiu Zhong did not introduce Jiang Fei, the little foxes had already guessed that Jiang Fei's identity was not ordinary. Therefore, they hid far away and discussed among themselves. On the other hand, Jiang Fei followed Gu Zhong to the depths of the valley. There were many wooden buildings here. It could be seen that these were all learned from humans. Moreover, they were not bad. There were all kinds of pavilions and pavilions. Moreover, there were many decorations and carvings on them. Jiang Fei laughed. This was because in this era, the ferocious beasts usually lived in caves. It was rare for ferocious beasts to build their own houses. God, you are flattering me. When I was young, I had a good relationship with a human. I learned all this from the humans, Gu Zhong said. Humans? Jiang Fei asked curiously. He really wanted to see what the humans were like hundreds of thousands of years ago. Gu Zhong had not contacted the humans for many years. After all, the humans of this era were still very weak. They did not even have a share of the good forests. Only those plains that had no danger to defend were not worth the attention of the ferocious beasts, so it was the humans' turn to live there. Chapter 2278, 2278. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei silently memorized the name of the place. He planned to visit it when he was free. Gu Zhong led Jiang Fei to a large hall. Jiang Fei nodded and walked in. Gu Zhong said to Jiang Fei, you're the master here. It is not suitable for me to be the host. Jiang Fei smiled and sat down on the guest seat. God, please wait a moment, Gu Zhong said as he walked to the door. There were people standing there with their hands hanging down. Gu Zhong ordered. Yes. The person nodded. Go and get Jiao, Gu Zhong said to the other person. The person was about to turn around and go to work. Gu Zhong stopped him. That person asked. Gu Zhong said, Yes, I understand. That person asked. Gu Zhong said. That person also turned around and left. Gu Zhong returned to Jiang Fei's side and began to chat with him. A moment later, the little fox who had prepared the fragrant tea and fruits returned. He placed the tea and snacks in front of Jiang Fei and then carefully left. Guru, please try it, Gu Zhong said proudly. Jiang Fei took a sip. He was not afraid that the old fox would harm him. Moreover, the old fox had no reason to harm him. After a sip of the fragrant tea, Jiang Fei indeed felt that his lips and teeth were still fragrant. Moreover, he felt refreshed. Jiang Fei sighed from the bottom of his heart. Gu Zhong immediately said, "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded. The tea was indeed delicious. Even though Jiang Fei had accepted Gu Zhong's gift, he still had to thank him. At that moment, the sound of rings ringing could be heard from outside the hall. At the same time, a faint fragrance drifted in through the door. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. The reputation of the dragon race's lecherous nature was really impressive. He could almost run into a beauty trap wherever he went. He was really impressed by this. In fact, Jiang Fei had already noticed the person from afar. This woman's strength was not bad. She was even stronger than Bai Wei, who had the dragon race's bloodline. Her combat power was over 50 million. She had already crossed the threshold of a celestial lord. A woman entered the door. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She was really charming. The corners of her eyes and brows were filled with countless types of charm. Gu Zhong led the woman to Jiang Fei. The woman bowed gracefully. Her every move was charming. God, Jiao is the current leader of our red-tailed fox clan, Gu Zhong introduced. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Although Gu Fengjiao was very charming, she was still far from being comparable to the phoenix spirit, who was the female beast queen. Your grace has graced us with your presence, Gu Fengjiao said to Jiang Fei. Although she did not do anything on purpose, her every move was as charming as a woman's. There was no need to explain her intentions. Jiang Fei ignored Gu Fengjiao. He had never provoked a woman with such a strong intention. Jiao, I have promised to offer the sacred flame token to the god, Gu Zhong said to Gu Fengjiao. Gu Fengjiao was stunned. The sacred flame token was their clan's most precious treasure. Gu Zhong pulled Gu Fengjiao to the entrance of the hall. Then, he lowered his voice and said to her, "Is everything done?" "Don't worry, old ancestor," Gu Fengjiao said proudly. "And then hurry up and get the sacred flame token. Don't make the exalted goddess wait too long," Gu Zhong said. Gu Fengjiao nodded. She knew that the sacred flame token could not be kept. If the dragon race did not know, it would be fine. But if they knew the whereabouts of such a treasure, then there was no way they would not get it. The only difference was that if you offered it in exchange for benefits, or if you waited for others to come and snatch it from you. Just as Gu Fengjiao was about to get the sacred flame token, Gu Zhong whispered again, "It will be best if you can be valued by the gods. If you can't, don't force it. Don't lose your temper and lose our entire clan." "Yes, ancestor." Gu Fengjiao nodded repeatedly. She was enlightened by Gu Zhong's words. Gu Fengjiao was indeed seducing Jiang Fei just now. Moreover, when she realized that Jiang Fei was not interested in her, Gu Fengjiao acted as if she was in a fit of pique. She went even further to display her charm. She wanted Jiang Fei to fall for her. The more beautiful a woman was, the more obsessed she would be with her own beauty. They believed that every man would fall for her. Once they realized that someone was not interested in them, it would instead stimulate their desire to conquer. However, Gu Zhong's words reminded Gu Fengjiao that the person in front of her was not an ordinary person. He was a superior dragon. If she deliberately flirted with him, it would be fine if she could make him her guest of honor. The red-tailed fox clan would be crippled. Therefore, Gu Zhong's words woke Gu Fengjiao up in time so that she could stop before Jiang Fei got bored. After Gu Fengjiao left, Gu Zhong came before Jiang Fei. He knew that the conversation between him and Gu Fengjiao could not be hidden from Jiang Fei. Therefore, he simply apologized and said, "Exalted goddess, Jiao is young and insensible. Please do not argue with her." Jiang Fei smiled. He was not the kind of person to be stingy. However, he had heard Gu Zhong and Gu Fengjiao's charade? Jiang Fei suddenly asked. Gu Zhong was stunned for a moment, and then said, "It's about welcoming you, God." Jiang Fei was stunned. "Yes," Gu Zhong said. Although he did not lie, such a grand ceremony was not often used. He had hinted to Gu Fengjiao to create this ceremony today, so that all the surrounding ferocious beasts would know that the Dragon Clan had come to visit the Red-Tailed Fox Clan. Gu Zhong wanted to let all the fierce beasts in the vicinity know that the Red-Tailed Fox Clan had hooked up with the dragon race, so that they would have some scruples in the future. They would not continue to bully the red-tailed fox like before. Now, they had someone to protect them. Chapter 2279, 2279. Translator, 549699033. After a while, Gu Fengjiao returned with a sacred flame token. Gu Fengjiao bowed and stood in front of Jiang Fei. She was holding a brocade box with both hands. Inside was the sacred flame token. Gu Fengjiao, who was wearing a low-cut dress, was showing off. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He did not expect this woman to not give up. After he took over the life, he ignored Gu Fengjiao. Instead, he said to Gu Zhong, "I'll take the sacred flame order. I'll do what I promised you." Gu Zhong bowed deeply to Jiang Fei. "Go and gather everyone from the other clans in the vicinity," Jiang Fei instructed Gu Zhong. "Yes." Gu Zhong nodded and went out to prepare. "Exalted Goddess, the welcoming ceremony is almost ready. Please step forward," Gu Fengjiao said to Jiang Fei at this time. "Let's go," Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei and Wu Rui. The two girls nodded and followed Jiang Fei out. "Master, you'd better be careful of Gu Fengjiao," Wu Rui whispered into Jiang Fei's ear. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. "She has a purpose for you," Wu Rui said bluntly. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Wu Rui was stunned for a moment. That's right. When she first met Jiang Fei, didn't she have the same purpose as Gu Fengjiao? I'm just kidding." Jiang Fei smiled and patted Wu Rui's head. "It's all thanks to Master's reminder. Otherwise, I might have continued to be obsessed and eventually become a woman like Gu Fengjiao," Wu Rui said. "That's not your fault. The environment makes the world." Jiang Fei suddenly sighed. Wu Hui nodded. Previously, she had been trying to seduce Jiang Fei. Wasn't her goal to find a slightly better home for herself? No matter what, her fate was not in her hands. She was destined to be someone else's plaything from the moment she was born. She had to find a stubborn person that she was satisfied with, right? However, fortunately, Wu Rui met Jiang Fei and rescued her from her fate. Thinking of this, when Wu Rui looked at Gu Fengjiao again, she could not help but feel sorry for this woman. Jiang Fei and the other two followed Gu Fengjiao to the small square outside. At this time, the place was already filled with people. Moreover, the entire red-tailed Fox Clan settlement was decorated with lights and decorations. It was especially beautiful. Gu Fengjiao led Jiang Fei to the center of the square. Bang! 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 As soon as Jiang Fei stepped into the square, the sound of salutes could be heard. Following that, a large number of red-tailed Fox Clan members wearing red formal clothes ran out. They surrounded Jiang Fei and sang and danced. It was a scene of celebration. Hee, it's quite lively, Jiang Fei laughed. The Mountain Bear Clan leader is here to visit. Clan leader Flaming Tiger is here. The Grand Elder of the Blood Wolf Clan is here. At this moment, the clan leaders and powerful figures around the red-tailed fox had also arrived. Gu Zhong had just gone to deliver the message. This was a summon from the Dragon Clan. How could they not come? As expected of the Dragon Clan's supreme god, the clan leader of the Flaming Tiger clan sighed. The Grand Elder of the Blood Wolf Clan said disdainfully, in his opinion, the red-tailed fox clan did not deserve to live in Mystic Wind Mountain. These fellows knew nothing except to flatter others. They were simply embarrassing the Fierce Beast clan. Because they looked down on the red-tailed fox clan, the Blood Wolf clan bullied them the most ruthlessly. However, because the red-tailed fox clan had a good relationship with the Raging Flame Tiger clan, the Blood Wolf clan did not exterminate the red-tailed fox clan. Old friend, you better restrain yourself today. That old fox Gu Zhong called us over. it's 80% likely that he is already hooked up with the Dragon Clan. Regretful Mountain Bear's clan leader had a good relationship with the Supreme Elder of the Bloodwolf clan, hence, he spoke out to remind him. I know, the Supreme Elder of the Bloodwolf clan sneered. However, he also restrained his aura. Although he looked down on the red-tailed Fox clan, he still had to give face to the Dragon Clan. When a few of them came before Jiang Fei, the clan leader of the Regretful Mountain Bear clan was the first to step forward and bow. From this, it could be seen that he had the highest status among these people. The clan leader of the Raging Flame Tiger clan was the second to bow and greet. Finally, it was the Blood Wolf clan's Grand Elder. Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly. He had been in a high position for a long time, so he was used to this kind of situation. After a few big shots of the ferocious beasts greeted Jiang Fei, they stood aside. Because the welcoming ceremony had reached its climax, a group of little foxes danced a dance that was unique to the red-tailed fox clan. They surrounded Gu Fengjiao and came before Jiang Fei. At that moment, Gu Fengjiao had unknowingly changed into a new set. She was covered in heavy makeup. Coupled with her seductive dance moves, the few big bosses around her felt their blood pumping. As expected of the foxes, Wu Rue whispered from his side. Bai Wei nodded in agreement. Hee. Every clan has their own means of survival. The red-tailed fox clan is not very strong. Jiang Fei sighed. Actually, he could understand the red-tailed fox clan. Any man with a little bit of courage would not be willing to let his clan's sisters use their bodies to protect the lives of their clan members. As long as they had other ways, Jiang Fei believed that the red-tailed fox clan would not make such a choice. Every clan could destroy them. Just by relying on their courage, the red-tailed fox clan would have long been destroyed. They had to compromise so much. Otherwise, that clan would have designed such a charming, welcoming ceremony. To put it bluntly, wasn't it just gathering all the beauties in the clan and displaying them in front of the powerhouses? Then, everyone would choose one. Exalted Goddess, just tell me which one you like. Gu Zhong came to Jiang Fei's side and said. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Gu Zhong was a little embarrassed. The welcoming ceremony of the red-tailed fox clan was very popular. None of the powerhouses who came to visit had ever rejected it. He did not expect that the Dragon Clan, who was famous for being lustful, would not be interested in it. Chapter 2280. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the living room. However, the three big beasts were not polite. The three of you, since the guru is not interested, you can choose for yourselves. Gu Zhong said to the three big beasts. The Tuoba clan leader of the Regretful Mountain Bear clan was the first to stand out. Then, he chose a little fox girl. After choosing this girl, they could take her with them. Moreover, after they took her back, they would keep her as a concubine. The red-tailed fox tribe did not care whether she was a subordinate or a reward. They would not question her even if she died. From this, it could be seen that these red-tailed fox girls were actually quite pitiful. Miao Feng of the Raging Flame Tiger tribe and Ha Tong of the Blood Wolf tribe also chose a little fox girl. However, they were the same as Tuoba. Gu Fengjiao was the current clan leader of the red-tailed fox clan. Gu Zhong could offer her to the Dragon Clan, but he would never hand her over to them. All right, everyone, I will get someone to send the woman you have chosen back to you. Gu Zhong said to the three of them. Yes. Tuoba and the other two nodded. Although they had chosen a little fox girl who was as beautiful as a flower and had just been excited by the welcoming ceremony, they were not brainless fools to be able to make it this far. Although they were anxious to go back and enjoy the little fox girl, they did not dare to neglect the dragon race. Therefore, the three of them followed Gu Zhong to the living room. At this time, Jiang Fei was still sitting on the guest seat. This time, the three big bosses of the ferocious beasts were in an awkward position. If Jiang Fei was sitting on the main seat, they would be able to sit on the guest seat after saluting. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was sitting on the guest seat. Where should they sit? Should they sit on the floor or on the doorsill? Gu Zhong also saw the awkwardness of the three of them. Therefore, he said carefully. In fact, he was also afraid of angering Jiang Fei. After all, the dragon race's temperamental mood was also famous. It's okay. I'll just sit here. It's pretty good. Zhang Fei was really taking money from others. Now that he had taken the red-tailed fox clan's sacred flame token, he had to teach the other 3 clans a lesson. Although Zhang Fei said that Gu Zhong did not dare to sit on the main seat. He had no choice but to stand by Zhang Fei's side with his hands down. This time, the 3 big bosses of the ferocious beasts were even more embarrassed. They could not even sit. They could not even sit anywhere in the huge living room. Zhang Fei saw that he had achieved what he wanted, so he said, "I have made a deal with the red-tailed fox clan. This deal is more complicated. How should I put it? I have promised to help them destroy a race when necessary." When Zhang Fei spoke, he had a smile on his face. However, the 3 big bosses were so scared that they almost sat on the ground. When the big bosses saw Zhang Fei, they had estimated Zhang Fei's approximate power. It would not be a problem to take them down. However, with Zhang Fei's strength alone, it would be a lie to say that he could wipe out their race. After all, there were more than one immortal Lord-level master in their race. If they were to really go all out, it would be difficult to say. However, the bad thing was that Zhang Fei was a dragon. If they could not defeat Zhang Fei and even knew to call for help, would he not? When the dragon race's army came, it would be a matter of minutes before the entire race was wiped out. Therefore, when Zhang Fei said that, the 3 big bosses' vision went black. Their 3 races had exploited the red-tailed fox race many times. Just now, the 3 of them had even taken away 3 girls from the red-tailed fox race. Although these girls were sent by the red-tailed fox race on their own accord, weren't the girls sent by the red-tailed fox race to ensure their safety? Otherwise, who would be so free that they would give their own sisters to others as playthings? Don't worry too much. Zhang Fei smiled casually. However, the problem was that the 3 big bosses of the ferocious beasts could not be laughed at. Yes, that was right. Zhang Fei only agreed to help the red-tailed fox destroy 1 clan. The remaining 2 clans could continue to bully the red-tailed fox. When that time came, the Dragon Clan and the Red-Tailed Fox Clan's deal would be over. They definitely could not meddle in other people's business. However, the problem was who was willing to be the unlucky one. The bear, tiger, wolf, and wolf clans were also competitors. There were endless friction between them. Only when it came to bullying the Red-Tailed Fox Clan, the 3 clans had something in common. Therefore, no one was willing to take the hit for the other 2 clans. Brother Guzhong, look at this matter. I was just joking with you just now. That girl is indeed quite my favorite. However, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to acknowledge her as my goddaughter. The Bloodwolf clan's Ha Tong was really quick-witted. He instantly understood the relationship between them. Zhang Fei had already made it very clear. He had promised Gu Zhong that he would wipe out the entire clan. However, Gu Zhong was the one who had the final say in who he would wipe out. Although Zhang Fei was now a high and mighty dragon, to the other 3 clans, he was merely an assassin who would take money from others to wipe out a disaster. Only Gu Zhong, who had hired the assassin, would be the key to solving the problem. Therefore, Ha Tong, who looked down on the red-tailed fox race the most, was the first to show his goodwill to Gu Zhong. He did not want to be the scapegoat. When Gu Zhong asked the dragon to do something, the red-tailed fox race, who had no backing, would be able to do whatever they wanted. That's right. That's right. Although Taoba of the regretful mountain bear race looked simple-minded, he was also very smart. As soon as Ha Tong said that, he understood. Miao Feng's reaction was a little slow. However, he was not a fool. Of course, he knew what the 2 were planning. Therefore, he immediately expressed his goodwill to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong thought to himself. He understood it better than the 3 big bosses of the ferocious beasts. That's right. Zhang Fei had said that he would help him destroy the entire clan. However, did he dare to say anything? After he really destroyed the entire race, the red-tailed fox would be the one to be destroyed the next day. The old fox was able to fight for space for the red-tailed fox race in the middle of the 3 races. That was definitely not because of his strength. It was because of his brain. Therefore, he instantly understood Zhang Fei's intention. As long as he did not say which race he wanted to destroy, the 3 races would have to fight to please him. However, Once he made up his mind to destroy the entire race, the death of the red-tailed fox race would come. Therefore, Zhang Fei's intention was very clear. He did not really want to be a fighter for the red-tailed fox race. He just wanted to use this name to restrict the 3 races so that he could fulfill his promise to protect the red-tailed fox race. Of course, even if the 3 races finally figured out Zhang Fei's true intention, what could they do? At most, they would not be able to please the red-tailed fox race. Would they still dare to bully the red-tailed fox race? In case the other party cornered, want to fight with you, what to do? Chapter 2281. 2281. Translator 5496903. Recently, I was a little annoyed because the employees at Womiandian registered their members under my name when they registered for membership. I also opened WeChat to make a secret payment, so they directly swiped my money when they bought things. I looked for Womiandian and Womiandian, but not only did they not give me a solution, but their attitude was also rude and unreasonable. Therefore, the author decided to fight to the death. Today, he only went to work on the lawsuit and did not have the time to update it. I hope everyone can understand. I'll make up for it in 2 days. Chapter 2282. 2282. Translator 5496903. I stayed at the lawyer's office for a whole day today, and there were all kinds of messy matters. I didn't have time to update them, so I still have to take a day off. Tomorrow is the 4th watch, so I hope everyone can forgive me. This time, I won't make steam buns to fight for my reputation. I'll even admit to losing money and going to court. I'll definitely fight to the death with Womi. Chapter 2283. 2283. Translator 5496903. Under Zhang Fei's plan, regardless of whether the 3 races had figured out the secret behind it or not, they did not dare to bully the red-tailed fox race anymore. After resolving this problem, Zhang Fei put away the sacred flame token with a peace of mind. The deal between the 2 parties was finally completed. All right, everything here has been settled. It's time for us to leave. Zhang Fei said. At the same time, he placed a small scale on the table. However, this scale was not from his dragon form. Instead, it was something that Zhang Fei had taken away when he was stealing the dragon's corpse. Gu Zhong was naturally grateful. He did not expect Zhang Fei to really leave behind a scale. Zhang Fei said to Bai Wei and Wu Rui, who were beside him. The 2 girls nodded. Guru, don't you want to stay a little longer? I have already asked someone to prepare a banquet, Gu Zhong said. Zhang Fei waved his hand. He did not like the red-tailed fox race. Although the red-tailed fox race had no choice but to use their girls to exchange for a living space, Zhang Fei could understand. However, that did not mean that he would agree to it. In Zhang Fei's heart, men still had to be brave. If you could not beat them, you could choose to die in battle. If you had to say that you wanted to preserve the survival of your race, then you could choose to migrate. However, you could use the bodies of your sisters in the race to exchange for the men's lives. This made Zhang Fei look down on them. Therefore, after the transaction was completed, Zhang Fei did not plan to stay in the red-tailed fox race any longer. On the other side, Gu Zhong was unwilling to accept this. However, the big shots of the bear, tiger, and wolf clans quickly stood up to send him off. Although they had not completely come into contact with the danger yet, the earlier they sent this death god away, the better everyone would be able to live in peace. On the other side, Zhang Fei did not care about Gu Zhong's request to stay. He directly took Bai Wei and Wu Rui and left. Gu Fengjiao, who had just finished changing her clothes, did not have the time to see Zhang Fei again. She could only watch Zhang Fei's back as he left. Gu Fengjiao was unwilling to give up. She knew what her future would be like. Although she was known as the leader of the red-tailed fox clan, the title was just to increase her status. The one who held the real power in the clan was still Gu Zhong. To put it bluntly, her position as the clan leader was a high-level gift. Sooner or later, she would have to give it to a foreign powerhouse as a plaything. Therefore, Gu Fengjiao naturally hoped to be able to rely on a dragon. It was still much better than being played with by a powerhouse from another race before giving it to their subordinates. Many girls in the red-tailed fox race had experienced many changes after being picked by a foreign powerhouse. In the end, all of them died miserably. After all, A girl was considered a gift by her own family. Then, who would treat her as a human when they were in the foreign clan? Gu Zhong stopped Gu Fengjiao. He did not want Gu Fengjiao to chase after Jiang Fei and anger him. After all, the dragon god had clearly stated that he was not interested in the girls of the Fox clan at all. If Gu Fengjiao insisted on chasing after them, not only would she not be able to please the other party, she might even cause trouble. The red-tailed Fox clan could not afford to offend the Dragon clan. Gu Fengjiao was a little unwilling. However, she had to bow down to Gu Zhong's authority. Therefore, she could only stand there in a daze and watch as Jiang Fei and the rest disappeared into the horizon. Bai Wei asked Jiang Fei, "There are too many things that are unfair in the world. Weak races are always oppressed. Although I have some ability, I cannot be the savior. I cannot help anyone." Jiang Fei's voice was not loud. However, it traveled far. It even reached Gu Fengjiao's ears clearly. Gu Fengjiao nodded thoughtfully. Then, she turned to Gu Zhong with a smile. "Old ancestor, let's go back. There are still leaders of the three races to receive." Gu Zhong did not hear Jiang Fei's special voice transmission. Therefore, he was surprised that Gu Fengjiao had adjusted her mood so quickly. On the other hand, Gu Fengjiao and Gu Zhong went back to socialize with the big shots of the bear, tiger, and wolf clans. Jiang Fei and the other two had already flown far away. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei also sympathized with Gu Fengjiao. However, just as he said, he could not even take care of himself in this era. How could he be the savior to save others? Therefore, leaving a message to remind Gu Fengjiao that he had already done his best. As for what would happen to Gu Fengjiao in the end, that was not something that he had to worry about. Master is right. There are too many things that are unfair in this world. No one is the savior. Wu Rui said in agreement. Now, she had completely understood. Bai Wei asked. Her thoughts were relatively simple. At this point, the matter with the red-tailed Fox clan was already over for her. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Previously, after listening to Gu Zhong, he had wanted to see how the humans were doing. All right, Raging Flame Plains. Bai Wei's memory was not bad, so she also remembered that the place was where the humans lived. Wu Rui asked curiously. Jiang Fei whispered. However, Wu Rui heard him clearly. What? Humans will eventually become the rulers of this world? Wu Rui was shocked. In her opinion, humans were so weak that they could not even be compared to the red-tailed Fox clan, let alone the water-swallowing beast clan. Wu Rui was very surprised that such a weak human would be valued so highly by the Dragon clan's teacher. Jiang Fei smiled and said to Wu Rui, "Look, the world is now under the control of the Dragon clan. Other than the Dragon clan, there are other races of ferocious beasts. Humans can be said to be the lowest level of existence." Wu Hui nodded. But have you noticed? Regardless of whether it is the dragon race or the other races of ferocious beasts, the reason why they are so powerful is because of their own talent. It is because of the heavens that gave them a strong physique and innate strength. As for humans, Jiang Fei asked, it is because they do not have any bloodline power. Wu Rui said, no, it's not that humans don't have bloodline power. It's just that their bloodline power is not directly reflected, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Chapter 2284, 2284. Translator, 5496903. Not directly? Wu Rui asked in confusion. Jiang Fei said as he looked at the two women. He saw that the two women's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, he explained further, I don't know if you have noticed, but whether it's the dragon race or the other ferocious beast race, in this long history, everyone's lifestyle and the strength of each race have not changed much. That's not true, said Wu Rui. Their expansion is not because their strength has improved, but because the race has slowly expanded as it reproduces. To put it bluntly, it's because there are more people, so their strength has become stronger. The strength of a single blood wolf has not changed much for tens of thousands of years, said Jiang Fei. Individual strength? Isn't that limited by the race's talent? How can they become stronger? Wu Rui asked curiously. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to the two women, the strength of each race is limited by their own race's talent. They have almost reached the ceiling in their development. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to advance even an inch. The only way to increase the strength of the race is to reproduce as many people as possible. As Jiang Fei said this, he sighed. Even for a race as powerful as the dragon race, after hundreds of thousands of years, they had no choice but to retire because of the sharp decline in population. Finally, they had to hide on a small hidden satellite. Bai Wei interrupted and asked, I don't know if humans have a racial upper limit, but at least they have been developing. Jiang Fei said, in terms of individual strength, they were far from being a match for the ferocious beasts, let alone the dragon race. However, this was mainly because the difference between humans, ferocious beasts, and the dragon race was too great. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, humans were even used as food for the dragon race. People did not even look at them. The ones who offered blood as food were some ferocious beast race. Even ferocious beasts disdained to eat humans because the energy level they contained was too low. In the eyes of the dragons and ferocious beasts, humans were just a group of intelligent, ordinary beasts. Not only were they not a threat, they were not even qualified to be food. However, the power of humans had always been developing. It had never stopped. On the other hand, the ferocious beasts and dragons had been stagnant for tens of thousands of years. In the next hundreds of thousands of years, their power had remained stagnant. The individual strength of humans had not surpassed that of the dire beasts. Sooner or later, they would surpass the dire beasts, or even the dragons. Wu Rui's words really gave Jiang Fei a scare. Jiang Fei quickly stopped Wu Rui's thoughts. Wu Rui asked back. Jiang Fei treated himself as a human, so he would protect the humans of this era. However, Wu Rui was different. She was a ferocious beast. Who would be willing to raise a tiger as a threat? Jiang Fei quickly found an excuse for himself. While he explained to Wu Rui, he would also need to use this phrase in the future. It was likely that more than one or two ferocious beast races would want to destroy them. Even the dragon race might not be able to tolerate the existence of such a continuously evolving race. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to prepare a speech in advance. At the same time, he had to convince the other races to give humanity a space to develop and become stronger. After all, humans were still too weak. Even the weakest dire beast race could easily destroy them. Wu Rui did not quite understand what Jiang Fei meant. I think that the class relationship between the dragon race and the ferocious beasts has solidified. That's why all the races have lost the motivation to develop, Jiang Fei said. Huh? Master, didn't you just say that all the races have bottlenecks? Wu Rui was stunned. The bottleneck is just my guess. However, it's also true that the dragon race and the ferocious beasts have not made any progress for tens of thousands of years, Jiang Fei said. He paused for a moment and then looked at Wu Rui and Bai Wei's reactions. Then he continued, the dragon race has dominated the world for a long time. Each race has been unable to shake the position of the dragon race. Meanwhile, the dire beasts have basically solidified their position among themselves. Therefore, everyone has lost the desire to make progress. Humans are different. Any race is stronger than them. If they do not make progress, they will only be destroyed. That is why they continue to develop and create. Asked Wu Rui. I think that when the development of the human race threatens the bottom-ranked dire beast race, they will feel the danger and take the initiative to work hard. When that happens, the rigid relationship between the races will be broken. All the races will work hard to become stronger. Said Jiang Fei. If there is pressure, there is motivation. Asked Bai Wei. They wanted to work hard, but they could not see any hope. In the end, they just gave up, said Jiang Fei. That makes sense. Against the bear, tiger, and wolf clans, the red-tailed fox clan has no chance at all. No matter how hard they tried, they could not resist the oppression of the three clans. Therefore, they eventually became numb to it. Wu Rui seemed to understand Jiang Fei's half-serious and half-made theory. Bai Wei shook her little head. Jiang Fei rubbed Bai Wei's head and smiled. Master, Wu Rui suddenly said. Jiang Fei and the other two chatted as they flew. At this time, They were almost at the raging flame plains. Zhang Fei sighed. This kind of place was indeed not suitable for ferocious beasts to live in. That was why it was left to humans. However, on the other hand, this place was indeed a treasure land for humans. The raging flame plains was very wide. There was no danger to defend against. At the same time, the spiritual energy was not too dense. Therefore, the ferocious beast race did not look at this place. Even the smallest ferocious beast race occupied the mountain forest because the spiritual energy there was denser. It was easier to defend against an attack. Chapter 2285, 2285. Translator, 5496903-3 to humans. The blazing plains, which was looked down upon by all races, was not entirely a weakness. At the very least, it was suitable for farming. A flat and fertile land could be used to grow crops, which made it very weak. Humans who could not rely on hunting fierce beasts to obtain food had a guarantee of survival. Although the lack of danger made the blazing plains seem very dangerous, humans were too weak. They were so weak that fierce beasts did not even bother to treat them as food. In this way, no one would have the time to attack humans. Therefore, even if they settled down on an open land, the humans did not suffer a fatal blow. Of course, they could not avoid being harassed. After all, although the ferocious beasts did not treat humans as food, there were always some weak ferocious beasts who were used to being bullied by others who came to vent their anger on the humans. Although they did not cause a destructive blow to the humans, it made it even more difficult for the humans who were already struggling to survive. Bai Wei suddenly pointed at a stream in the distance. Zhang Fei looked in the direction that Bai Wei was pointing at. There was a group of people surrounding two people. Bai Wei was the one who liked to watch the show. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, the three of them flew over without landing. "Kid, you've messed up my stream." A red-haired kid pointed at a youth who was surrounded on the spot and asked, "You're just looking for trouble. Why are you saying so many excuses? What do you want?" Although the youth was surrounded by a group of people, he did not show any signs of weakness. There was a girl hiding behind the young man. She seemed to be scared out of her wits. Her small face was a little pale. However, it was still unable to hide her delicate face. However, Zhang Fei could not deny that this girl had become a little beauty. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." The young man gently patted the girl's arm, indicating that she should not be afraid. The girl didn't know whether she trusted the young man in front of her or the second uncle that the young man said was trustworthy, but her flustered little face finally calmed down a little. "Kid, you're quite arrogant," the red-haired kid shouted. "The ones who are looking for trouble are obviously you guys, yet you call me arrogant." The young man sneered. "So what?" The red-haired boy was a little angry from embarrassment. "Seventh young master, why are you wasting your time with these weak humans?" One of the red-haired boy's underlings laughed loudly. Yes. Seventh young master, don't waste your time with him." The other underlings also joined in to jeer. "Ha, good. Minions, get rid of this guy." The red-haired boy laughed loudly. The minions agreed and then swarmed forward, wanting to kill that youth. "Sisterling, you go first." The youth pushed the girl behind him and then went up to meet those minions. This young man was not very strong. He was only at the leaving aperture stage, and his combat strength was about 10 million. On the other hand, those minions were all at the distraction stage and above. They could even crush this young man in a one-on-one fight, not to mention charging forward together. As for that red-haired young man, he had the strength of the profound void stage. His combat strength was over 15 million. It was not something that these two human youths could fight against. The youth knew that he would die today. All he wanted was to protect the girl as much as possible, using his own life to delay until second uncle felt that perhaps the girl could be saved. In just a single exchange, the youth was sent flying. Those lackeys were one level higher than him, so this palm had caused him to vomit blood and be heavily injured. The youth gritted his teeth and stood up, but his body was a little shaky. Although his will to protect the girl was firm, but the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. "Kid, die in peace. This little beauty will take care of you," the red-haired boy said with a lewd smile. The youth's eyes instantly turned red. He rushed towards a red-haired kid like a madman, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the right to approach him. He hadn't even taken 2 steps forward when he was sent flying by a lackey. The youth was being beaten up while the red-haired kid slowly walked towards the girl. "Get away from me." The girl was clearly terrified. She kept backing away, but she was also a little worried about the boy, so she did not run away. Of course, even if she ran, how could she run away? Bai Wei, who had grown up in the mountains, still retained her kind nature. Once she arrived at the scene, she could not stand it anymore. She did not even greet Jiang Fei and directly rushed down. Just the momentum alone was enough to send the minions flying. Moreover, due to the anger in her heart, Bai Wei's attack was not light. Therefore, the minions were all lying on the ground, unable to get up. The red-haired boy did not have time to react. He was still rushing towards a girl when Bai Wei appeared behind him. Bai Wei placed her small hand on the red-haired boy's shoulder. "Who is it?" The red-haired boy thought that it was his lackey, so he turned around impatiently and scolded. Bai Wei exerted force with her hand, and the boy's shoulder blade was instantly crushed. The red-haired boy cried out in pain on the spot. Bai Wei, who was smiling angrily, did not stop. She grabbed the red-haired boy's shattered shoulder, and like picking up a torn pocket, she lifted the red-haired boy up and threw him heavily to the ground. Just like how the 2 human youths were bullied, the red-haired boy now understood what it meant to be helpless. Although it was fine for them to bully humans, they were only at the profound void stage, facing Bai Wei, a super expert who was close to the immortal lord level. Even if their clan's elders came, they would still be bullied, let alone them. One had to know that the truly powerful fierce beast race disdained to bully humans. Only those weak fierce beasts would bully humans for fun. Therefore, among their races, there were actually no experts. Just with Bai Wei's strength, she could wipe out 8 out of 10 of their races. And this red-haired kid, who was still the young master, could do nothing but be tortured. Chapter 2286, 2286. Translator 549690333. Damn woman, you dare to treat me like this? Just you wait. The red-haired boy cursed continuously. Because the blazing plains was the territory of humans, the concentration of spiritual energy here was very low. Any beast species that were slightly stronger would not settle down in this area. Therefore, the red-haired boy's family could be considered powerful in this area. With a powerful backing, coupled with the fact that there were no experts coming to this godforsaken place, the red-haired boy was used to being arrogant. He subconsciously cursed. This time, it was really lively for Bai Wei. The angry girl grabbed the red-haired boy's collar and opened her mouth as if she was giving him free money. A moment later, the boy's face became swollen like a pig's head. At this time, the red-haired boy was already unable to speak clearly. However, he was still stubborn. The minions who were sent flying in the distance also got up. However, when they saw how powerful Bai Wei was, they did not dare to go forward. However, there was one kid who was smarter. He quietly climbed very far away. Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. It was obvious that he had gone to deliver the letter. Jiang Fei and Wu Rui both noticed the guy who had escaped. However, neither of them stopped him. Since there were no experts in the vicinity, they just let Bai Wei play. Moreover, Jiang Fei could not stand the way these garbage beasts bullied humans. Bai Wei had helped him to vent his anger. Bai Wei turned around and asked after she was tired of fighting. Huh? The red-haired boy panicked. It was okay to be beaten up, but if he was beaten to death, even if the elders of his family came looking for trouble, he would not be able to come back to life. Jiang Fei shrugged indifferently. After Bai Wei received Jiang Fei's approval, she immediately slapped the red-haired boy to death. Once the red-haired boy died, he naturally revealed his true form. Immediately, a half-meter-long crayfish appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Joe! Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Bai Wei asked in confusion. Not only Bai Wei, but Wu Rui also had a confused look on her face. Hey! Jiang Fei said with a laugh. Back on Earth, Jiang Fei had always liked to eat small bites. Oh! Bai Wei was excited when she heard that. Jiang Fei said with certainty, "That's great." Bai Wei seemed to be a little impatient. Ever since Jiang Fei had seduced her, she could no longer resist the temptation of delicious food. "There's no rush. We'll fight the younger ones and fight the older ones." Jiang Fei laughed. In the beginning, Jiang Fei was very resistant to eating other intelligent creatures because it gave him the feeling of eating people. However, after spending a lot of time with Bai Wei and the others, Jiang Fei had gotten used to it. The most important thing was that after these transformed ferocious beasts were killed, they would return to their original forms. This made Jiang Fei feel much less burdened. Bive Baotit. It was obvious that she could not eat delicious food immediately. This made her a little unhappy. At that moment, Wu Rui said to Jiang Fei, "Yes." Jiang Fei had actually noticed the newcomer earlier. This was a true immortal level expert. However, he was only a beginner true immortal. His combat power was only slightly over 20 million. This guy could not be ranked in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, near the blazing plains, he was already a top-tier expert. After all, in this remote place, the truly powerful ferocious beasts would not come. There was also a group of small fries behind him. Their strength was most likely between the distraction stage and the Mahayana stage. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble for the red-haired boy. "How dare you?" That person could only shout loudly as soon as he arrived. Clan leader, 7th young master. A few of the small fries that were left on the spot pointed at the red-haired boy who had already died. They were unable to speak. That person roared as he saw the crayfish on the ground. As he cried out in grief, the man's eyes turned red. He shouted loudly. Bai Wei stood up. This man was as rash as his son. When he heard that Bai Wei was the one who killed his son, he immediately rushed forward. Jiang Fei sighed. Although this man was eager to protect his son and his actions were understandable, understanding could not change the outcome. In just one exchange, this guy's head was twisted off by Bai Wei. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. Bai Wei's combat power was worth 40 million, which was close to the Immortal Lord. However, this guy was only a beginner true immortal. Therefore, when Bai Wei started to fight seriously, he could not even make it past one exchange. The clan leader has been killed. Run. Oh no. The clan leader has been killed. The crayfish minions wanted to disperse in one go. However, was that possible? If Bai Wei did not know that they were delicious, then it should not be a problem for these guys to run away. However, now that Bai Wei's greed had been lured out, how could these guys still have a chance to escape? In the blink of an eye, the area in front of Jiang Fei was filled with extremely large crayfish. At that moment, the 2 human children were scared silly. They were only 16 or 17 years old. They had never seen this before. The powerful tidal crawfish clan was easily exterminated by a little girl. Who would believe this? It was not their fault that the 2 human children had not seen the world before. At that moment, humans were indeed weak. Even powerful, ferocious beasts looked down on them. Therefore, they had never seen a true powerhouse. The tide-beckoning prawn race, which only had one low-level true immortal, was already very powerful in their eyes, and they had bullied them many times in the past. But today, the powerful tide-beckoning prawn race had actually been exterminated just like that. Thus, the 2 human children were completely stupefied, unable to understand what was happening before their eyes. "Hey!" Bai Wei came before the youth. "Ah!" The young man was stunned at first. Then, he knelt in front of Bai Wei with a thud. Then he said, "Thank you, big sister, for saving my life today. Sister Ling and I are extremely grateful." "Hee, you really know how to talk." Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Bai Wei came in front of the girl again. She was only a little scared. She was not hurt. Bai Wei saw that there was still blood at the corner of the young man's mouth, so she ran to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei smiled and took out the lowest level healing pill. This pill was called a pill, but it was more like a medicinal dregs. In fact, it was just a side effect of Jiang Fei's alchemy. However, it was enough for this human youth to take. If he was given a real pill, his body would not be able to take it and would suffer a backlash. Chapter 2287. 2287. Translator. 5496903 here. Bai Wei ran to the human youth and handed him the pill. The human youth looked at the pill in his hand in confusion. Actually, his confusion didn't only come from the pill, but also from the people in front of him. In the eyes of this human youth, the tide-beckoning crayfish was already a very powerful existence. However, the three people in front of him had completely overturned his understanding. Just a girl who did not seem to be older than him had already exterminated the tide shrimps. The youth was shocked in his heart. "Don't worry about it. Eat it," Bai Wei said with a smile. The youth saw that Bai Wei and the others did not seem to have any intention of harming him. Of course, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble if they wanted to harm him. So he raised his head and swallowed the pill. Once the pill entered his stomach, the young man felt a warm current flow through his entire body. That kind of comfort was not even worth mentioning. Moreover, the injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, the young man's injuries that had just been beaten up completely healed. The young man was shocked once again. Although humans in this era already had the technology to refine pills, that was only the embryonic form. Most of the pills that humans were currently refining were powder medicine, and some simple pills. There was still a long way to go before they could refine medicine. Bai Wei said as she hopped back to Jiang Fei's side. The young man came to the girl's side. The girl was only shocked. The young man knelt down in front of Jiang Fei and the others. "Get up." Jiang Fei raised his hand, and the young man could not help but stand up. "My lord, my name is Qi Gan," the young man said. Jiang Fei asked the girl. The girl was a little afraid and hid behind Qi Gan. "She's my sister. Her name is Zhuoling." Qi Gan answered on behalf of the girl. Bive suddenly interrupted. Although Qi Gan did not know what these people's intentions were, he did not dare to lie. "Great." Bive smiled hippily. Jiang Fei asked. The young man immediately became alert. He had just seen Bai Wei destroy the Tide Prawn tribe alone. Wouldn't his tribe be finished? "Don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Qi Gan was still a little hesitant. Wu Rui said coldly. There were no dangerous places to defend in the raging flame plains. There was nothing to hide. Therefore, it was not difficult to find the various human tribes. Qi Gan thought about it and agreed. If these people really wanted to harm the humans with their strength, the humans would not be able to resist at all. The humans did not need to spend so much effort. Don't worry. Bring me to meet your clan leader." Jiang Fei laughed. He saw that the humans were living in such a miserable state, so he decided to give them some simple help. Qi Gan pulled Zhuoling and walked in front to lead the way for Jiang Fei and the others. The group did not walk too far. It was only 20 to 30 miles away. A small fortress appeared in front of them. This fortress occupied an area of about 10 miles. There were a few scattered stone walls. Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. The humans of this era could not be compared to the later humans. The humans of today had not completely mastered alchemy and crafting skills. They could not fight against extremely talented, ferocious beasts with only their own training, let alone the dragon race. Therefore, they could only let the other races bully them. Qi Gan said. Jiang Fei nodded. Someone on the city wall saw Qi Gan and asked loudly. Although there was a hint of reproach in his voice, Jiang Fei could hear the person's fondness for Qi Gan. "Second uncle, we're going to the river," Qi Gan replied. "Don't go there if you have nothing to do. The tide shrimps are not good people." Second uncle warned. Tide shrimps," Jigan laughed softly. That powerful race had been destroyed by the girl behind him right under his nose. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Qi Gan would not have believed it. Second uncle had also noticed Jiang Fei and the others. "We encountered tide shrimps," Qi Gan said. "What?" Second uncle immediately jumped down from the city wall after hearing that. He took a few steps to Qi Gan and Zhuoling's side and looked them up and down. Second uncle asked. Qi Gan said, "Sai, I told you not to provoke them, but you didn't listen. Now you're in trouble." Second uncle sighed, then he turned to Jiang Fei, cupped his fists, and said, "Thank you for your help. The tide shrimps are very protective of their own. They will definitely not let this go. You'd better leave so that you won't be implicated. They won't. The tide shrimps will not cause you any trouble, Jiang Fei said with a smile. At that moment, the small lobsters had all entered his ring space. He was just waiting for his free time to make a pot of small hemp. Sigh, brother, you don't understand them, second uncle said with a worried face. Second uncle, don't worry. The tide shrimps will not come, Qigong also advised. What do you know? Sigh, said second uncle when he saw that Jiang Fei and the others were not willing to leave. Therefore, he said, if you don't mind, please come to our small town first. As for the tide shrimps, we will discuss it later. Jiang Fei shrugged and followed second uncle into the small town. On the way, Qigong wanted to explain about the tidal crawfish, but he was interrupted by his second uncle. Shut up. You're always causing trouble. After his second uncle scolded Qigong, he turned around and said to Jiang Fei and the others, we're a little shabby here. Please bear with us. Chapter 2288, 2288. Translator, 549690033. After entering the small city, Jiang Fei realized that the humans of this era were indeed very backward. They lived in houses made of adobe. Most of them were still in the state of farming. Only a few people could practice. Moreover, the conditions for practicing were very poor. After all, the spiritual energy in the raging flame plains was thin. It was really difficult to develop in such an environment. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Second uncle nodded in agreement. Then, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked Jiang Fei, are you guys also humans? Tisk. Wu Rui's words clearly revealed her disdain for humans. Bivet shrugged. She had grown up in the mountains, so she did not know much about humans. Naturally, she did not discriminate against them. Second uncle was shocked. If these three were not humans, what was their purpose in coming here? Why would these transformed beasts be so polite to the weak humans? What were they planning? A series of questions flashed across second uncle's mind. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. It could not be helped. Humans were too weak to fight against any of the beast races. They had to receive them carefully. They were afraid that they would bring trouble to their own tribe. Since you are not humans, it is understandable that you are not afraid of the tidal turtle prawn tribe's revenge. I was too talkative just now, second uncle said to Jiang Fei and the others. Second uncle, Qigong could not stand it anymore. What? Who did it? Sure enough, second uncle was shocked by the news. However, after a moment, he came back to his senses and looked at Jiang Fei and the others with a shocked expression. The weakest ones around were humans. However, the other ferocious beast races were not that strong. Although they could oppress humans as they pleased, they did not have the power to destroy each other. Then, it must have been an external force that had intervened. The most obvious external force was Jiang Fei and the other two. That's right. Bai Wei stood out with her little chest puffed out. Second uncle was speechless. With his Mahayana stage strength, he could not see through Jiang Fei and the other two. However, from her appearance, Bai Wei was undoubtedly the youngest one. Jiang Fei looked like a young man in his 20s. Wu Rui also looked like she was in her late teens. Only Bai Wei looked like she was in her late teens. Therefore, second uncle naturally thought that Bai Wei was the weakest among the three. If this weakest girl could destroy the tidal crawfish clan by herself, then how powerful were these three? Second uncle was the strongest person in the human clan. He was only at the Mahayana stage. Therefore, he could not imagine how powerful Jiang Fei and the other two were. Don't be afraid. We are not against humans. Jiang Fei knew what second uncle was thinking through mind reading. Yes, yes. Second uncle nodded. He did not know what else to do. Jiang Fei asked, our Clear Sky stronghold is a relatively small tribe. There are 3 other human tribes nearby. However, they're not large in scale. The large human cities are all deep in the blazing plains, second uncle said. Sigh, they're already so weak, yet they are still so divided. Wu Rui sighed and said. Second uncle continued with a sad look on his face. Why wouldn't we want to live together? However, We're so weak that we can't withstand the attacks of any of the ferocious beasts. Even if we were to gather together, it would still be the same. If we were to split up, if a tribe were to be attacked, it would only be the destruction of one tribe. The rest of the humans could still survive. However, if we were to gather together, we might be wiped out one day. Zhang Fei shook his head. The humans of this era were too weak. The ferocious beasts did not attack them to snatch resources or hunt for food. They often attacked the humans because they were frustrated and came here to vent their anger. The humans had no choice but to live in different places. Other than that, there's another reason. We are too weak. We cannot survive by hunting. Therefore, we can only plant some crops. Unfortunately, the weather is unpredictable. The crops that grow in the fields are often few and far between. We can only farm as much as possible to ensure a full stomach. If we lived together, the land would not be enough to be distributed. However, Zhang Fei could understand. In this era, humans were not only backward in cultivation-related things, but they were also backward in farming techniques. They relied almost entirely on the heavens to survive. The yield of grain per unit was very low. In order to fill their stomachs, the per capita land had to be large enough. Therefore, they could only be divided into a few tribes and spread across the vast land. Zhang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Although his purpose for coming here was to help the humans, he did not want to change too much of the course of history. Zhang Fei definitely could not pass on his alchemy skills to the current humans, nor could he pass on the perfect cultivation method to them. That was because if that happened, the humans would quickly rise up and attract the attention of the murderers in the dragon race. When that happened, they might even be wiped out by them. The humans were able to rise up in the end because of luck. The dragon race retired, and the ferocious beasts fought until their vitality was greatly damaged. Only then did the humans have the chance to rise up. If they rose up ahead of time, the dragon race would be victorious. The ferocious beasts had not lost any of their strength, so the humans had no chance at all. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Fei decided to teach the humans of this era some simple wood-type spells so that they could catalyze the growth of food. At least, no one would freeze and starve to death because of the food problem. Sir, second uncle asked excitedly. If there were powerful beast races supporting the humans, their lives would be much better in the future. I can't help you too much, Zhang Fei said. Yes, second uncle nodded. Go and gather as many human tribe leaders as you can. I'll teach you some wood-type spells first. With these spells, you'll at least have enough food. Zhang Fei said his thoughts. Really? Sir. Second uncle immediately knelt down in front of Zhang Fei. Nowadays, humans still relied on the weather to survive. If there was a drought or a flood, there would be a large number of crops that would not be harvested. As a result, countless humans would die of hunger. That would solve the greatest problem of humanity. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2289, 2289. Translator, 5496903. Yes. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, please stay in my house for a few days. I will get someone to contact the leaders of the various tribes, said second uncle. Zhang Fei nodded and then settled down in the small city. After only staying for one day, Bai Wei could not stay any longer. The human population was really lacking in resources. Everyone was even rationing their food, not to mention entertainment. Sigh. Zhang Fei sighed and said, in this era, humans were still working hard to survive and survive. Therefore, living here was naturally boring. Bai Wei nodded and went to look for Qi Gan and Zhuo Ling. Zhang Fei looked at Wu Ruwei behind him. Sister Bai Wei has already gone to play. If I leave as well, Master, you won't even have anyone to serve you, Wu Ruwei said. Hee. Master doesn't have that much to do. Zhang Fei smiled. He was not the kind of person who needed people to serve him. Therefore, he did not mind Wu Ruwei going to play as well. There's no need. Wu Ruwei bowed and said. Zhang Fei nodded. Since Wu Ruwei was willing to stay by his side, he would let her be. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Zhang Fei decided to start teaching Wu Ruwei some simple alchemy skills. He casually made a small alchemy furnace in the room and gave it to Wu Rui. Wu Rui was overjoyed when she received the alchemy furnace. This meant that Jiang Fei had officially accepted her as his disciple and had begun to teach her alchemy skills. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Jiang Fei taught Wu Rui some simple healing pills while Bai Wei played with Qigong and the others all day long. Although she was far stronger than a human child, her temperament was similar to theirs. Therefore, they had a lot of fun together. One day, Jiang Fei was teaching Wu Rui how to refine spiritual pills when his second uncle suddenly came to visit. "Master, the leaders of the various tribes are almost all here," said his second uncle as he bowed outside the door. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded and said to his second uncle, "Tell them to wait for me in the main hall. I will be there soon." Second uncle nodded and went down. "You make a furnace of spiritual energy pills first. I'll go out for a while," Jiang Fei said to Wu Rui. Wu Rui asked, "No worries. You make the pills," Jiang Fei said. Wu Hui nodded. Jiang Fei walked out of his residence and went to the main hall. The main hall was already filled to the brim. There were more than 100 human tribes of various sizes. Now, 90% of them had come. The rest were too far away. Only the largest Xiaohao tribe had not come. "Master, the Xiaohao tribe does not trust my messenger, so they did not come," said second uncle in Jiang Fei's ear. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not want to unify the human race. He just wanted to help them live a better life. Since there were people who did not want to come, he would not force them. As soon as Jiang Fei reached the door, a waiter shouted loudly. The people who were sitting in the hall all stood up. "TSK, such a little brat. Damn it, is Zhu Hong tired of living? How dare he lie to us? Zhu Hong is really bold. How dare he lie to me? When I return, I will send troops to destroy his tribe. I told you, how could there be such a divine skill? Zhu Hong is really courting death." The moment they saw Jiang Fei, the tribal leaders exploded. Because Jiang Fei had hidden his strength, they could not see through him at all. However, judging from his age, Jiang Fei did not look like a super expert. Therefore, these people all felt that they had been deceived. Jiang Fei only snorted coldly. An overwhelming draconic aura swept across the entire hall. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The leaders of the human tribes immediately felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. At that moment, the leaders of the human tribes in the hall were all silent. Everyone, including second Uncle Zhu Hong, was scared silly. Although Zhu Hong knew that Jiang Fei was not an ordinary person, he did not expect Jiang Fei to be a powerful dragon. Jiang Fei looked at everyone present. The strength of the human race was indeed pathetic. There were only about 10 true immortal level experts in the entire hall. Moreover, most of them were beginner true immortals. There were only 2 intermediate true immortals. After all, these were the leaders of more than 100 human tribes. There were only a few true immortal level experts. With this little strength, it would be a miracle if they were not bullied by the ferocious beasts. Jiang Fei said after he took the main seat. The leaders of the human tribes looked at each other. None of them knew what to do. "I told you to sit down." Jiang Fei's voice sank, scaring the leaders of the human tribes into sitting down. "This time, I asked Zhu Hong to call you here because I saw how pitiful you are. So, I plan to teach you some wood-type spells so that you can grow crops more easily." Jiang Fei told them his purpose again. All the tribal leaders fell to their knees. This time, they did not doubt him at all. Although the dragon race had many bad things, they were the most trustworthy. "Then it must be true?" Jiang Fei asked. A portion of the tribal leaders replied. However, most of these people were leaders of small tribes. The larger tribes did not trust Zhu Hong very much. They came here to interrogate him. Therefore, they did not bring anyone with wood-type talent. A leader of a large tribe asked tentatively, 3 days. I will only wait for 3 days." Jiang Fei said, "Thank you, Master God." The leaders of the large tribes expressed their gratitude one after another. Jiang Fei waved his hand and walked out of the hall. The tribal leaders in the hall stood up to send him off. After Jiang Fei left, these people almost immediately rushed out of the hall and flew in the direction of their own tribe. After all, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Their own tribe would no longer suffer from famine. There would no longer be children who would starve to death. The tribe would grow stronger. Therefore, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Chapter 2290-2290. Translator 5496903-3. After the leaders of the large tribes left, Jiang Fei went back to instruct Wu Rui on alchemy. Initially, Jiang Fei thought that the 3 days would pass quietly. However, he was clearly wrong. Second uncle. Not good. The next afternoon, Qi Gan ran back like a madman. What's wrong? Zhu Hong asked. No. Qi Gan panted heavily as he said intermittently, It's Sister Bai Wei. She was injured by someone. What? Zhu Hong was shocked. At the same time, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Bai Wei was brought here by Jiang Fei, a superior dragon. Now that something had happened to her, no matter who was responsible, as the landlord, he could not escape responsibility. Zhu Hong asked, It's like this. We were originally going to the stream in the north to play. In the end, we met a group of strangers. They were teasing Sister Ling and Sister Bai Wei. Then, Sister Bai Wei beat them up. Initially, we thought that everything would be fine. In the end, those people called for people. In the end, Sister Bai Wei was injured, said Qi Gan. I've told you 100 times, don't go to the stream. Zhu Hong glared at Qi Gan and asked, Where's Bai Wei? He and Sister Ling were taken away, Qi Gan said. Zhu Hong asked, They asked me to deliver the letter. They claimed to be from the winged fire snake race and asked us to bring the ransom money to the territory of the red python to ransom them. Qi Gan said, Winged fire snake? Zhu Hong was stunned. He had never heard of this tribe before, but this was normal. Those who interacted with humans were all very weak, fierce beast tribes. They had almost no recollection of those powerful tribes. Second uncle, what should we do? Said Qi Gan anxiously. Zhu Hong thought for a moment, then pulled Qi Gan and left. Qi Gan asked. Zhu Hong said, If Zhuoling was the only one who was kidnapped today, then he could only admit that Zhuoling was dead. Because his tribe was too weak, there was no way to save Zhuoling. However, things are different now. The other party had injured Bai Wei and taken her away. Then, Jiang Fei, a superior dragon, would definitely not sit idly by. If he was willing to help, then Zhuoling might also be saved. Soon, Zhu Hong brought Qi Gan to Jiang Fei's residence. Zhu Hong said from outside the door, Come in, Jiang Fei said. Zhu Hong said in a flustered tone. Jiang Fei asked. Zhu Hong said truthfully, What? Jiang Fei's face fell. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended, making Zhu Hong and Qi Gan unable to breathe. Qi Gan recounted what had happened. Phew! Jiang Fei allowed a long sigh. Then, he asked, Where does the Crimson Python clan live? Zhuang replied. Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, he released his spiritual power like a tidal wave. Very soon, Jiang Fei found Bai Wei and Zhuoling who had been captured. At that moment, both of their spiritual power had been sealed. Then, they were tied up and thrown into a cave. Jiang Fei nodded and opened his eyes. Wu Rui, stop concocting pills. Jiang Fei did not show any expression on his face. However, Wu Rui knew that her teacher was really angry this time. Wu Rui immediately put down the alchemy furnace and the medicinal herbs in her hands. Jiang Fei's power enveloped Wu Rui. The two instantly disappeared in front of Zhu Hong. Qi Gan asked. Zhu Hong could not understand it, because the difference in strength between him and Jiang Fei was equally huge. Qi Gan said, Don't even think about it, kid. They are superior dragons. With our human talent. Zhu Hong shook his head. With a flash of light, Jiang Fei and Wu Rui arrived at the territory of the Crimson Python clan. In front of them was the cave where Bai Wei and Zhuoling were imprisoned. Ha! Little beauty, didn't you beat me up? Now beat me up. When my brother comes, all of you will die. Ha ha! Who does your brother think he is? Now that the adults of the Winged Fire Serpent clan are in our clan, your brother will be sending himself to his death. Bah! Aha! I like girls like you who have character. Only when you are hot will you taste good. Get lost. It's not up to you now. I'm here to pamper you." As soon as Jiang Fei arrived, he heard lewd words coming from inside the cave. Jiang Fei frowned. His anger surged up in an instant. In the next second, he appeared inside the cave. A boy had just taken off his shirt and wanted a hug Bai Wei. At that moment, Bai Wei's strength was sealed. Her body was still tied up, and she could not fight back. She looked a little panicked. However, the moment Jiang Fei appeared, Bai Wei smiled. She knew that her brother was here. She was safe. Jiang Fei grabbed the boy's shoulder. The kid subconsciously opened his mouth to curse. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Jiang Fei's mental attack. The kid felt as if his head had been smashed by a heavy hammer. In an instant, he did not know anything. At that moment, from an outsider's point of view, the kid was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Although he was still alive, his consciousness had been shattered. He could only be considered a vegetable. Bai Wei called out happily, I'm coming." With a thought, the energy shackles that had bound Bai Wei and Zhuo Ling were broken. At the same time, in the gathering hall of the Crimson Python clan, an old man frowned. Asked Chang Boizhong, the leader of the Crimson Python clan. "Someone has broken my energy shackles. It seems that someone has come to save the 2 girls," the old man said. "How is that possible? Humans are so weak." Chang Boizhong asked in confusion. "I'm not sure either." The old man stood up as he spoke and walked towards the cave where Bai Wei and the others were imprisoned. The members of the Crimson Python tribe followed closely behind. Chapter 2291, 2291. Translator, 5496903-3 on the other side. Jiang Fei had just saved Bai Wei and the other 2. Before they could walk out of the cave, they saw a group of people rushing towards them from afar. Following the sound of dense footsteps, the group of people arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the other 2. Then, they spread out in the shape of fans and blocked Jiang Fei and the others near the entrance of the cave. Jiang Fei looked at these people from top to bottom. These people were all dressed in uniform. Each of them was wearing green soap and holding simple weapons in their hands. These weapons were all forged using the most basic techniques. They were far inferior to the magical weapons that were produced under the art of smithing in the future. These lackeys moved to the sides, and 3 people walked out. On the left was a middle-aged man. His red face was particularly eye-catching. In the middle was a white-bearded old man. It seemed that he was the leader of the 3. He was surrounded by everyone in the middle. On the right was a young man. His face was slightly red. He looked somewhat similar to the middle-aged man on the left. "Hey, who are you?" The young man stepped forward and shouted. Jiang Fei said calmly. However, Bai Wei, who was familiar with him, knew very well that Jiang Fei was on the verge of exploding. That woman injured my brother," the red-faced young man said. "Oh," Jiang Fei spoke very slowly, as if he was not paying attention. However, his heart was already filled with killing intent. Originally, Jiang Fei did not want to commit any more crimes. After he had beaten the young man into a vegetable, he had planned to stop there. However, these people were not going to let him go. It was no wonder that he was so ruthless. The red-faced, middle-aged man on the left asked. He had just heard from the servants that his youngest son had run into the cave. However, the 2 prisoners had been rescued by this young man. His youngest son had gone missing. Therefore, he was a little worried. "He is sleeping inside," Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. The middle-aged man immediately called over 2 attendants and let them enter the cave to take a look at the situation. The 2 people shouted from inside the cave. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. At least his youngest son's life was saved. As soon as the white-bearded old man opened his mouth, the red-faced father and son left. Jiang Fei was still as calm as ever. "You have guts. It's been a long time since someone could speak so confidently in front of me," the old man said, as if he was looking at Junior. "Same here," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The old man said with some displeasure. He was a respected senior in the winged fire snake clan. Not only was he powerful, but his seniority was also very high. Even the leader of the winged serpent clan had to be polite to him. Who would dare to talk to him like that? "I really don't have that," Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Before he came to this era, he was the dragon race's sage lord. Who would dare to talk to him if he was the only one who talked to others? Oomph! How arrogant! The white-bearded old man was enraged. Really, Jiang Fei was still as indifferent as ever. Everyone present was so angry that their teeth were itching. The old man could not stand it anymore. He released his own aura and raised his combat power to the highest level. His goal was to suppress Jiang Fei. Speaking of which, the old man was also very cautious. He did not attack rashly. Of course, this was not because he was afraid of not being able to defeat Jiang Fei. It was because he was afraid of hurting Jiang Fei and offending a powerful race. In his heart, the old man had never thought that Jiang Fei, who was so young, would be his opponent. Therefore, he only increased his aura in order to let Jiang Fei know that there was always someone better out there. This way, he could order Jiang Fei to retreat. He could protect his face in the Crimson Python race, but at the same time, he could not offend the race behind Jiang Fei. However, the old man thought well. However, he had made a mistake. He had underestimated Jiang Fei's strength. He was still far from Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled. Then his aura burst out. An overwhelming dragon's aura swept out and instantly enveloped the entire Crimson Python's territory. Speaking of which, species like pythons were the closest to the dragon race. Therefore, they were also the most sensitive to dragon's aura. When Jiang Fei's aura burst out, these people could not help but kneel on the ground. The terrifying dragons might made them almost unable to breathe. Dragon. The white-bearded old man was also dumbfounded. From the dragon's might that Jiang Fei released, it was undoubtedly a superior dragon race. Moreover, the other party's strength was far above his own. Thinking about what he had said just now, when he looked at this dragon race expert in front of him, the white-bearded old man wanted to slap his own face. He had originally come to the red python race to ask for something. Why would he help them out when he had nothing better to do? It would be better to just take the thing and leave obediently. He would not be able to find his way after being complimented by others. Now, he had offended the expert in front of him. It did not matter. At most, he would be punished. That would implicate the entire winged fire serpent clan. When he thought of this, the white-bearded old man regretted it to death. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Since things had already come to this, he could only do his best to remedy the situation. I did not know that the exalted God was here. I have offended you. The old man knelt in front of Jiang Fei and said, normally, with the old man's strength, he would not kneel to Jiang Fei. If he could not beat Jiang Fei, he would not be able to beat him. However, he still had the ability to run away. It was a pity that he could run away, but he could not run away from the temple. The dragon race in this era was too powerful. Even the powerful winged fire serpents had to pay tribute to a boy and a girl every 50 years. As for their use, everyone knew that it was blood tribute to the dragon race. They had already endured the humiliation of giving their children to others to eat. How would they dare to go against the dragon race? Therefore, although Luo Haolin had the ability to escape from Jiang Fei, he did not dare to leave. He could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Luo Haolin had already knelt down. The red python father and son who were pressed to the ground by Jiang Fei could not move at all. Their faces were ashen. When they recalled what the lackeys had reported to them, they knew very well it was their own unlucky child who had molested the lady and caused all of this. Initially, molesting a human girl was not a big deal. However, that damn child was blind as well. He had actually molested a mixed-blood draconid. Now that they thought about it, that mixed-blood draconid chick was not the exclusive property of this upper-level dragon race, or her illegitimate daughter. At this moment, the red-haired middle-aged man had the heart to die. Chapter 2292. Translator 5496903-3. Exalted God, I know that I have sinned greatly. The red-faced, middle-aged man pleaded. He knew that his son had committed such a crime, and he was not the only one who had to die. As a father, he also had the responsibility of not disciplining him strictly, so he could not live either. Therefore, he could only plead with the Dragon Clan to show mercy and spare the Red Python clan, and not exterminate them completely. In fact, a few minutes ago, the red-faced middle-aged man did not think that his youngest son had done anything wrong. All he did was to flirt with a few girls? Was that even a problem? Back then, he had played with countless human girls to death. He had never seen the humans make a fart. This world was where the strong preyed on the weak. If there was one thing that the silk pants of the Crimson Python tribe had done wrong, it was that he had not opened his eyes and offended someone that he should not have offended. Jiang Fei asked, "These guys are too despicable." When they were captured, Zhuoling told me that every year, many girls were snatched by them. These guys are extremely cruel. Bai Wei's eyes were filled with anger. She had been hanging out with Qi Gan and Zhuoling for the past 2 days. She had already established a good friendship with them. Therefore, when she heard Zhuoling's words, Bai Wei was a little angry. In addition, the young master of the Crimson Python clan had actually molested her. This made her even angrier. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to the white-bearded old man, "Today, I exterminated the Crimson Python clan. Other than avenging my people, I also wanted to remind the other races that I have taken care of the humans. Bullying them is not giving me face." Yes, yes. The white-bearded old man nodded repeatedly. He did not have a deep relationship with the Crimson Python clan. Therefore, Jiang Fei's extermination of the Immortal clan had little to do with him. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. After all, this old man had already become an immortal lord. It would be a pity to kill him just like that. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said, "You can leave after crippling your cultivation for 100 years. When the white-bearded old man heard Jiang Fei's words, he felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. In order not to bring disaster to the winged fire serpents, he would not dare to fight back even if Jiang Fei let him die. Now, he had only destroyed his cultivation for 100 years. This was completely acceptable to him. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the old man destroyed his cultivation on the spot. In an instant, his combat power dropped from 55 million to just over 50 million. However, he was only at the beginner level of the Celestial Lord. Exalted God! The white-bearded old man did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that he would anger Jiang Fei again, so he quickly took his leave. Jiang Fei nodded. The old man bowed to Jiang Fei once again, turned around, and flew away. Once the old man left, only the red pythons were left on the scene. "Father, what should we do?" the red-faced young man asked anxiously. The red-faced middle-aged man's face was ashen. Based on the dragon's might just now, he knew that his clan had no chance of escaping. "Then, I can't care about that anymore. We're going to die anyway." The red-faced young man jumped up and shouted loudly, "Clansmen, run! Run separately. Run one at a time." After shouting, the young man did not run far away. Instead, he rushed towards Jiang Fei. He knew that he and his father were the culprits. The dragon race would not let them off easily. They would not stand a chance. In that case, they might as well take the initiative to attack. Although they could not hurt the dragon race, they could buy some time to give the tribesmen a chance to escape. Before the red-faced young man could reach Jiang Fei, he exploded into a pile of meat paste. This was not Jiang Fei's attack, but Bai Wei's palm strike. The reason why Bai Wei was captured was because of the white-bearded old man's existence. Otherwise, a mere Crimson Python would not be a match for Bai Wei. The strongest among them only had around 40 million combat power. However, the red-faced young man's actions were not ineffective. The Crimson Python tribe members fled in all directions. They knew that the Crimson Python tribe was finished. Now, they had to flee as fast as they could. Jiang Fei sighed. He did not want to commit any more murders. However, for the sake of the human tribe, he could only sacrifice the Crimson Python tribe. Although exterminating the tribe was a bad thing, it could serve as a warning to the others. It would allow the surrounding ferocious beasts to restrain themselves. Jiang Fei released his spiritual power. No matter how fast the Crimson Python race ran, they could not be as fast as Jiang Fei's spiritual power. In just an instant, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had covered all of them. After a spiritual shock, the scattered Crimson Python race members fell to the ground one after another. Each and every one of them was bleeding from their 7 orifices. Although their physical bodies were still alive, their consciousness had been destroyed. They had all become living dead. Zhuoling, who was at the side, was scared silly. She had never seen such an expert. He had destroyed the powerful Red Python clan without even raising his hand. Compared to the tide-beckoning crayfish that Bai Wei had destroyed previously, the Red Python clan was much stronger. There were more than 10 true immortal experts in their clan. Even if the various human clans were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. However, such a powerful Crimson Python clan was easily destroyed. This was the first time that Zhuoling realized what a true powerhouse was. Jiang Fei said to the 2 girls. Bai Wei and Zhuoling nodded. Then, Jiang Fei brought them back to the small city of the human clan. Before they went back, Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread rapidly and covered all the areas near the blazing plains. His spiritual power sent a message to all the clans that the human clan was now under his protection. If anyone dared to bully the human race again, they would end up like the Crimson Python race. Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread out, and many experts from all the races rushed over to investigate. These people were shocked to find that the entire Crimson Python race had become vegetative. Of course, these people did not waste any of it. They transported the Crimson Python's bodies back to their own races. After all, these Crimson Pythons were good food. The ferocious beasts and races hunted each other. These red pythons that had lost their consciousness had clearly become free food. Although they had picked up some food for free, the various races around the human race also remembered this lesson. From then on, they never set foot on the blazing plains again. When Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei and Zhuoling back to the small city, they met Zhu Hong, who was anxiously waiting for them. Chapter 2293. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei nodded. Sister Ling, Qi Gan shouted from the side. Zhuoling immediately threw herself into Qi Gan's arms. Her previous grievance and fear had all burst out. Zhu Hong bowed to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei waved his hand. His main purpose was to save Bai Wei. Zhuoling had only saved her with her hands. After exchanging some pleasantries, Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei and Wu Rui back to his residence. Zhu Hong, who was left behind, began to ask Zhuoling about the situation when she was saved. Zhu Hong asked. Zhuoling was at a loss. The difference in strength between her and Jiang Fei was too great. She had no idea how Jiang Fei attacked. Qi Gan was confused. Zhuoling said, "What?" Zhu Hong was shocked. Although he had expected that Jiang Fei would kill some of the Crimson Pythons when he saved them, he did not expect that he would actually destroy the Crimson Python clan. Zhu Hong thought to himself. Previously, Bai Wei had destroyed the Tide Killer Prawn clan without a word. Now, Jiang Fei had personally destroyed the Crimson Python clan. Although he was helping the human race, such a cruel act made Zhu Hong very uneasy. No matter what, Sister Ling, it's good that you're all right, Qi Gan said. Zhuoling nodded. Zhu Hong said after thinking for a moment. Qi Gan was very confused. They had been playing well with Bai Wei for the past few days. Moreover, Jiang Fei had saved Zhuoling today. This was even more of a favor to them. However, why did second uncle not let the 2 of them go to the exalted goddess place? Sigh. Although he is helping us now, no one knows what he is trying to do. We humans are too weak. It's better to be cautious when dealing with a powerful race like the dragon race. Zhu Hong said with a sigh. Zhuoling said. Qi Gan also said. The dragon race is fickle. Look at what happened just now. They destroyed the Crimson Python race just because they did not agree with each other. Zhu Hong said. Qi Gan and Zhuoling looked at each other. They did not believe that Jiang Fei and Bai Wei would be such people. However, their second uncle would not lie to them. Therefore, they were at a loss. If Jiang Fei had heard Zhu Hong's words, he would have lamented that his good intentions had been taken for granted. He had destroyed the Crimson Python clan in order to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. He had given the humans a space to develop in peace. In the end, not only did the humans not feel grateful, they were even scared to death. It was as if Jiang Fei was going to exterminate them at any moment. However, the humans were also like that. The higher the status of the humans, the more suspicious they would be. Children like Qi Gan and Zhuoling were more naive. If you treated them well, they would be good friends. If you treated them badly, they would be enemies. However, as the leader of a tribe, Zhu Hong thought that things could not be that simple. Humans were too weak. He had to be cautious. Jiang Fei's identity was that of a dragon. He was a powerful dragon. He had suddenly appeared to help the humans. This made Zhu Hong suspicious. However, humans were too poor. There was nothing that the dragon tribe could take a fancy to. Therefore, Zhu Hong was even more worried. The more he did not know what Jiang Fei wanted, the more suspicious he became. At the same time, he was really afraid that Qi Gan and Zhuoling would accidentally anger Jiang Fei and bring death to the tribe. Therefore, he told them to avoid dealing with Jiang Fei and the others. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this period of time, Jiang Fei did not do anything else. He stayed in his room all day to teach Bai Wei and Wu Ruwei how to refine pills. Bai Wei pouted and muttered. She had been cooped up in her room to learn alchemy for the past 2 days. She had been holding it in for a long time. Perhaps Zhuoling has just been kidnapped. She has not recovered yet, Wu Ruwei guessed. How fragile. I have been kidnapped too. Bai Wei pouted and said. Jiang Fei laughed. Bai Wei said unhappily, Ichimum, all the leaders of the human tribes should be here today. If you don't want to refine pills, you can come with me to take a look, Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei. Bai Wei immediately nodded. At first, he did want to learn alchemy and crafting from Jiang Fei. However, over the past few days, Bai Wei realized that refining pills and crafting weapons were too difficult. She did not have Wu Rui's perseverance. Therefore, she was already in a half-give-up state. Jiang Fei asked, Master, I want to stay and refine pills. Wu Rui said. Jiang Fei nodded. There was finally one of the 2 girls who was eager to learn. This made him feel rather gratified. After leaving Wu Rui to refine pills by herself, Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei out of the residence. As soon as they exited the door of the small courtyard, Jiang Fei saw Zhu Hong walking towards them. Exalted goddess, all the leaders of the various tribes have arrived. They have also brought wood elementalists. Zhu Hong bowed to Jiang Fei and said, Jiang Fei asked. They are already waiting in the hall, Zhu Hong said. Jiang Fei nodded and walked towards the hall. This time, as soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the entrance of the hall, the leaders of the human tribes stood up to welcome him. This time, there were many more tribal leaders in the hall than before. There were also many more true immortal level powerhouses. It seemed that the leaders of the large tribes had rushed over after they received the news. I won't say any more nonsense. Previously, I had already exterminated the Crimson Python tribe. I also left a message for the nearby fierce beast races to warn them not to bully humans anymore. I think that these fierce beast races will not disturb you for a period of time, Jiang Fei said directly. The leaders of the tribes bowed one after another. Secondly, I asked you to bring wood elementalists here. Jiang Fei asked. Yes, God. The leaders of the tribes replied one after another. These people had brought at least 3 to 4 wood elementalists. Some of the larger tribes had even brought more than 10 people. Very good. My time is limited. I can't stay here forever, Jiang Fei said. The tribal leaders ordered their wood elementalists to follow Jiang Fei out of the hall. Chapter 2294. Translator 54969033. After leading the wood elementalists to a small empty square, Jiang Fei asked the tribal leaders to leave first. He wanted to pass on his spells to these people. To Jiang Fei, passing on his spells was not a complicated matter. As a master of spiritual power, he could easily transfer his knowledge into the minds of others. However, he could only transfer the memories of hundreds of people at once. This was really Jiang Fei's first time. Everyone, sit cross-legged and relax. Jiang Fei said to the wood elementalists. Yes, the wood elementalists naturally did not dare to disobey Jiang Fei's orders. They all sat cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, they emptied their minds and waited for Jiang Fei to impart skills. When everyone was ready, Jiang Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly and spread out his spiritual power, enveloping the wood elementalists within. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was channeled into the sea of consciousness of the wood elementalists. Then, he opened it and recorded the knowledge in their memories. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Fei had finished transmitting. However, the wood elementalists still had their eyes closed. They still needed to digest the knowledge. In fact, Jiang Fei did not teach them any high-level techniques. He only taught them some simple wood-type spells. Therefore, these people could understand it very quickly. Although these wood-type spells were very simple, they were precious. Until now, humans had yet to invent such spells. With these spells, when humans were planting crops, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Not only would it greatly shorten the planting time, but it would also greatly increase the yield. Everyone would be able to eat their fill. Bai Wei asked with a confused look. She saw Jiang Fei meditating with these people for a while. He did not even say a word. How did he finish imparting the skill? Yes. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Bai Wei nodded and did not ask further. Her thoughts were simpler. Jiang Fei wanted to pass on the wood-type technique to these people. She was a fire type. This technique was useless to her. Therefore, she was too lazy to ask. Jiang Fei stood up and led Bai Wei to the hall. Bai Wei looked at the human cultivators who were still meditating. Then, she followed Jiang Fei and left. All right, when they wake up, you can go back, Jiang Fei said to the tribal leaders after he returned to the hall. These people were very grateful to Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei had solved a big problem for them. At least this winter, there would not be any women and children who would die of cold and hunger. All right, you guys go ahead. I'll go back first, Jiang Fei said as he walked out. Originally, Jiang Fei lived in the small courtyard on the east side of the hall. However, this time, he did not go back directly. Instead, he brought Bai Wei and circled around. Bai Wei asked, "We're just walking around. Wu Ruei is currently comprehending something. Let's not disturb her," Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei. Bai Wei nodded and followed Jiang Fei around. However, just as Jiang Fei and Bai Wei were strolling around, Jiang Fei suddenly stopped. Bai Wei asked curiously. Jiang Fei said. Bai Wei asked. Jiang Fei did not answer. He pulled Bai Wei and walked to the left. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a small building. Bai Wei asked. Jiang Fei said. Bai Wei said matter-of-factly. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although it was unjustifiable to barge into someone else's place and take the treasure, he was determined to get it. Qigong, why are you running away from me? Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter the small building, Bai Wei suddenly shouted. Jiang Fei turned his head and saw Qigong hiding in a small alley. In the end, Bai Wei caught him. Qigong had no choice but to walk over. Jiang Fei pointed at the small building and asked Qigong. "Oh, this is my second uncle's treasure pavilion," Qigong replied. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Since this was Zhu Hong's treasure pavilion, he did not have to force his way in. He could just call Zhu Hong over and ask for it directly. Qigong agreed and turned around to leave. It was as if he was hiding from Jiang Fei and Bai Wei. Bai Wei greeted Jiang Fei and followed him. "Hey!" Bai Wei caught up with Qigong in a few steps. "No." Qigong shook his head repeatedly. Bai Wei shook her small fist. "Don't." Qigong was so scared that he shrunk his neck. Although Bai Wei usually played with him, she was the one who had destroyed the tide shrimps. Qigong did not want to taste her fist. Bai Wei nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the power of her fist was not bad. "Second uncle told us not to play with you. He was afraid that we would accidentally anger you and bring disaster to the tribe," Qigong said honestly. "Humph. Zhu Hong really thinks of a gentleman as a villain," Bai Wei said with her mouth covered. "Qigong pleaded." Bai Wei said, "That's good. I'm going to look for second uncle." Qigong asked. Bai Wei turned around and walked towards Jiang Fei. Qigong nodded and ran towards the hall. Brother, did you know? Bai Wei told Jiang Fei everything that Qi Gan had said. Jiang Fei nodded. However, he did not take it to heart. He had only come to help the humans because he felt a sense of agreement deep in his heart. He was not doing it for the humans. Therefore, he was ready to leave after this matter was over. He did not plan to have anything to do with the humans in the future. A moment later, Zhu Hong rushed over in a hurry. Zhu Hong came to Jiang Fei and bowed. Yes, Jiang Fei asked. Zhu Hong was very calm. Although this place was known as the Treasure Pavilion, there was really nothing good here. Therefore, he was not afraid that Jiang Fei would think about it. There is something in there that I want, Jiang Fei asked. Zhu Hong said. Chapter 2295, 2295. Translator, 5496903. Jiang Fei nodded. After Zhu Hong had removed the restrictions in the Treasure Pavilion, he gestured for Jiang Fei to go in. Actually, the restrictions that Zhu Hong had set were no different from fakes to Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei wanted to go in, the restrictions would not be able to stop him at all. However, since he was a guest, Jiang Fei had to give Zhu Hong some face. Therefore, he patiently waited for Zhu Hong to come into contact with the restrictions that Jiang Fei thought were insignificant. After entering the Treasure Pavilion, Jiang Fei followed the aura to look for it. Soon, he came to a bookshelf. In one of the boxes, there was a small tray. Inside was the thing that Jiang Fei was looking for. Jiang Fei picked up the irregular small stone and said. Zhu Hong asked in surprise. Although the things he had here were not very precious to the dragons, the one that Jiang Fei picked up was indeed the most inconspicuous. Jiang Fei nodded. The thing in his hand was nothing else but a space-time chip. If you like it, exalted goddess, then you can take it, Zhu Hong said with a smile. This thing was something that he had obtained by accident. Although there was some strange power emanating from it, he was unable to crack it. Therefore, he decided to throw it here in the end. Good. This item can be considered as you returning my favor, Jiang Fei said to Zhu Hong. Since this fellow was so wary of him, there was no need for Jiang Fei to have anything to do with them. God, this is just a piece of rock. Zhu Hong was eager to settle the score with Jiang Fei, the dragon race. However, he still said politely, All right, you don't have to say any more. This matter is over. The reason why Jiang Fei did not set a time was because he did not know how long it would take for Wu Rui to comprehend the knowledge of pills. Zhu Hong said against his will. Even if Jiang Fei had not activated his mind-reading skill, he could still feel the hypocrisy. Jiang Fei waved his hand and left with Bai Wei. On the other hand, Zhu Hong could also feel Jiang Fei's coldness. However, this was not a bad thing for him. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. What's more, there was a dragon beside him. Therefore, Zhu Hong could not wait for Jiang Fei to leave. Although his arrival had brought sufficient food to the human race and shocked the surrounding ferocious beast races, in Zhu Hong's opinion, Jiang Fei was indeed a more dangerous existence. He was like an explosive barrel. No one knew when it would be ignited. Moreover, once it exploded, it would be an even more terrifying disaster for the human race. On the other hand, Jiang Fei took Bai Wei for a stroll before returning to his own residence. At this time, Wu Rui was still in deep thought. It seemed that she had really mastered the path of alchemy. Jiang Fei took Bai Wei to another room. Since he had nothing better to do, Jiang Fei taught Bai Wei some knowledge about identifying materials. Since Bai Wei did not like to study alchemy and crafting, he would let her help him. As the sky darkened, Jiang Fei sent Bai Wei to the next room to rest. He also entered a meditative state. The night passed without a word. At noon the next day, Jiang Fei found that Wu Rui had woken up from her meditation. How is it? Jiang Fei walked into Wu Rui's alchemy room. Yes, Wu Hui nodded. Jiang Fei laughed. Wu Rui asked, We should go. The matter here is over, Jiang Fei said. Wu Hui nodded. She never doubted Jiang Fei's decision. Soon, Jiang Fei and the other two packed their things. Jiang Fei did not even bother to greet Zhu Hong. The three of them flew into the air and flew into the distance. Bivet complained. Wu Rui was too engrossed in alchemy to know about these things. Oomph. Bai Wei then told Wu Rui about what had happened. Wu Hui Sigid. She could actually understand Zhu Hong. On the fire-type planet Mars, even the water-type dire beasts were having a hard time. Therefore, she could understand Zhu Hong's cautious personality. If not, it would be difficult for them to survive in such a strong environment. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care what Zhu Hong thought. After all, in his eyes, Zhu Hong was just a small fry. He was only helping the humans out of sympathy for his fellow countrymen. Bai Wei quickly adjusted her mood. She had grown up in the deep mountains all year round, so her temperament was similar to that of a child. She had forgotten about the unhappy things in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei smiled and said. The two girls nodded. Anyway, they had followed Jiang Fei out to gain experience and learn things. It did not matter where they went. The three of them were very fast. In the afternoon, they left the blazing plains and entered a large mountain. There's a small waterfall ahead, Jiang Fei said. Sure, sure. Bai Wei cried out. Jiang Fei patted Bai Wei's little head lovingly. Then, the three of them descended. The vicinity of the small waterfall was very quiet. There was no strong beast aura here. Moreover, this place was not very far from the Raging Flame Plains. The spiritual energy here was not very rich either. Therefore, it seemed that the beasts had not chosen this place to settle down. Not long after they landed, Bai Wei caught a few big, fat fish. After all, with her strength, catching ordinary fish was a piece of cake. Wu Rui took the initiative to accept the task of roasting the fish. In her opinion, she was a disciple. If she had anything to do, she had to do it before her master. This was her duty as a disciple. Jiang Fei passed the seasoning to Wu Rui. Then he fiddled with the few dimensional fragments that he had obtained. At the same time, he placed the few dimensional fragments together. Jiang Fei realized that there was a connection between these small things. These dimensional fragments were like magnets. They were attracted to each other in a certain direction and repelled each other in a certain direction. This time, Jiang Fei channeled his spiritual power into one of the space-time fragments. However, this time, he did not pay attention to the illusion projected by the fragment. Instead, he paid attention to the fragment itself. After careful observation, Jiang Fei noticed that the small fragment actually showed faint patterns after injecting his spiritual power into it. However, the patterns were very faint. Without careful observation, one would not notice it at all. Chapter 2296-2296. Translator 5496903-3. Jiang Fei was shocked. He had never noticed this before. When Jiang Fei withdrew his spiritual power, the pattern disappeared. It seemed that it would only appear when he injected his spiritual power. Jiang Fei picked up another space-time fragment and began to inject his spiritual power. This time, Jiang Fei did not pay attention to the projection of the space-time fragment after it was activated. Instead, he focused on looking at the patterns on the fragment. These patterns do not seem to be random. Jiang Fei quickly found a clue. Then, he activated the last piece of space-time fragment. After the last piece of space-time fragment's pattern appeared, Jiang Fei used his amazing memory to discover that this piece of space-time fragment was very similar to the first piece of space-time fragment's pattern. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the two pieces. Then, Jiang Fei activated the first and third pieces of the dimensional fragment at the same time. The patterns on the two pieces of the dimensional fragment were indeed related, but they could not be directly linked together. There should be one piece missing between the two pieces. Could it be that these dimensional fragments came from a complete thing? Jiang Fei guessed. The more Jiang Fei thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. It was as if there was a voice telling him that once he gathered all the space-time fragments, he would be able to go home. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fei suddenly had motivation. He suddenly became cheerful. After all, compared to the illusory way how Jiang Fei believed in him even more. Master! Wu Rui shouted at this time. Jiang Fei smiled and put away the three-dimensional fragments. Bai Wei also noticed that Jiang Fei was different. He seemed to be much happier than before. Hee hee, I've figured something out, Jiang Fei laughed. Bai Wei asked curiously. You won't understand even if I tell you. Jiang Fei laughed. Bivet nodded. Since Jiang Fei did not want to talk about it, she did not ask. The three of them happily finished the grilled fish. Then, Jiang Fei casually blasted a hole in the cliff wall. After a little modification, this was where they would spend the night. The next morning, Jiang Fei asked Wu Rui, on this planet, is there any place for the various races to communicate? Wu Rui asked, the gathering of beasts? Bai Wei asked curiously. That is a place for the various races to communicate with each other. It was opened under the supervision of the dragon race. Therefore, the various races would do their fair share of trade there to exchange for things that their own races did not have, Wu Rui said. That's great. Jiang Fei was delighted. He wanted to collect the dimensional fragments. The 10,000 Beasts gathering was clearly the best place. Otherwise, if he were to search the entire Five Directions world, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Master, aren't you a dragon? Wu Rui asked in surprise. It was understandable that Bai Wei did not know. After all, she had grown up in the mountains and had never seen the world. However, Jiang Fei was a dragon. The world of beasts was hosted by the dragon race. Moreover, there was a world of beasts on every planet in the Five Directions. It was impossible that he did not know about it. I have been in closed-door cultivation all year round. I rarely ask about these things. Jiang Fei casually found an excuse to deal with her. Wu Rui did not ask further. After all, Jiang Fei was her master. Bai Wei asked with a little excitement. She did not care why Jiang Fei was going. Anyway, she was very happy to be able to go to a fun place. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to Wu Rui, do you know where the 10,000 Beasts gathering is? Wu Rui replied, all right then. Jiang Fei smiled. Half an hour later, the three of them left the small waterfall and flew in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts gathering. The 10,000 Beasts gathering was used to allow the various races of ferocious beasts to communicate with each other. Therefore, it was natural for them to choose a place that was convenient for the various races of ferocious beasts to travel to. Meanwhile, the Blazing Plains was located in a very remote location. Basically, it belonged to the wilderness. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others were still quite far away from the 10,000 Beasts gathering. After a day and a half, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the mangrove forest where the 10,000 Beasts gathering was located. Wu Rui pointed at a dense forest in the distance and said. Bai Wei said, as she wanted to speed up. Wu Rui, stop Bai Wei. Bai Wei asked curiously. There are rules in the 10,000 Beasts gathering. No one is allowed to fly through the mangrove forest. Once you reach here, you must walk on the ground. Wu Rui said as she looked at Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was a dragon. Perhaps they could not be restricted by this rule. All right then. Jiang Fei shrugged. Although he was also considered a dragon, the dragon race in this era might not recognize him. Therefore, in order to not cause trouble, Jiang Fei chose to land on the ground. Like the other species of ferocious beasts, he walked into the mangrove forest. After landing, Jiang Fei found that there were people coming and going here. It was really lively. Wow, Bai Wei was very happy. She grew up in the mountains and rarely came to such a lively place. Let's go in and take a look, Jiang Fei said as he walked forward. Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter the mangrove forest, a guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks blocked their way. Asked Jiang Fei. The guy rubbed his fingers in front of Jiang Fei. It was obvious that he was asking for money. Jiang Fei was stunned. You don't buy tickets to enter the 10,000 Beasts market. The guy did not say anything else. He put on a hat and decided Jiang Fei's personality. As expected, as soon as the man said that, a few burly men came out from behind. These people were tall and sturdy, and their faces were fierce. It was obvious that they were not good people. Jiang Fei turned around and asked, I don't know. Wu Rui frowned and said. She had come here with Wu Ziji once, and no one had taken a ticket that time. The guy with the pointy mouth and monkey cheeks said as he curled his lips. He looked like a lackey. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do we have to hand over anyone?" "Of course," the person said proudly. The recognized mixed-race dragons were actually the lucky ones among the mixed-race dragon people. They were quite talented. In addition, his father might have some conscience and refused to admit his debt until he pulled up his pants, so he kept them by his side. However, they were only doing the work of servants. Although these recognized mixed-race dragons had no status in the dragon clan, in the eyes of the fierce beasts, they were all imperial envoys and illegitimate children of the dragon clan. Who would dare to provoke them? That was why this pointy-faced, monkey-faced guy was so arrogant when he had such a master. Chapter 2297, 2297. Translator, 5496903-3 Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "How dare you? How dare you? Man, take him down." When Jiang Fei said those words, the monkey-faced boy and his lackeys behind him exploded. This person in front of him actually dared to insult their backer. Then, the boss behind them would blame them for not having good eyesight. All of a sudden, these people surrounded Jiang Fei. Many people came out of nowhere to watch the show. How dare you? It was not like Jiang Fei did not have any followers. Although Bai Wei called him brother and did not care much about the difference between master and servant, Bai Wei had never forgotten her identity. Therefore, now that these people dared to be so rude to Jiang Fei, she could not just stand by and watch. Master, Wu Rui also stood up. She was a determined disciple who believed in serving others. Therefore, she also asked for a fight. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He did not want to be too ostentatious previously. However, it was different now. His goal was to collect the dimensional fragments. If he were to collect them himself, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if Jiang Fei became a celebrity, it would be much easier for others to know that he wanted this thing. Brat! The monkey-faced brat continued to use his backer to pressure others. They were now the underlings of the mixed-blood dragon race. The mixed-blood dragon race was the imperial envoy of the dragon race. Therefore, they were always successful in resisting this flag. Even those who were stronger than them did not dare to resist. However, this time, the monkey-faced kid had clearly chosen the wrong opponent. He had wanted to use the dragon race to oppress them, but he hadn't expected that the person standing in front of him was a dragon. The kids exchanged a glance, then swarmed forward. On the other side, Bai Wei and Wu Rui also attacked. These two girls looked weak, but they were both high-level true immortals, especially Bai Wei, who had acquired the dragon race's bloodline. Her combat power was already close to the 50 million mark. As long as she broke through, she would be an immortal lord-level expert. Although Wu Rui was relatively weak, her combat power was above 30 million. She was considered pretty good among ordinary true immortal-level experts, while those kids on the other side were basically just beginning to become true immortals. After all, how powerful could a group of gatekeepers be? Thus, when Bai Wei and Wu Rui attacked, these people were instantly beaten to the ground. Wu Rui had thought a lot, so she still had a sense of propriety in her attacks. Although she beat these guys until they ran away, she didn't hurt them. However, Bai Wei was different. This little girl was so stupid. Her small palm had either broken bones or broken tendons. A moment later, these guys were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Brat! The monkey-faced kid with a sharp mouth was lying on the ground, but he was still cursing relentlessly. Wu Rui couldn't stand someone insulting her master. At this moment, a figure appeared on the spot. It was a middle-aged man. His appearance was very ordinary, but the dragon pattern on his forehead was very obvious. This was a mark that only the mixed-blood dragon men who were recognized by the dragon clan had. "Who are you people?" The middle-aged man said with a displeased expression. As the saying went, when beating a dog, one had to look at its owner. Although these kids weren't good, they were all his subordinates. Now that they were beaten up like this, his face was also disgraced. Bai Wei asked, "I am Fan Nan of the mixed-blood dragon clan." The middle-aged man replied, "Fan Nan? Troubled? Be Vei Matert." Fan Nan's face was a little embarrassed. His name had been teased since he was young, but he had no choice. His father had originally only wanted to have a one-night stand, but he did not expect to have him. Moreover, his father still had some humanity. He did not want to abandon him. However, if he brought him back to the Dragon Clan, he would be laughed at by his own kind. Just when he was in a dilemma, his mother asked the child what his name should be. His father simply gave him such a name. Fan Nan asked after taking a deep breath to calm himself down. In fact, he had wanted to attack them directly. However, he could feel the powerful aura from Bai Wei's body. That was why he gave up on the idea of using force. Instead, he wanted to use his identity to pressure them. Because dragons had a unique connection with each other, Fan Nan had already sensed the dragon aura from Bai Wei and Jiang Fei. Therefore, he immediately knew that these two people were also half-blood draconids. However, there was no dragon mark between the brows of these two people. Therefore, they were definitely not recognized by the dragon race. In this way, the identities of both parties were separated. Due to being recognized by the Dragon Clan, although Fan Nan was also a mixed blood, he could call himself a dragon. However, Bai Wei and the others could only be called dragon people. However, the positions of both parties were thousands of miles apart. After all, this was related to whether or not the Dragon Clan was supporting them from behind. These people speak insolently. Bai Wei said, "Oof, you lowly draconids. This is the 10,000 beasts gathering set up by the dragon race." Fan Nan began to use the reputation of the dragon race to suppress others. Bai Wei turned to look at Jiang Fei. This kid had brought up the dragon race. Therefore, it was not easy for Bai Wei to make a decision. Jiang Fei said casually. Bai Wei agreed happily. Then, she waved her small fist and charged forward. Because Fan Nan's combat strength had also exceeded 40 million, he was much stronger than Wu Ruei. Therefore, Wu Ruei obediently retreated to Jiang Fei's side this time. Fan Nan did not expect to meet such a hothead. This girl did not care at all. She did not care about the reputation of the dragon race. She actually charged forward directly. However, at this time, it was useless to say anything else. He could only fight first. Fan Nan's fist and Bai Wei's fist collided. However, Bai Wei's strength was much stronger than his. Hence, after the collision, Bai Wei did not move at all. However, Fan Nan retreated 3 to 4 steps in a row. Although Fan Nan knew from his aura that Bai Wei was not easy to deal with, after this exchange, he was even more aware of the gap between him and that girl. What should I do? I definitely can't win in a fight, but if I admit defeat, I will be completely defeated. Fan Nan was extremely anxious, but at this moment, Bai Wei did not give him time to think. The little girl rushed up again. Following that, the two of them exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 exchanges had passed. Bai Wei was becoming more and more courageous as she fought, but Fan Nan, who was relatively weaker, was sweating profusely. Chapter 2298, 2298. Translator 549690333. As Bai Wei shouted, the girl suddenly appeared behind Fan Nan. Then, she used Jiang Fei's dragon blood martial skill and directly hit Fan Nan's back. Fan Nan was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground. He could not get up for a long time. "You guys!" Fan Nan took out a dragon scale from his body and crushed it with force. A teleportation door appeared, and a deep voice came from inside. "Nanner, what's wrong?" Although he was facing his father, as a mixed-blood draconid, Fan Nan did not have the right to call him father, so he could only address him as Your Excellency. When the people inside heard Fan Nan's words, they immediately became angry. The dragon race had ruled over the 10,000 races for hundreds of thousands of years. Which race was not obedient? Today, someone actually dared to cause trouble in his territory. Wasn't this giving him a taste of his own medicine? As they spoke, the dragon race stepped through the portal and arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei looked at the new dragon from head to toe. His human form was somewhat similar to Fan Nan's, but he looked younger. In terms of strength, this guy was not bad either. His combat strength had exceeded 50 million. He was already a celestial lord. The person asked Fan Nan as soon as he appeared. Fan Nan pointed at Jiang Fei and the others. The new dragon roared. He had sensed the strength of Bai Wei and the others. However, Jiang Fei was only a beginner true immortal. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to him. "You're not very brave." Jiang Fei could not watch anymore. This dragon was already an immortal. If he let Bai Wei stand in front of him, this girl would definitely be hurt. "Kid, get lost." The dragon saw that Jiang Fei was only a true immortal-level mixed-blood draconid. He immediately said in disgust. He could not even be bothered to kill Jiang Fei. He felt that it would be dirty to his own hands. Jiang Fei walked forward step by step. As he walked, the aura that he released became stronger and stronger. His aura had already been fully unleashed. The terrifying dragon's aura reverberated at the entrance of the 1,000 Beasts gathering. The ferocious beasts were so scared that they all turned into their original forms and crawled on the ground, not daring to move at all. Oh my God, if I had known earlier, I would not have watched this scene. Immortals fighting mortals will suffer. My mother, why are there still fights between the dragon race? They won't kill us to silence us, right? The ferocious beasts were also very nervous. After all, none of them had seen such a scene before. Of course, the one who was most nervous was Fan Nan. He was just a lowly servant. However, he had just offended a superior dragon. This was simply courting death. "You!" The new dragon frowned. Jiang Fei's aura was much stronger than his. Although there was a little bit of dragon's might, there were many dragons who had become like this after being injured. "You don't need to know who I am, but you actually allowed this servant to set up a private checkpoint here and charge the fees of the various races." Jiang Fei asked in a stern voice. Jiang Fei, who had many years of experience pretending to be 13, did not show any fear when dealing with such a situation. The dragon looked confused. He clearly did not know about this matter. When Fan Nan saw that the matter had been exposed, he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. The dragon frowned and cursed himself in his heart. Wasn't this tarnishing his reputation? If this were to get out, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the dragon race? Although the dragon race had done a lot of robbing, they still cared about their reputation. These people were like a bunch of princes and princesses. No one would care if you did some evil things. However, if you were to go crazy and do something like extorting 80 cents, no one in the dragon race would look up to you, because you would bring shame to the dragon race. Even though he was extremely angry at his own unlucky child, he still had to maintain the situation. Therefore, the dragon race had seized Jiang Fei's identity and insisted on asking him who he was. Although the dragon race was still very prosperous in this era, there were not many of them. Almost everyone knew each other. However, in the memories of the dragon race, there was clearly no one like Jiang Fei. "Who am I?" Jiang Fei said coldly. "Gun." The dragon race reacted for a long time before he remembered who Jiang Fei was talking about. Although Gun was not as powerful as Wei Hao, he was still a mysterious person. Although there were many legends about him in the dragon race, there were not many people who saw him often. Jiang Fei nodded lightly. The dragon race clearly did not believe him. Although he had met Gun a few times, the difference in status between the two was too big. The dragon race had never paid him any attention. Therefore, it was almost impossible for him to go to Gun and ask about Jiang Fei's identity. It was almost impossible. "Lying to you?" Jiang Fei said as he threw the dragon scale that Gun had left behind. The dragon immediately felt the powerful and hidden aura coming from Gun's body from the dragon scale. The dragon guessed in his heart. Leaving the reverse scale for emergency communication was a common tactic of the dragon race. However, this thing was a reverse scale. How could it be given to someone else for no reason? That was clearly something that only very important people could obtain. Thinking of this, the dragon race member could not help but look up to Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei's dragon race aura was very pure. Moreover, his strength was extremely powerful. It was far from what he could compare to. This made the new dragon race member almost certain that Jiang Fei was Gun's biological son. The dragon held Gun's dragon scale in both hands and brought it to Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei was Gun's son, his seniority would be several levels higher than his. Jiang Fei, the veteran forklift player, had a full mastery of smooth climbing skills. Therefore, as soon as the dragon softened, Jiang Fei put on his airs. "My name is Fan Yao," said the Dragon Clan member. You have to control these servants in the future." Jiang Fei reprimanded him in the tone of senior. Yes, yes, yes. Senior is right." Fan Yao nodded repeatedly. Chapter 2299. 2299. Translator 549690333. Jiang Fei waved his hand generously. After all, he was pretending to be a senior. If he was petty, wouldn't he be exposed? Fan Yao bowed and said. Jiang Fei asked faintly. Yes. Fan Yao nodded and said, being in charge of the Thousand Beasts gathering was a lucrative job. However, among the dragon race, the ones who managed the Thousand Beasts gathering were the dragon race that did not have a high status. This was because the dragon race would not hesitate to deal with the ferocious beasts directly. Then, let's go in and take a look, Jiang Fei said. No problem. This is your home now. Take whatever you want. Fan Yao said. He was the emperor of the entire planet. No one dared to disobey him. Jiang Fei smiled and walked into the beast gathering. Fan Yao smiled and accompanied him personally. The beasts on both sides retreated into the distance. The two dragons did not want to cause any trouble. After Jiang Fei and Fan Yao entered the market of beasts, two lackeys helped Fan Nan up. Fan Nan groaned in pain. However, the lackeys also looked embarrassed. They did not know what to say. If it was in the past, they would definitely start cursing the people who dare to hurt their master. However, this time, the ones who hurt Fan Nan were real dragons. Even if they had a few guts, they would not dare to insult the dragons. Fan Yao asked as he accompanied Jiang Fei to stroll around. Yes, I have been collecting some things recently, Jiang Fei said calmly. He had indeed put on a good show. Senior, can you tell me about it? Perhaps I can help you, Fan Yao asked. That's good too. I'm collecting this kind of thing, said Jiang Fei as he took out a space-time fragment. Fan Yao cried out when he saw the space-time fragment. Why? Jiang Fei remembered the name in his heart. Although he had always called this thing a space-time fragment, it was not called this in this era. If he really told others that he wanted a space-time fragment, they might not even know what it was. Now, Jiang Fei could rest assured and tell others that he wanted an illusion stone. There are quite a lot of these things. Fan Yao's words made Jiang Fei's heart sink. He knew very well that these illusion stones were all fragments from the same treasure. However, if this thing was distributed so widely, it would break so badly that it would take a lot of effort to collect it. I have been studying this recently, so I have to collect some, Jiang Fei asked. Sigh. Fan Yao did not care. In the eyes of the dragon race, this illusion stone was not a precious thing. There were too many of it everywhere. Moreover, it did not have any practical use. It could only project some illusions. However, the span of the world was too short. It was meaningless. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Perhaps you have been in seclusion for too long and do not understand the attitude of the various races towards us. Fan Yao said proudly. Jiang Fei smiled and did not say anything. However, Fan Yao's words reminded him of an ancient emperor on Earth. In the Mingxian sect, this master was fond of fighting crickets. Therefore, in order to curry favor with him, the officials would go around collecting crickets to pay tribute. This resulted in the common people paying heavy taxes or paying crickets. Many people had no choice but to give up their livelihood to catch crickets. Although many people had made a fortune because of this, more people had to bear a heavier burden for the crickets. At this time, the status of the dragon race was no different from that of the emperor. They did not even need to ask the various races to hand over the illusion stones. As long as there was a dragon lord who liked the illusion stones, the various races would fight to collect them. This was to win the favor and even appreciation of the dragon race. As for whether the various races would fight each other over this, or whether they would waste money and labor, that was not a matter for the dragon race to consider. Fan Yao asked. Jiang Fei nodded. After experiencing so much, Jiang Fei now had the mentality of a superior. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all things as dogs. The leader's love for the people was just a trick in the book to deceive the people. Their essence was to stabilize their position and then exploit the people below. Don't worry. I can't say for sure if there are more. Fan Yao laughed. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. From what Fan Yao said, this illusion stone was too worthless. This thing was practically everywhere on the streets. Fan Yao turned around and shouted. His voice was not loud, but Fan Nan, who was far away, rolled and crawled over. Fan Nan knelt on the ground and asked, Go, tell the various clans that a senior of our dragon clan likes illusionary stones. Fan Yao said faintly, Yes. Fan Nan nodded, then turned around and left. In less than half a day, the entire Wanshou Bazaar spread the news that a superior dragon clan liked to collect illusionary stones. This caused a sensation throughout the entire planet. Although fantasy stones were considered precious, they were not of much practical value compared to other treasures. Therefore, many races who owned fantasy stones were very willing to give them up. Giving this thing to the dragon race would not weaken their own strength. Moreover, if they could gain the favor of the dragon race, they would be considered rich. Therefore, on the day that Jiang Fei arrived at the gathering of beasts, the ferocious beast races that had the illusion stone immediately set off to escort the illusion stone. They all hoped that they would be the first to deliver the illusion stone to the dragon race. Meanwhile, the races that did not have the illusion stone began to have their own thoughts. The weaker races began to search for the illusion stone. Meanwhile, the stronger races set up an ambush at the outer perimeter of the gathering of beasts. They were ready to ambush the party that was escorting the illusion stones. For a moment, the entire planet was bustling with activity. As the initiator, Jiang Fei brought the two girls and wandered around the beast gathering. After his identity was exposed, Jiang Fei walked around the beast gathering. No one dared to disturb him. Even if Fan Yao was not by his side, no one would be stupid enough to provoke a superior dragon unless he was tired of living. He also wanted to take revenge on his own race. Chapter 2300, 2300. Translator, 5496903. Jiang Fei, who had had enough of wandering around, decided to stay at the Thousand Beasts gathering that very day. It was very late at night. Jiang Fei could see the bloody scene outside the Thousand Beasts gathering. All the races were fighting and bleeding for the illusion stone. One by one, the fierce beast masters were buried outside the Thousand Beasts gathering. It was not until dawn the next day that peace returned to the Thousand Beasts gathering. Early the next morning, Fan Yao arrived at Jiang Fei's residence with a smile. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. The night before, the beast had fought over the illusion stone. Many of the races had lost their masters. Fan Yao nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and 5 beast masters walked in. The first one to enter was a middle-aged man. Although he was also a fox, the nine-tailed fox was not on the same level as the red-tailed fox. They were one of the strongest races on planet Mars. The red-tailed fox could not be compared to this cousin of his. The second person to enter was an old man. He looked somewhat similar to the old man from the winged fire snake race that Jiang Fei had let go. However, the old man did not show any strange expression when he saw Jiang Fei. Clearly, he did not know that his own people had once sinned against Jiang Fei. Immediately after the 2 people, 3 more people entered. However, the strength of these 3 people was much weaker than the previous 2, so Jiang Fei did not care too much. Exalted God, I heard that you are collecting illusion stones. My nine-tailed fox clan was lucky enough to obtain a few. So to Wolf Forvarth, he held a brocade box in his hand. There were actually 5 illusion stones in it. Jiang Fei nodded. There were many nine-tailed fox clan members who participated in the fun last night. Among the 5 fantasy stones, 4 of them were snatched by them last night. However, to Jiang Fei, it did not matter how these fantasy stones came about. What he cared about was whether or not these things would end up in his hands. Therefore, when Su Tu offered the fantasy stones, Jiang Fei gladly accepted it. After that, Chong Wanli and the others also offered the illusion stones. Among them, the person who offered the most offered 3, and the person who offered the least offered 1. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. In just one day, they had already obtained more than 10 illusion stones. This was much easier than searching for a needle in a haystack. Guru, we have already instructed our clansmen to do their best to help you collect them. Sutu said. Zhang Fei nodded and then said to Su Tu, you stay here. The rest can go back. Yes. Chong Wanli and the others saw that Su Tu had been left behind. Of course, they knew that this kid was lucky. He would definitely receive a reward from the dragon race. Although these people were a little jealous, they could not do anything about it. After all, the dragon race had attacked the most mirage stones. After everyone had left, only Zhang Fei, Su Tu, and Fan Yao were left in the room. Zhang Fei flicked a small porcelain bottle with his finger. There was a pill inside. Su Tu took the porcelain bottle. He hesitated for a moment. He did not know what the pill was for. However, in the end, he was forced by the dragon race's pressure. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a wave of heat swept through Su Tu's entire body. Su Tu felt as if he was about to explode. He did not know why the dragon race would treat him like this. He was clearly the one who had offered the most illusion stones. Even if he did not receive a reward, he should not be punished, right? Don't panic. Focus and calm your mind. Zhang Fei's voice carried his mental strength and directly entered Su Tu's sea of consciousness. Su Tu's originally chaotic mind instantly cleared up. When he heard Zhang Fei's words, no matter how foolish Su Tu was, he knew that this was a tonic. Therefore, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal power. Actually, Zhang Fei had given Su Tu not anything else but a dragon saliva pill. Su Tu finally could not withstand the medicinal power and transformed into his original form. It was a nine-tailed mystic fox. However, this nine-tailed mystic fox was no longer the same as before. Its fur began to spin and grow like dragon scales, and a pair of small horns grew out of its head. Su Tu didn't know how to describe it in his heart. This kind of ecstasy made him almost go crazy. That was something that they could only wish for. Although the mixed-blood dragon people seemed to be dissatisfied. In fact, the ferocious beast races were still somewhat envious of them. Senior, Fan Yao was also a little dumbfounded. I have developed a new medicine. Zhang Fei smiled and said. Fan Yao was dumbfounded. He had never heard of this kind of medicine. Zhang Fei nodded. Fan Yao was a little hesitant. He knew that he should not have spoken against this senior. However, the draconic race placed great importance on their own bloodline. Otherwise, they would not have treated the mixed-blood draconids like that. However, Zhang Fei had actually used a pill to turn an ordinary ferocious beast into a mixed-blood draconid. This was something that the ordinary dragon race seemed to be unable to accept. Sigh, all of you have always stuck to your bloodline and thought that mixed-blood draconids were lowly. But don't you think that there are too few people in our dragon race? We need someone to assist us. And who is the most trustworthy person? Zhang Fei said. As a traditional dragon race, Fan Yao still could not accept it. All right, I'm just trying out a medicine. Zhang Fei waved his hand. Since Zhang Fei had already said that, Fan Yao naturally could not say anything more. After a while, Su Tu stood up from the ground. He walked in front of Zhang Fei in a few steps. Then, he knelt down and said to Zhang Fei, Thank you, God, for remaking me. All right, get up. You deserve it, Zhang Fei said with a smile. God, I would like to ask you to take us in as your followers. Su Tu knelt on the ground and said, Really? Fan Yao thought in surprise. Although he didn't think much of the ferocious beast's strength, it was probably a good way to gain their loyalty so easily. Although the dragon race ruled over tens of thousands of races, each race was unwilling to submit on the surface. They were only willing to submit because of the dragon race's strength. However, as the dragon race was too small, they could not closely monitor the races. If they could subdue some of the races as their vassals, the situation might be improved. At this moment, Fan Yao began to admire Zhang Fei's great talent and strategy. However, he did not know that Zhang Fei was doing this to encourage the races to be more active in helping him find the illusion stone. Chapter 2301. 2301. Translator. 5496933. Jiang Fei asked as he looked at Su Tu with interest. Yes, Guru, Su Tu said. Originally, he did not have such a plan. However, now that the opportunity had come, Jiang Fei had given him the dragon bloodline. How could he not seize this opportunity? Another point was that the conversation between Fan Yao and Jiang Fei was not hidden from Su Tu's day. As far as they were concerned, Su Tu was nothing to be afraid of. Even if they were discussing how to deal with Su Tu, there was no need to hide it from him. In any case, he could neither run nor fight back. However, these words were heard by Su Tu's day. How could he not seek the advantage and avoid the disadvantage? Although Jiang Fei was using him to test the medicine, he did not plan to kill him after the test was over. However, judging from Fan Yao's words, the dragon race would probably not allow someone like him who had obtained the dragon bloodline to exist. Therefore, Su Tu only had one choice now. He could either follow Jiang Fei and obtain his protection, or he could die. Although Fan Yao had promised Jiang Fei not to kill him, who knew if he would go back on his word after he got out? Would Fan Yao go back on his word? When that time came, without Jiang Fei's protection, although he was not afraid of Fan Yao, if Fan Yao brought the dragon race's experts to surround and kill him, he would definitely die. Therefore, in order to save his life and pursue a better future, Su Tu made a prompt decision and chose to join Jiang Fei. Although he would lose some freedom, there was no shame in becoming a vassal of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Fei thought about it. Of course, he also noticed Fan Yao's intentions. If he did not accept Su Tu, Fan Yao might really secretly kill him. If that happened, Jiang Fei's motivation to the beast would become a threat. Who would dare to bring the illusion stone to him? Therefore, in order to let more beasts attack the illusion stone, Jiang Fei had to protect Su Tu's day. Therefore, he hesitated for a moment and said, all right, since you are willing to follow me, I will accept you. Su Tu immediately changed the way he addressed Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, My lord, I am willing to serve you on behalf of the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Su Tu was truly blessed. He did not say that he intended to leave the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Instead, he wanted the entire clan to rely on Jiang Fei. How cunning. Fan Yao laughed coldly. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei to see how he would deal with this matter. Oh, Jiang Fei asked curiously. Su Tu said very confidently. It seemed that he had a very strong control over the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. All right, Jiang Fei thought for a moment. He was now alone. He had to do everything himself. Although he had taken in Bai Wei and Wu Ruwei, the three of them were still a little weak. At least someone would do the chores. Su Tu was overjoyed. This way, not only would his future be bright, but the status of the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan would also soar. All right, you can leave now, Jiang Fei said to Su Tu's day. Su Tu nodded and left. Fan Yao asked after Su Tu left. He could not bring himself to do so. Why not? Jiang Fei said, as if he was an expert. In fact, he was secretly disdainful in his heart. You lecherous dragons do not even mind taking off your pants. Is it embarrassing for me to take in a retainer? Although Fan Yao nodded repeatedly on the surface, he still did not mind it in his heart. In his opinion, Jiang Fei had been in seclusion for too long. His brain was not smart enough. He would regret it. On the other side, Jiang Fei and Fan Yao were chatting casually. On the other side, when Su Tu came out of the hall, he was surrounded by the leaders of the other races. Old Su, how is it? Did you get any rewards? Yes. What treasure? Show it to us. Old Su, don't be so stingy. Show it to us. Those ferocious beast leaders were all chattering. They were very curious about what Jiang Fei had given Su Tu's day. After all, they had also given Su Tu the illusion stone. It was just that they had given Su Tu a lot. Su Tu deliberately kept them in suspense. He had obtained such a huge benefit. If he did not show off a little, he would be letting himself down. Moreover, Su Tu also wanted to show off the reward that he had received. The dragon race gave him the dragon race's bloodline. This was not something that those mixed-blood draconids could compare to. At most, what they did was just an accident. Moreover, the dragon race might not even acknowledge them. However, Su Tu was different. He was the dragon race's bloodline that Jiang Fei had personally given him. Moreover, he had even taken him in as a retainer. In fact, the entire nine-tailed fox race could be considered as Jiang Fei's faction in the future. Then, who would dare to provoke the other ferocious beasts and races? To put it bluntly, let alone the ferocious beasts and clans, even the real dragons would have to consider Jiang Fei's feelings if they wanted to touch the nine-tailed fox clan, right? After all, it was still up to the master to beat the dog. Therefore, Su Tu was extremely happy. He could not wait for these old friends to come over and ask him about it. Old Su, don't be too stingy. Chong Wanli had a good relationship with Su Tu, so he patted him on the shoulder and asked, Hee, it's true. Su Tu suddenly burst out with his aura. Huh? Old Su, how did you suddenly become so strong? Chong Wanli was shocked. Su Tu's strength was similar to his before. Both were beginner-level immortal lords, and their combat strength was around 53 to 4 million. However, at this moment, Su Tu's combat strength suddenly soared to nearly 60 million, and his aura skyrocketed. Most importantly, there was a hint of dragon's might in his aura. The others were also dumbfounded. Mixed-blood draconids were all born with it. No one had ever seen it transformed after birth, although one could obtain the dragon bloodline by consuming the dragon saliva fruit. That thing was too rare, and most people didn't think about it. Sutu said smugly. Moreover, he had inadvertently revealed another piece of information. That was that he had taken advantage of Jiang Fei. What? The eyes of the other beast leaders were wide open. Initially, they had thought that they would be rewarded with some treasures by offering the illusion stone to Jiang Fei. However, they did not expect that Jiang Fei would be so ruthless as to reward them with the dragon's blood. Moreover, he had even taken Su Tu as his retainer. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.